Itasil si Minister of Finance, Caleb Utoy Jr. Kamsulangan mo sa Emalmer Elal Itasil, sila mantitingal mal bato kal Director sa Bureau ran Ministry of Finance, sa matingal rogulul panggeman may. Gimre nga Suleiman Musab Emalmer tel budget hearing ra Senate Bill 11-92, yung FY 2024 Unified Budget Act. Kamdangi agi ko ramla o hearing la panggelagil Bebira Ministries kota ko in compliance with the Budget Performance Act vessel budget kawa kuram lo last ka mo helper ka mamal ko mesaro kul our, so I hoping dim la ko written presentation, even though we sent 2 letters of request. Magiti hope we can see what you mo ikil mo sa emal mas kamalal ita sils. Awena to mo dik pok recognize ra Senate President Ocons Paules on mas elwangedre la lita sils. Vice President Vice Chairman na Ways and Means Committee Senator Ray Mariur. Floor leader Senate tangan niya ako personal al sungul malmudakal sa ilal lang the Senator Mark Rudim, Senator Mason Whips, Senator Cuarte, Senator Sangabao, Senator TJ Ramangsaw, Senator Talams, Senator Andrew Tabalwal, Senator Tapsungino, PSL Senator Ramam, Senator Basilius, Senator Gidarokoy. Tigay damlo Senator sa sabil lo banggetal ngartial hearing ar ilal talyal sils akti open artial Ways and Means Committee and Financial Matters Committee ra Senate el conduct ra hearing ra budget markong oidi ulko yung leko mo opening statement ra and then introduce tirgal lulbanggemal may. Unja, ulkong suwal mo reserve a statement rin mo last tama. He will probably close the hearing. Sulang yung minister ulkong leko.
Thank you, Chairman Inabo, and good afternoon to everyone, especially President Paules, Vice President and Vice Chairman Mariur. It's very nice to be back in front of you after a very recent experience. We did talk about meeting more frequently. We don't need to meet in this format, but I mean, this is fine. We're happy to come and share with you, and maybe we don't share enough. So this is a good opportunity for that purpose. Today we have organized ourselves with senior management of the ministry. I'll start at my right side with Director Ringil from Treasury, and to my direct right, Director Mengasal from the Budget Office. To my left, your favorite Director Ikeda. Next to him, slightly less favorite, Director Tarkong. We also have some of our agency people here represented. First, PEWA, which is Director Ridep, and then Director LL, who manages the ISS. Jay, Director Anson, I will represent his office today at this hearing. We've also taken the opportunity to invite the secondary management level from the ministry. So what you see behind me is most of our chiefs from the divisions. And they're here to also help support some of the testimony that you may ask questions about. And we also want them to get the experience of testifying in front of Congress, especially the Senate, and to expand their understanding of how all of the work ties together. So we're very fortunate to be able to bring them with us today. if I can ask Chairman if we can, because we have such a large group, bless the hearing, and then I can have your favorite director offer some words of prayer before we start. Is that acceptable?
Suala te ale ministeri dolulu. Adam Dios agi mukdong yang klem ni kaya ola para kung klisi klangar kamam mablumam makluku rablumam angar arwel imam agi maldiol trok kertian meeting kamam relang bol sebel mo orang yaungil understanding ma angidil kuramle trel basula udaswa abol masam oklo bol sebel masam oklo lol mol maurior el malget qara abulul balwam meblu riang algem adr belaw akmal dio darsa gagidilon mam olgit mo bang kamam el mora ulo bang letial meeting el alsils mo malamol lo bang kamam el mo kayidey agagi molngit nga klela Jesus Christos di mo lo sablam amen.
Thank you, Director. And if it's all right, if we can start into the presentations. The way we've structured the presentations today are an overview. We prepared PowerPoint slides for the ministry overall, and then each bureau presentation. And I think with the order you've suggested here, we should be able to complete the presentations quickly and on time, as you have scheduled. I'm happy to answer questions as we finish each presentation. Maybe it'd be more expedient to finish all the presentations and then bring up any questions afterwards, so we don't miss any presentation if any of the directors cannot make a 6:30 deadline. So the first slide that we have up here is for the ministry overall. It is based on the 2024 budget appropriation requests. As you have seen in the President's proposal, our authorization request is at about $6 million. Our appropriation request is $5.4 million. The increase in the budget is 12%, about 598,000 increase from the 2023 budget. And I have the previous budget shown at the bottom. You'll see also at the bottom table that in 2025 and 2026, the budget numbers that we're projecting are lower than what we're asking for. And this is just a placeholder. We suspect that or expect that those numbers will be changed once we finalize the revenue estimates, once the United States Congress acts on our compact agreement. So you see the breakdown. What I've done is also after the slash, I put the number in red, and that just shows you the specific increase for each budget bureau. And you'll see that I've also put a star next to Treasury and Customs, and this is because those are the two largest increases that are being requested in this appropriation request. And the reason why those are the largest is because both of those agencies have the most employees. The President transmittal talks about the main reason for the increase in 2024 appropriation are twofold. One is the additional 75 cents budget increase for each employee. Of course, the 2023 budget doesn't include the 75 cents because it was covered in a separate appropriation. And this year we are doing two increases. President wanted to increase government workers' compensation to help them with the high cost of living that we've been experiencing. The other increase that you'll find throughout the government ministries is because of the cost escalations, mostly associated with fuel. So fuel cost for vehicles, boats, as well as utility costs and water costs, which are mostly driven by by fuel cost are accommodated in the increase in some of the agency budgets. Not all needed a full increase, and we've tried to absorb some of those costs into the existing budget. So I wanted to highlight the differences there in the increases. They're not proportional to the previous budget for each activity. I also want to point out under the historical chart at the bottom, 2023, which is the fiscal year, the two years, 2022 and 2023, the Ministry of Finance did increase its budget because of the reorganization of government. It also increased because of some of the expenses that we took on for tax reform. In 2023 and then into 2024, the budget was increased for those additional activities. And a lot of what we're requesting in 2024 also include increases for the Digital Residency Office, which is under economic initiatives, as well as the additional funding for PEWA to increase the scope of, or to reflect the increased scope of work that they have. I also wanted to highlight in this initiatives just a overview ministry-wide by the different bureaus, the kind of work that is going to be implemented through 2024. Some of these initiatives have started in this year or previous years, and they will continue through 2024. Each bureau, when they do their presentation, can answer questions directly to the specific initiatives. I'm just trying to give you a high-level overview. So for information systems, which is represented by Director Elel, he is currently working on development of an ICT roadmap. And again, it's a great development that the Senate has created the new committee that we can work with for giving us public policy feedback on that initiative. He is also working a little bit more on e-commerce in this upcoming year, e-government initiatives, as well as a new project that we're about to start for digital IDs for Palauans, which is what Senator Sungino had mentioned regarding DRO for citizens. So that will be something that we start actually this year, but most of the work will probably be done next year. Palau Energy and Water are currently working on updating our policy and our targets for energy and water. So we're talking about master planning and also policy updates. We're also spending a lot of effort on strengthening the administration of the PEWA so that they can do a better job at regulating PPUC and making sure that the costs that are being charged through the tariffs are appropriate. Under economic diversification, which includes the Digital Residency Office, we are planning to submit the model payment system law based on the model payment system law proposed by the World Bank for the Pacific Islands. We have a project with Japan, Ministry of Finance, to replicate a fundraising system that they have used in Japan for many years, which involves issuance of savings bonds. That is something we're looking at right now. We do have a request in with the Asian Development Bank to help us establish credit reporting. So just like when you go to the bank and you request a loan, they often will check your credit rating. We want to develop one for Palau. We think that will help our people get loans faster. And then, of course, digital residency growth is a big objective, both for revenue as well as upgrading Palau into a modern digital age. For the National Treasury, we are very involved with MUNIS rollout. MUNIS is the financial management information system that we purchased in 2019 with money from the United States and implemented in 2020. So during the pandemic, we took it upon ourselves to continue this very big project and migrate the financial management system to this more modern system. And Director Ringil can explain some of the benefits from this new system. We're also hoping to establish a permanent Office of Internal Audit in the ministry. It will handle a lot of compliance review for the ministry as well as for other departments. This is something that will also support additional grants, technical assistance. A lot of them are requesting that we have a function like this inside the government. One of the requirements of the Fiscal Responsibility Act and Debt Management Act is to start managing our debt better. We anticipate we will start incurring more debt, such as the savings bond, and we are looking at obtaining a new system to manage debts and investments. This is a system that's sponsored by Commonwealth, and we are looking at getting some support from donor to finance this purchase. Under budget and planning, we are working on continuing to evolve fiscal responsibility management activities and reports and whatnot. We are also looking at several improvements to statistical management. This includes both social and economic census, HEIS, other reports that might help us better plan for the future programs, as well as manage the activities and from getting better reporting. One of the biggest projects that we are engaged in starting this year was the actual issuance of guidelines for street naming and home addressing. This is something that involves the state government, so maybe the delegates may be more excited about this than you. But we are seeing that several states are getting close to issuing formal street names for their states. Following that, we'll be able to issue home addresses, and people can order Amazon and have it shipped directly to their house. So it's something very exciting to watch, but it does follow a process that goes together with the state government activity. So it's good for you to know, so when you are visiting the communities, you can also answer questions for that program. Under revenue and taxation, we are looking at a new automated system to support the tax management of tax collection, and we are looking at additional funding support outside of the budget for this to happen. We are still looking at expanding tax administration. Currently, we have 2 chiefs, and we need to hire an additional 2 chiefs. The emphasis this year has been on collection. Next year, we'll probably switch to audit. And that's a feature of the tax office that we're still not that good at, and we do want to fill the chief positions and start providing the training and consultants to help us do a better job at auditing. Lastly, under Customs and Border Management, we have submitted a proposal for a new Customs Act, and if that's something one of your committees is holding, please look at that and call Director Tarkong to discuss with you if you have any questions. We are looking at also adding a new information system for customs. This information system is more modern, it's more flexible, but we think it'll increase trade opportunities for Palau. One example of how it will increase trade is that when somebody ships from abroad, let's say Philippines, they can send that shipment directly to our customs system, and then we can process it right there. So there's less need to do entry manually. That's one exciting feature of this. This is also a program that's used throughout the Pacific, and we'll be able to collaborate more on improving customs services because of that. We are looking at expanding the drug dog program. There's been news articles about drugs in Palau, and we do need to make sure that we're always watching this issue and not letting it grow. Hopefully we can also try to reduce this. A lot of this drugs are coming in through the ports, and Customs is the border management agency that needs to detect those. Our program has shrunk a little. We've tried this year to secure additional dogs, and that wasn't possible. So we are looking at purchasing dogs with our budget from the United States, and then we can do a better job at finding drugs and stopping the flow of drugs into Palau. We are also looking at a new immigration law. We are working with IOM, and along with that, we're looking at a new immigration system. Our desire is to be able to push a button and know who and how many people are in this country from where at any time. And that involves the use of biometrics, meaning by the end of the year, we expect when you come into Palau, we'll be looking at retinal scans as part of the clearing of your passports on entry. So if there are any people that we should catch at the border, we will have a better chance of catching them as well. So these are highlights of the initiatives that we are planning on continuing or starting in 2024. You can go to the next slide. It shows some of the highlights of activities that we are doing in this year. Of course, for information systems, it's about supporting the MUNIS, the FMIS rollout. We're also spending some time on cybersecurity policy and regulation development. For Palau Energy and Water, we are trying to establish this office. As you know, it's a consolidated regulator managing both energy and water. So we're looking at building up the capacity to do that, as well as to manage policy. We're also making a lot of connections throughout the region and with our partners to be part of regional movements like in utility regulation, as well as identify some consultants that can help us with larger problems. Economic diversification, mostly with a digital residency. We've had that hearing already. We don't need to go there again today. We've also proposed cybercrime policy and regulations. We have started developing a savings bond legislation for proposal to Congress. We've held a economic research conference. It was a regional conference that we held at the Amayon Cultural Center. And we've started national planning. The draft was complete for the Palau National Development Plan last month, and we are finalizing the plan for discussion with the OEK and the President to finalize and use that for our future planning purposes. The National Treasury is continuing to roll out MUNIS, and they will give you additional details there. We have developed a debt management policy with the help of some of our donors. And one big challenge that Treasury is dealing with, which is very complicated and a big issue for us, we're trying to resolve, is updating our audits. Right now, we have completed 2020, FY 2020. We are working on FY 21, and we're hoping that we can complete the next 2 years, 2022 and 2023, as soon as possible. And this will bring us into compliant with a lot of our grantors and donors who give us money but require that those audits be done. With budget and planning, we've been able to finalize the census household income and expenditure survey. We were successful, I think, in rolling out the PPUC subsidy, not just the Lifeline program, but the other program for everyone up to 500 kilowatt hours. The street naming, home addressing, as I said, has already started. I think 2 states are very close to finalizing, and we are working with the other states to finish their street addresses. From there, we can start working on home addresses. Under revenue and taxation, we have successfully, I would say, implemented the new tax law, the tax reform. This has involved the development of new forms, procedures, regulations, and a lot of outreach. We've also created very important links with Australia Tax Office, amongst other relationships like a cooperation agreement with the Ministry of Finance in Taiwan, and we have been able to hire 2 chiefs. In Customs and Border Protection, we've been able to lead the border management project for Palau. Most of it is driven by health. So when you return to Palau, you'll notice you are doing that QR code. A lot of that is driven with the support of the Customs Bureau. We've been able to draft the customs law. We are working very closely with Congress, I think mostly with the House, on preparing for the bonded warehouse activities. We are preparing to get assistance for obtaining the new customs system. This will be grant funded, and continuing to work on immigration law and the new immigration system, both of which we think we will have drafts or have initial programs by the end of the year, the calendar year. And lastly, I just wanted to show you a slide that breaks up the amount of staff that are involved in the increase in 75-cent per hour wages. I focus on the permanent employees here in this table, and this is worth 1 year, so you would double it to see the impact for 2 years. This is the current numbers that we're showing by each activity, and as you can see, Customs and Border Protection is one of the bigger ones, so is National Treasury, and the number of personnel there. These are the permanent employees. They will all receive an increase. Exempt employees will also receive an increase. I put that in the footnote. There are about 20 exempt employees at this time. The amount of value of that budget impact is $35,000. We do also have 7 contract employees under the ministry. The impact on an increase for them would be $12,000, but we are not planning on providing the increase to those employees. So that is a short overview of the ministry overall. We did plan for a little longer than 5 minutes, so apologies, but I think with my presentation, we can focus in on any important parts of the Bureau presentations when it's their turn. The Chairman, that's ministry overview. Would you like us to proceed with the bureaus, or you have questions for this one? Okay.
The employees, the 152 are civil service employees, and 20 exempt employees. Do they have contracts, or how are they employed?
The exempt employees will be hired on a personal action, but it will say exempt. Contract employees will have a contract. So the separate contract agreement, the form is HR form from personnel.
Are there rules and regulations governing employing exempt employees for the government, or what is that based on?
That's managed by the civil service system. So we work closely with HR on trying to fill these positions. Some of them are new positions, so we haven't classified them yet. And before we classify these new positions, we want to make sure that they're positions that are worth classifying as permanent positions for the government. Some of these tasks are new tasks that haven't been done before. So that's our strategy in this class of employment under the ministry.
So do you have a director in charge of the HR for the government, or is it under Minister Matul?
It's under Minister Matul, and we work very closely with them. Their office is right across the hall from my office. So we work closely with them on these matters of civil service and exempt employees and contract employees.
We'll get a minister during the hearing MOJ, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Education, they're working on a new pay scale. Among nga civil service based ra certain pay scale, they're going to create, I don't know what pay scale, and then you have exempt employees, the marala numbers are still more above, they have rules and regulations that regulate the employment. So we are concerned with that. Among sila may gigidal sa pay scale, please tie everything together. Daka sa the employer other rules and regulations regulate and how are they being compensated and how are they being retained or not retained, or I don't know. We're just seeing more exempt employees that are being treated like civil service employees. ending di apply rules mga pay scale mga lang clear tier. So
Yes,
I think that needs
actually it's slightly incorrect. All of the employees, including contract employees, usually fit within the pay scale. So when we propose an exempt position or a contract position, we come up with the job description or the terms of reference for the contract, and then we work with personnel to find the ideal position on the pay scale for these positions. But for us, the number of exempt positions has grown because we have several new offices under the ministry that didn't exist before, and that's why we're looking at how to design that position as best we can before we request to classify that position as permanent. So we are following that government requirements for personnel. I'm glad you also mentioned this because we have requested assistance from the IMF. They did have a mission that came and we're here for a week talking to many different people in government, including HR. And the idea is to update our what they call public wage system. And that will include looking at the pay scale. So it's not just the pay scale that they will be reviewing and recommending to us some improvements, but also the system itself. Like, how do you determine exempt positions and contract positions? So that is something that they did a preliminary visit. They did some notes on that visit, and we're expecting them to come in and do the 2-week mission. Unfortunately, we weren't able to schedule a meeting with anyone from Congress. But when they do come in, I'll make sure that they will visit with you and get your input on how we can make improvements here, because the President is very concerned that we are seeing a lot of immigration, people who are key positions in even in our ministry, who are leaving for the United States for better opportunity for them and their children. And this is one way I think we can address it, and, as well as the other initiative for the President, which is trying to raise the minimum wage and the pay scale in government, at least.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Samba will ask a
Minister,
question.
Chair. Minister Sado, al-tsugum gadong ngegin exempt employees, and we're trying to place them within the system. The only difference why we're calling them exempt employees is because of the funding and causing ngara grant, so we have to renew it every year. Is that the only distinguishing factor?
No, and that's not relevant. It's whether or not there is a classified position existing in the system that we can use, and just like you need.
Well, what if you have a classified position, but the person you're hiring, I'll do them, but you're paying them with a grant?
No, some of our exempt employees are paid with Republic funds. So it's not about the grant; it's about the position. And
Well,
exempt means they are
we were
not.
we were told by other HR that the reason why you're exempt employees is because you have to renew essentially have to sign this every year because we don't know if the money is going to be there.
That's also a separate issue related to budget
Maybe
availability.
take it all chair. I think we need to kind of, tie this thing up because it's not, and you get different answers every time you're asking them.
Well, the reason why it's called exempt is because they are exempt from civil service. That's the difference. They are not protected or have any benefits
So that's
from the
the-
civil service. That's why they're called exempt.
And then I say the question whether they're getting paid by local funding or grant money, it doesn't matter.
It
Right?
doesn't matter for those positions.
Malbo, Senate Vice President. And then the next we need to move on to the item number 2.
Kuat yo gelo sem tegi del exem baigang ilang tal finance ang anegel trigger regular employees ilang anegel position sil board. Ay kang special position sil kumya create hindi akal pol mo sen marar ade mo ko mo mo or til exem hindi akal ngartial classified employees.
Yes.
Special position kumya create mo Otura exempt ngar segi de auror gul masang mura permanent alu bendak.
Yes, the idea is eventually to become permanent, but right now, we use the exempt position. Basically, it's almost like a contract. These people are not guaranteed employment for the long term.
Makjoker, may nasa igid create ay igid. Kom advertise sa lube kom di create lang ngani adal lam das la singigid o mun metal del exempt.
We have been advertising these positions.
Minister, also kung exempt, so that means if you're going to earn leave, you're going to be following the civil service. Leul ka nga kontrakta, you have a special case. You're going to say, okay, you have two weeks of ngarang clear. Wait ka lawyers. And the issue nga ka, rather HR, siya lang do to kasi on diak. Kami diak ang professional, mandi ka mga lawyers, mandi ka mga contract. You know, we need to clear this up once and for all. Hindi ka clear from them and kakuk malako and tinakam na yung menamu mo. So, o sa so kung exempt employee, are you going to be following diak position, but you're going to be following kasi ka earn a liberal base like the civil service employee?
So the way I look at it is you're either going to be a civil servant or you're going to be a non-civil servant employee. Those are the choices. Some positions are better under contract employee, which you're correct. They do actually have rights for leave, sick leave, home leave, repatriation, just like a civil servant. But the exempt employee doesn't. He does have leave, but it doesn't accumulate and he cannot get that paid in cash at the end, while a contract employee can, just like a civil servant. So it depends on what you're looking for out of that position and what is the purpose you're trying to achieve. That's the limited flexibility that we were able to use.
Minister, kortikal staff for Senate exempt employees, and they can get leave, pension, all the benefits. Kortikal. But we have personal regulations that regulate the employment term. So
Yes.
what we're saying is, if you're not on civil service, exemption, you need to have personal regulations or you're on contract. But you cannot be an employee without any regulation. You are just being a political appointee and you can do whatever you want, and that's not good. I mean, politics is, but
Thank you, Chairwoman. My understanding and my experience with civil service reform, is the only one in the executive branch who can do that is the president. So you'll often see his staff kind of basically not following any rules. It's presidential prerogative, and I think it works for that position, that office. For the other two branches, you have your own rules and governance. My understanding is that you are using the same system that the executive branch uses. That's why there's a lot of similarity. But all of the approvals stem from the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House and the Chief Justice. So that's, while you may follow what we're doing, it's really a separate system that looks like ours. So we cannot tell you what to do. We can just tell you what's in your policy and help you follow it.
okay, we're just saying that there's a law on civil service.
Yes.
And there's contract employee who has specific responsibilities and what are the benefits and when is it going to be terminated.
Yes.
The exempt employees in the executive branch, it doesn't have any of that. They're
The
just
exempt is,
they're
yeah.
just employees. So you probably need to put them on contract, is what we're saying.
No. The system provides for exempt employees, and it depends on what we're trying to get out of the position that allows us to be either on contract, which is a different type of employment, versus exempt, which basically doesn't follow the rules. So it's worse to be on exempt status because you can be let go very easily.
We'll check the law on that because I know, okay, we'll check
Yeah,
that.
we can discuss that
Yeah,
later.
later. But let's move on to the next presentation.
Okay, so the first presentation will be Bureau of Budget and Planning, Director Mengasao.
Sula Ministerio. malungin itasil sila orga chair ma president Senate ma vice president ma rugul senators di Lalu pasi kita bay malsumin mo ladura a elway ma adra costumes mo ak malas mal dimar are da alo ay se atialo kon timo ladura obviously kita budget basically direct sorry never mind. Obviously, kita budget one regal for kluwangal bureaus under the Ministry of Finance, lubangela Information System Support Services ISS konra. We're organized tirak regal organized tirak regal urol del doru manganya essentially nganya budget ngaralil amat pakletel budget rigidra bekara. Ang erunga direct by law ngira certify availability of funds for expenditure. Number 3, all masera agil particularly executive branch agencies and prepare sil annual performance report tir. Direct tara obis under budget direct tele drastic planning and statistics. Say yang alila mat bok like the basic legal economic mar was social statistics. Tela mot aurora was census agil direct tara rel. Direct traurel tel obis rigida planning and statistics direct monitor implementation egal pepatingan la national plans rigida one national master development plan o melate tel urura PDP msegida motraurol direct volumes ring direct tar obis under budget direct tel palaris ma ngarela palaris all tautra tel technology tel geographical information systems with the managerial database at the time and they'll actually go out and do the surveys. Director official under budget silva sa office ra climate change. Se milgot mo kung mer office leng lewal part ra siluro ra climate change sila dir nga under budget climate change lang am la motor relocate mo office ra president. Di project management tamon mo al nga budget. Mesti basically nga alila direct help design egal bepating la project especially get proposals and more egal maklol facility environmental facility wa GCF green climate fund direct say direct will help monitor its implementation and make sure pasi say the project motaw tuira yigid el selble the proposal rigid ay gida essentially mo klwa lowis nga under budget bergong nganya ma full staffing planner gamam dekal include climate change basically 33 positions full staffing positions bergong 27 are actually filled and 27 positions are filled a budget gamam 2023 na 657,000 sila proposed budget tergumam lang proposal appropriation na 725,468 tiang basically sale increase of about 68,468 adi tiadi mo kaber tiagi del increment raw wages tergumam so tel budget tergumam lang plus sa gidel essentially $120 employees margong sa gidang mo total wal proposal appropriation kamam sel authorized the budget kamam sel proposed authorization na 848 sa gida direct breakdown na rin ang RC so essentially gimu tel level appropriation kamam mo so amal meter sa gida ang algaber sa gida additional 120,000 ay gayid lureram ay gayid gimborure albekal silsa asa amal mulmolma but we won't be able to do a lot more than what we're planning to do. For example, silwana initiative kumamrel al time tele omot pa improving our statistics rigid. One of the things that we're doing already hindi dakal enough at ma'am to focus on it dulasing environmental statistics. Ayumran mas going forward say the environmental statistics that will help you make the hard decisions. Some decisions tuira GDP ergida tokora geysa ergida margo make that decision and directly give mo understand mas gana implications ra ngara uspela egal one natural resources rigid malabaygal kanira lugar lang rigid ang dospe. So we'll actually say the area most of the moment pa what we have mga condition ringi e mga hospital. And when we know kasi ng mga hospital like service ringi, then we can put a value to it. E say gida mo marak mo say gida direct mo help programil decide mo lasing whether to proceed with certain investments or not. Di maldi quickly one example Agida Island. Misel kanang mas tokora kang ko dang turista ko to close to clerigit. The reality is because we're from the islands, is mo da durar ad. Is the islands two things come to mind. White sandy beaches, mas sunsets. Mang ngania of course our daw marklol to rock islands rigid marak. Di let's say kado mesel mobdula sel mlewana recommendation at Chaiga sira 2000. I recommend the develop northern Babaldao bang along mga rardan buta tourism center. Let tamil direct lumdas mas it's ML Mesa Sunrise is ML Mesa Sunset direct trabashol so ML focus ngil ut mo clean mo ngil. The one of the decisions that will need to be made akmasi tele adas padalla mo previsto. Agyuk lang niya at LL. Dim direct to ka o bursa ngil. Mawana yung decision akmasing so it'll afford el mabebira yung lokaburse ehut baklil wa hotel PPR ramyun sa karkapasang reclaim ringi mo niya al-all ang makaduray ka ay gigi da yung marak masasigi dal area mo focus ngi lang sa dosing environmental statistics system of economic and environmental accounting el diwat yal omot pakla GDP ay yung manak masasigi da bela gina dal statro meserngi subi mos edel ut makli ay yung manak masado la bay gigi information pas ngarakloklet mga ra condition ngi ngara hospital ay gigi da spell mo sugumil mek ay gigi type of decisions will affect der gidra ra egal maral meklo say with that chair din mabay sem ko bay ka itiregal bebira bureau mul ngat elil kuk motroba chetertir e welcome questions ra rumamraw.
Okay, we would like an mo ogera question and gira biro ma Senator Whips will go first.
Sulara te ale chair director ngania two question one cell household income survey kamam marulala and we're always referring to 2014 data akmanila sa komna 12 the marula survey egal data siya del maro ingra
Sulat Senator malungin may say katakwat cell project in Marayal al time cell household income and expenditure survey say actually it's going to go for 1 year kadobor ilam kat expect this time next year mer going yam mo available actually we expect again information mo available early next year
so long and that wasn't the answer I was looking for agekedela next year Kalagi may gal data blabol irrelevant. Well, anyway, Sir Adil finish. We need that information to make the right decisions you're talking about. Secondly, street address. Akmanil Sengara under Bureau Rao. It's been going on for a while. Ngani akura projection on was in Yamomre Karo Ingra.
Sula Senator, thank you for that. In fact, mal Marayal, Aurorel ang Amrael, ngania planner Polaris and project. Be happy to share say what result and they've been going around. They've been meeting with the states. Sel domisra. Basically, it's a set project broken down into 3 components: and street naming, number 2 street and home numbering, and number 3 a cell actual database, cell system lo sparing. So on the street naming, and their good news is they're about 87% done. There's on Omasindra State, actually, they've adopted, come up with the names, they've named their streets, and they've actually adopted them by resolution. There's only 2 states rin ang talgib dirka klorol madel, but the work is progressing actually malungin. And dirka malawring asulira tigal governors tigal other state they saw the value in it and mal actively participate engage. Okay. Ongerung cell stream and home numbering system, cell actual numbering system. It has not progressed as far as like telestreet naming. We're at around 20% lang. And only because hindi mo na yung model putya model deka standard na bulula. Abe pengen la bulua depending ang analisa nga kakaro sa stele la low sparing yung number mong a challenge sergi dela because ka gere ngane gel dressing as well low spam ka gimlo mayomes ra kwamen direct kora ngile dia ka mong seguida walurion manaring yel ang dir ala palarisa they're getting close to it. And then, of course, the last, the actual database. So we've had access assessments. I give la omes existing actual database that's around. The omes application and it's been promising. So we're at about 33% or say. So hopefully over the next several months and toward the end of the year and early next year, and we should have much more to report on. Definitely, the work is progressing. And on the diesel, real quickly, and cell highs. Why saying, unfortunately, in methodology, many argument, regionally, the best way to go about this, because at the end of the day, it's all about it's about the reliability they get numbers, may get results. So it's not every day, but we do it on a quarterly basis. Instead of ospera, ngaramo ko ospera diary, mangwa ombrigol. Dimle nganegel guk advantage ma disadvantage amle aldadura ku tigal colleagues gidra region magal belu basit gida would be the best approach guk tamis etyang. We're finding out that masing although yes ngane yang direct mal time consuming. Mung segida concern masing by the time el to are they still relevant? In short, multi-research reliability, and then you can make that assumptions. And for now, what we can say, existing studies that 2014, and we made assumptions. Actually, we did a poverty analysis. I'll show the extent my incidents wa astele dalang okma, lise albura dalang okma. Part assumptions mal loreng asuli loko mospe eringi part of the lifeline subsidy program. Kami actually raise the household income almost 20,000. Whereas still 2014, adirid ilk masing under at 14,000. So kumiyam na raise ngil ultuira arngalila lang okre at time. This is time kum la expand ngil water masur maradengi e direct nga sige lu 10 cents at chayidi mang I think that we can talk about this forever. Yeah, malungit. Tiwom sulang. Masegi tadir ka ngaringi lagi ta studies we actually say the estimate the household we added another 10%. At trigay dal wala dal was vulnerable. So the household, the number of households that's eligible to receive this, I identify the share report maset tospe anges. Adim less than a email dartel household. But because we added the additional 10%, actually it's 20%, there are over 1,000 households. A total household approaching 5,000 at a time. So a concern of relevant, that's always a concern and being is we're trying to make sure that we're, despite the lack of more updated numbers, we've already made assumptions of so we've made the necessary adjustments. And thanks to you, increase the ceiling eligibility. Sulang.
Sulang Director Halbo, Senator Sungino, then Senator Mangsaw, then Senate Vice President. May questions?
Surat chere malungil litasil se Minister ka Umar, kakal Director sa Umar Chiefs. Kada ngarte del presentation ra mo mention ra tokol environmental statistics ora mo mention mas makasar adal muruli talurior so ay gigita ko ramilde emergency presentation ra ora umtasura gimurior ngil el altam lo bangela HRCTD el trial organized ng Palau National Youth Council Michael aldabe el ngarabalu. Le gegi daigel resources el ngara alsela community gid el dia utilize the organize el mosabed el gutmok la galurior. So we don't need to hire people. Agi mo mesrinyak mas malbeto ka grant sel may. E ogore sel may grant environment te tungul mura community e orti audo da community maradra blu atma gulle la audo do ma grant. E sel bol dry up pa grant el ora lenguk mo itaurior. If there's no continuity, ma sustainability, ra igel luru la igel. Nobody's only sell environment tawuk na collector sell grant. Din dia ka centralized tel data collection ra igel rogul grant met murbelaw. Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Environment. So everybody are working in their silos collecting data. E dia ka centralized tel capture igel rogul uriol mur al sela community. Sige lagi tral kora oxigil mutiam makarang adralil mo white tagi the centralized system mang awrere mal omorulernya you can actually go to the community loban trier other merutra and they train the community to own a tial project instead of somebody outside coming to dictate rasorir we give the project to the community so they have ownership to the project the most of it understand that their project and they own it, so I get data the collector, and then we channel them to the data we want to collect. Say kita kung tasang nagiran mo niya ungil organization between this office ma resource the human resource nga sila HRCT ma igal community. Because I already existing aldabe la obra itself bulungan niya aldabe ra igal rogul. Aldabe armas maruba kamar. Bigyan adma. Then dir ka katampo tong okle the trial capture nga igil already existing klisi eda tokora ath eda maximize sa the effort so akora di matirul daso lang we've been working with HRCT to try and really silk mo makarang channel all these things to a format tel sabi eda robang al palas el mural sila balu eda trainer adra balu mo owner tel instead of di all di about do mot move ek mural adra balu mo tiaw do malungil me bodra lim so it's good ang udaw del mortir a question ak mo they don't have any ownership to tim lo malmot mara matmokrang alim lang yaw do sila dry up funding, enguk mo ito sa project talablargi. Nobody captured it. Sige daw ko natin na sokal basing sulang.
Sula Senator malungil point. In fact, that's good news is it's actually being practiced at all time. There's a coral reef. In fact, a key partner ko Martel Endeavor, a coral reef, a MAFE. Directly related to the PAN fund. That collaboration, finally we can say there's still a lot more work that needs to be done and and make sure it's an increased awareness that I think that's going forward. Directly ensure that collection on a consistent basis.
Yeah, sulat point lang mention ng PAN fund. I think it's very important to see that program. Alis nga mal di focus sa tor environment ta maigil program rapan. Protected Areas Network. Hindi tiya nga mo environment. Ang ka-question nga mo. Oy nga nga kudukuk mamdas so igal aldabe. Maigal aldabe al sala bulu mo magrang adralya exactly same program rapan. Luguk mo ra adra igal bulu. Maigal aldabe ra igal bulu. Let's say human resource right there sa bedlo sparing utilizing but we're looking at environment maximize the environment ter adal ngarabulu apay ay ka aldabe mlani nila before environment aldabe rabulu is resources mura organization al sela bulu ending ko dia kal attach mura government to songgilel klisi ela abalu aldabe lagi klisi ela abalu to check and balance ng state government tik masay gal so mamar adra bulu magatmok lang dia kami ako dictate ra so mam di kami ko bukrong sa mam dia market check and balance tel bulu.
Senator Mangsal. Hindi ka nasal mo environment nga ba?
O hindi ako sulat, Chair. Direktor, hindi mo ito siya pick up parcel issue rahais tel household income survey. Hindi ka ngarang mletal gimlom sa minimum wage implementation lo sa kita base sa omsubel mlaringira 2014. Reality del ang malngot 2014. Mak direct so kalmutil emphasize ra importance ra olaba data lungil dairal mer kamamal sa amalomes el megra inform the decision especially tiagi del tokora minimum wage ma badengel gimle pasir ngi ngara house el ang ding kulingit lo sem sebel in the absence of that el ngari agora raw dairal sebel support taigal wase cost of living at other economic factors el sebel ngosu kamamra tiagi del decision making especially pertaining to minimum wage please el sebel obis rakal share egal information link I think we're at a critical stage el algire de lo mes lo se magara to sa aklay gay de tokora angarira other belo da kadin government ma private sector dire kadamdang la impact rin ma private sector so we have to be mindful of that. That's why I'm asking you for statistics as well support decision making ra ma'am sulang.
Senator Rudy, ma'am.
Sulagi, Madam Chair. Militasag si Minister Directors patalyon ako. Tiya question. Director, Komisadra, Bureau of Planning and Budget and Planning, which requires kundasyon base statistics maluban data. Di sel dolek sila ko saying jal budget tumlam kat mokra unreliable data. Manggulak mas ya annual budget tung base unreliable data ra blue belaw. Masum kong base sa numbers or kumi. Ratokra tax matokra ugaw. Sing base rang premise in the absence of reliable data.
Senator Gomeng, I don't believe I said unreliable. Maybe that context, it's all about improving. Try to fill data gaps. And the budget is based on available information that we have. And we believe there's sufficient information to make financial decisions at that time. I don't comment. Yeah, it's about current data, not unreliable data.
Actually, if I'm going to say terms and interpretation ra ade, makada tiyang open dialogue mga marsum unreliable based at 2014 and 2023 a difference at 9 years. Marsum budget to 2014 and there you have 9 years, almost a decade ra. Lutura egal budget. Kunda sing highlight ra urgency ra numbers. Obengir ablo belaw employees ra government tamal bato kay gagi dagal ase kom mamega allowance ra 75 cents and 60 cents. Sell domes sell 65 cents or $120 as you said. Sing arbitrary number atang lebay sangal data. How did you derive $120? More government employees. In the absence of private sector data kung malala government, say the question how did you derive or say the number? Aling nga budget, isel cover letter president, akmulo asal sumunda kalpasa budget, kung mamalas rin na compact trust fund, lumalo urtial across the world ang harira government workers. Siyempre isang data.
If I can help comment on this matter. So, we are struggling with the ability to obtain current data, and it's not as much a money problem as a people problem. So we are continuously trying to improve our system so that we can generate data and accurate data. So I think there is a tendency in our ministry to try to make sure we report as accurate as we can. And sometimes that means delays. So I mean, that's just the nature of the challenge that we face because the data is so important. But when it comes to policy initiatives like the minimum wage, like the increase for government pay scale across the board for all employees, those are based on several sets of information, not just one. So HIES is not necessarily informative when we're talking about appropriate pay. And some of that is policy. So the last time we adjusted the pay scale for government was 2015, and that was in law. So we cannot touch the pay scale unless we come back to the OEK and ask for your endorsement. So we do plan to do that, but first we need to study the pay scale. I've working with President Nakamura and talking about civil service improvements, you know, I know for a fact that the government's official policy was to compress the scale. So our pay scale is not as competitive with our peers like Guam or Hawaii. And that's why you see a lot of people leaving at those higher levels, because their pay is being suppressed. So those kind of analysis really rely on cost of living, which is the CPI, which we do collect and is fairly current. And it also, we look at the trends of especially in public sector, on how that has been growing, and it has not. If I do recall a meeting where we had the graduate school here, and they had issued a report, and I think we were on this side and that side, and then there was a presentation, a slide that was given that shows even though wages have been public wages have been controlled, they have not been growing as quickly. The real value of wages has been falling. So I mean that type of data is what we look at when we're making policy decisions. So we are for the increase in 75 cents per hour for each employee in the government. I think it's using that type of information that we're getting from economists, as well as looking at wage rates in our neighbors like Guam and Hawaii, the United States, which have all been increasing. I mean, minimum wages are way past. I think they're even increasing minimum wage for the U.S. federal government.
Minister?
So I think those are the data sets that we're using to determine how much money that we can. The other information is how much can we afford. Thank you.
Okay, Minister, if I heard you right, you say admit external data, not local data. If we say 75 cents,
Senator, I'll be happy to sit down here, but I think you come where the $60 came from, or is it issue? I have to clarify. Kamama, we collect the data. We methodology mal blakatak sergi moru legal uruk masih ngara methodology ngara igel ngal sangasel makaragi moru, so you can make the best decision that you can make out of legal data. It's not about our data. I stand by our data. Until $60, where we got that $60. That's something that we can talk about some more. We don't have enough time.
Director.
But here's generally what you can do. Average income is around $12,000. 10% at $12,000 is about $1,200. In the last year alone, end of September 30, CPI jumped to 10.3%. Up to March and 19%. Real incomes have been eroding because wages are so we can argue about the details and how much, but obviously just $60 is not enough to meet needs everyday household.
So Director, I think it's not about what's enough. The question was $60 based rawat. It's across the board from all tiers of the government. Ulmak mo mention say Director ko matangkon minister, maulbira ko ma other things. Kom akan volut ay galto kom mix up ay galto. Kom raise the government, it is on the same breath, on the same blow, kom sadra minimum wage. Our government majority or almost all of them, they can earn a minimum wage. So it's an unfair comparison in more other avenue, private sector. They can earn $60 or $75. That's what I meant. Mga kuning ito kami lang sa more budget and planning. Tiada kadil government employees. HIES sa mga sa private sector addresses mga other mga maradam sukar SS minimum magudi. Kami hindi nga tiang connected the numbers lang kami. Iwa approve $15 and mamangari rin maasam sukat $300 ramandra $15 water service fee. As opposed to seral correct $3 almost tumukor sa mga madra belaw electrical fee. I get the unresolved issues. Makulong up your budget and planning, maka Minister of Finance. So when you look at the numbers, like Madam Chair, put them all together, link them all together. Hindi akan sabila nga bitang al increase na rates na bitang. Kami mga bitang yung molde dito asim collect tax yung hara minimum wage sa government. Ling at the other block petial tax. It yang misleading ling. Sa moment sa tial projection ng yang ngayon sila PEWA, zero balance, zero budget ringira employees ma wages. If you look at the last wages, hindi sila over tial wages, maranda ka employees ringin. Hindi ka debate tactical express concerns because they're all interrelated, they're all related. Collect tax, collect nga adrablu. Raise a fee piwa, collect nga maas maruba rablu. Hindi sa raise a select budget, kaya aun makmuk mo siyang unreliable because it does not reflect the reality rablu. Maksaya kung ti position nga kalsuak state nga say, ako nito expand la budget and planning. Ma ministry ng government rablu rebela or bekla other rogu. Ya government tagay provide a service ma adrablu. That's my point. Kumsula. Sula chair.
Kumenge chair malik tiki mal musulang Senator Udim el pointed out. Mama direct malomral pase we believe we believe in the same thing as well. My God reports more rule. We've got quite a few economic reports as well as studies in Mamgat Mokol to that effect and Moktegarinya to help you make the best decision that you can make. Direct again, I'm not going to debate you and I'm not going to go for the say Tialigera government. This last point, I'll do mil sa ni mudora minimum wage tim nakan morbab. Okay.
Lang director election minimum wage sa mutuling rablu ak ngulo sa raise the government to force the government sector to raise a minimum wage. That's the argument for the minimum wage. Hindi kan ngradairan dilo and record again ta debate hindi ka ngatel kan seulo sikro leleng mong ilablu. Because if they stop further they're going to pull down the government. Sa for government to come tax sa adrablu. It's a vicious cycle. Mang ito, kasi kada adul di blatak, it's not personal, kada kaspasu, tralo siya, what's the best solution moving forward? Kumsulang.
If I can just add to Director Mangasal's comments, a lot of what's driving the need for us to address the issue of minimum wage and that different approach when it comes to government is a lot of this is driven externally. It was because of the pandemic and disruption in supply chains, and it was because of the Ukraine war, which is going to have many years consequence that we're going to have to be dealing with. So, I mean, we do recognize that we need to get current data as quickly as we can so we can inform policy decisions that need to be made to help improve everybody's daily lives here. And it affects everybody. May affect them differently, but just to point out that a lot of this is driven externally. I mean, we've had so much stability globally until very recently, and now we've got to play catch up. And it's not just one solution, it's several solutions, not just one data set, but several that we need to look at. So, I mean, it will require a lot of collaboration and working together to figure out what's the right thing to do and right thing for Palau, not just for islands. Thank you.
Senator Corte.
Sulang ya chair malungili tasil sira minister. Ngaria tri question awan amora minister imong tablong orga director. Minister maranya adaksal madinge budget. Aktio Mr. Sel authorized appropriating 570,790 difference ni. Kadilwa se kumkora holder ni until kada malmom tayo se kampak tamay malumenda. Did I hear you correct?
Yes. Right now we are not forecasting any increases in the later years at this point. There's just a lot we need to get certain on the future so we can project. I mean, we have some numbers, but we did not adjust the later numbers and focused on the current 2024 budget. So we do expect that those numbers will change, but we didn't take the initiative to change them on this exercise.
Sulang. So is the say you'll appropriate 5,446,198. Is that the number in the FAA? Because you're assured that it's going to come in?
Yes, we worked with an FAA plan that would assure us that we would be able to support the amount that we are requesting for appropriation.
Okay, so lang. Director, maldito question ano ya? Sel Bureau Budget and Planning. Sel planning kira lang lang. What does it do for the government?
For now, Senator, still planning, I guess, is a kind of a still planning, a part of still planning lang o misra gagidal monitor gagidal national development plans and strategies. Basically, kat wasi kat gidel gero mga otute. Still, why still part of budget process.
Sulang. Kaula ko kasi director akmle tal time kulura ministry ahead. Magidilo sa sector plans. Try to implement and malmaring lang as a government. And the other way, Blue South, when they have sectoral plans and then vessel administration MOMS align them maragel ko current tedimol erasing mga kadi ogel was natalugan ako previous hearing ning ko radi ulde was maybe that's not the most effective way to actually look at planning implementation and assessment and redevelopment of whatever it is that we're going after. Maybe there has to be a better way that we can actually implement the planning process, implementation, assessment, and regrouping and redirecting our issues. And maybe your bureau, maybe the bureau that when was the last time that the Ministry of Health actually submitted a sectoral plan like say help us monitor this implementing? Has there been a time? I'm sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot. No. Malungi la kung das hindi adil kami, maybe mlamo time el vote or say. Otherwise, we're just kredim bureaucrat first sell starting line. The other 150 yard and group may other mail change.
Sila Senator, malungi point kaya and thank you for pointing that out. In reality, I'm one of those people that said before, we have a lot of plans and strategies just on the shelf gathering dust. I was wrong. Yes, there are plans, but inconsistent or tutela. That should be the word used. They don't just sit on the shelf gathering dust. Did you know, a National Master Development Planner, cell matrix, recommendations, we've accomplished over 90%. I get infrastructure 100%. Well, not really. It's 90-some percent. No, it's almost. My point is this. Unfortunately, we haven't done a very good job of reporting to you. Plans. That's the reality. Hindi man rin niya, oftentimes, PDP lang. If you look at the summary, and they will go back and they will look at from economic development plan agad. Ito may adra at can member study for the promotion of economic development. They review the rogul mle milgat mo kasi EDP. And magugukrulia recommendations are tier. Agad mo ang gukrulia public sector investment program. Magad mo magad review agad rogul last agad EDP. A review agad masang milgat mo kaya marachayka recommendations kanya mirangay. Ngarige gat master plan. The reality is because we've never had enough local revenues appropriate. We've actually been relying on external and development assistance program. Sell the med report, and we've always been reporting appropriate. Not necessarily arangal teludo del mel do. Magida ko tumla utmok lapto ko nga plan serigid. Hindi dimla kaludo del bela dospe. Dimla local revenues. That's the reality. So I think going forward, yes, the system can still be improved. There needs to be a consistent, but the key there is the budget process. And it begins with you, Sel Mara, President Sel Rilia, economic Sel Soraringi. And it starts with you, Sel March, April session when you're supposed to be doing the performance review process. Sel eliminate the authorization process before because we were doing authorization April. And we got to July and we authorize and appropriate again. So the Moktegasel review process ra April was supposed to at least come to an understanding. Pomodong at masagigirel gere kana gimnagut makli. Masagi bo mo rula batse tergamamil May. Embargo komia. Akmasen diadak, maisay malibendiak. And then self-following il gimay. Segi the performance review. Ekom demand kung ngarge performance report tergamil. Kumya dilulo asya kung mamrula igana last year. Kom girel gere.
I understand, just for the record, na introduce ra la el trial separate tiger adra udo dak mulwa sendia. So just for the record. Ang yarong Minister, Director Akmadali Omal ko rin. Amal madali al sel Economic Development Master Plan 2020. Mal no Mr. Sel to held. So I know what's in there. I can tell you for sure it's not even close to 70%, let alone 60%. Of land implement. In fact, the direction I'm la take a detour. Ay gal toy including Esel Hospital, my all those other lang has to be in the planning as we go forward. It's not an impromptu kind of discussion. Akti o was part del Bureau of Budget and Planning. Tial planning el musado inguk tim sa de national plans and these sectoral plans ade hal ngalen momes. Or are you going to propose a secretary assessment and sectoral plans to make sure they actually implement the national vision and direction?
Yeah, Mr. Senator Malungin point. In fact, Trigegi does sectoral plans. Let's say we're talking about agriculture. At other agriculture, Trigegi that normally they would be the leader implementing the initiatives, the measures. So then they would report back. There is engagement. So right now, one of the things recent developmental, I think, there's a greater coordination and collaboration between the states. With the Chef 6 project, particularly the Cave Root SAP, I think that's one of the plans actually a state really was engaged. It's all, and then right now, Malmol develop self-planning capacity. So on the House side, the delegate October lang amsada siya del kora regional planning body at the state level that would work with the national government or at least make sure man siya gel lontrir other state malabay priorities gets addressed at the national level. We have all the elements of what can be an effective planning framework, except it's not clearly put together in a clearly in a more cohesive and readily understandable way. But we have all the elements and each are progressing. So the challenge of the Albangan how do we bring them all in? And I think it at the state level with the Cave Root SAP, F6, the developing a planning capacity, the annual performance which you're requiring, and it's good to see that they're finally starting to report more consistently. It's an opportunity for you to ask the questions that need to be asked of them. And it's a way for us to encourage and facilitate at the national level, particularly the Ministry of Finance and Moda Duurtir. So at the end, something that you can review or make a decision of are we going in the right direction or not.
So, Director, ng follow-up question Rudim and then Vice President Mario.
Sulang chair director ma minister sulang director malbrotak len sir raw direct review rek mulwa sa igang atolol budget ang sala annual budget awan na report to the brotak appropriation yawan na diwang rawan section wase or is conditions legal grants that's a lot of money mak direct lang ito minister ma director la say I got get the grants mara will affect the GDP. I go for surveillance mong graduate mong to the grants will get qualify. Mak direct lang ito la say maybe if you do the budget the minister ma director maybe you can do one in house and separate take out tablo mo clear picture of the belaw mo kultuk la level ra income or other belaw. Illegal external factors as you have admitted la say ka the development of the belaw external. Dim na ka other belaw mo nga legal do the outsiders. So, di balwa de dako dek masangal nga help permit. Muulan da ka report. Mang white say the municipal more committee 2019 committee system more government. ay kuk tim na internal amle grants. Din la kalba discussion all bin malibang ko national ko master plan na finance sa ko milgarang makarang. Maktual nito sa kam last state for example de la mafe 1.6 local 1.6 sa matching grant. Kadra law daw 100% double. Marunong ilmara la bulu uben dia kay two external factors. Kasi kung daw sing pura as aran eds malibang man mo volatile whether matumal at any time. Wait tell ko vide. Di kyusto hablu. Makunda sing ngaraw critical role of budget and planning. Direct plan for any emergency mo sto ay kal grant sing sto hablu. And tell un makmo sing mo unreliable. Tell budget basically hindi ngara one maybe 2/3 or maybe half. Linda ka report tamrag siya sing hablu belaw. So state to say makdonito say maybe find a better way to expand on it, more details. Malbor niya ako rawal ang plan moving forward, malbor secure the laboratory o sulang.
Senator Mario.
Tawal lang nga, so ang dababang po.
Saule, Vice Presidente. Ako te minister ako ng Asule Material Director ko te alal da kaswes. Ya mektili tiraw irak por te ontigil mo director. O misrar ba sa tarong ng arsay. Yang ngira magid lakay yung chief babauta taklas ang gagita elway. Tirga ngangal kala kuror maktuli seleng merti alda do minister. E wala mo niya to kol wasing kuradan dengi la elementary school. Por record. Au unum se kada kuror tirga gida exam por sem di so kaduli segid ma atam ma dil ngana blile. E mora kuror bol klonul. Ndia katel mo la elementary school. Ela kada mera to kora school director. Mulmula school at July 12. Será mandei August 14. Hindi kalbo instructional supplies, cleaning supplies. Era principal sila kung more mo ito say hindi kal open na PO. Hindi ka PO. Ak manulu ka mo mesa masumungan niya tili ekel PO ra school. Motobdi. Minister me kulngit mo pomrila kora kamantamen trakal murtirikal wasi sila PO ra school. Yung marail. Ila ka mo reglen dia kasi edel ngalageda priority ang tiang rang. Our future. How can this happen? Our future kita nga school dia ka supplies. What kind of a future is that? I ask you parents, may parents. Sang ko ra mo ablat sel mong itakra. Ay gal mo krol dadu. Era nalagada may malbasi. Emong itak na millions. Egitial, di ka supplies sa school. They are suffering. Tiamal ding lungo el marin kasi pamungil them rulay kan mungil. Era nalagada spare sulang.
Chairwoman, can I comment? I went to school outside of Palau, so you can't blame me. But we are, like you said, parents and brothers, sisters, sons, daughters, and we do use our head when it comes to these types of things. Most recently, we've been working very closely with the minister and his staff to make sure they have the money that they need to help educate the children. So you mentioned the cutoff time that we have for the national government. We do allow certain expenditures to be processed, but we try to discourage that because we want the departments to plan appropriately and make sure they have sufficient supplies to fund their operations or resource their operations. So, I mean, we do provide assistance both in terms of advising them on how to run their financial management as well as operations, and if necessary, we look for money to cover their needs. I remember when I first started with the Division of Budget and Management as a chief, our friend Chief Emil Ramarui used to run the school system, and he came in one day and he said, "Caleb, I'm going to close all of the schools." And I said, "Why?" He said, "We ran out of toilet paper." And I said, "Go and buy toilet paper, and I'll sign anything. Don't close the school." So we do use our head, but we try to encourage them to do better planning and not run out of toilet paper. I'm sure not just the students use toilet paper at the school. So, yeah, we do what we can, and that includes hospital, that includes education, Ministry of State, the police, public safety, but we also have to follow the rules. So we are constrained because we don't want to come for oversight in front of you for no good reason. So thank you for raising that, and I just want to let you know that we are mindful of the importance of some of these expenditures. Yeah.
Sulang Minister halil po Senate Vice President.
Absula, tial gamen nga ako ati kulubangin kating alak makwa di soka. Mutul bakal morngi direktor. Katakora tial household income expenditure study sing ko sing mumregara next year. Esel bledul tu ringi kasem ne 13,000 sing le musubro ingarang. 2014. Ondia kakura dioger segi delega segi iga direkal do rulul tuir omsub. Mela segi damle tuir segi do omsub etial bukka bladse terngil no ase household income tigelo income amora 20,000 seng ultuir omsub alubeng miligram morngi segi del 20,000. Ese al morngi segi del 20,000 emle increase ay gal household del tigelo income amle increase mo dilu ko ase mon amla mongara 1,000.
Sila no sel threshold say the income threshold del not 20,000 o se kukmle policy decision and raising in morbab andi ageli di sila household say gidem le say gidel wal sel study ul otil mo say kay gidel dalong oklam ta rasul may kay gidang sun morngi o agedim lakal chan dim lakal chain sa mama gidalilut tel edra kudum marak mas maybe ngani tigel 10% tel wal wara borderline makataw ko hedem le include ringi matirgegi del wal blel nga border ma tigay del los pe anges so tegi dam lo le basis sa gidel tegi del nges moruri hindi lang kom dilutel longos akli liga mangbay man na mo mangan mo to ka oblire
na mo to qualifier tegi the program hindi na kal studying olbila amle setring say matel omsubon direkal mo otil wasetel gil makli olbil ngarba balu bengara asel level kita kira dengan ngaringnya lu bengdir ngario. Apa sih itu soal tidak kamsa.
Why say?
Aku lagi motot Miguel dilu kuartel wase ko igomral mot mok legal plans implement hindi reporting ako na sa segi di ang songs. Eko man padire kal mal madul ngariu ngaril tel governmental sel report tel magi dire kal mai sa igal wase kita girel kirai kai kita plan sel plan implement mga nama mereka. Sulang.
Sulang direktor, kung siya olbira lula kiren mamdang liya poverty line. Sa gidal poverty line, adi ako dang lilwasing ngargiri lang. And I know one time, kung hindi ako nangyak masing la UNDP, ari rali census, emle identifier was 25% ra population agit ang under a poverty line. What we need to agiret ang mamdangaliya say a poverty line ng telal income a poverty line leng la change sa cost of living. I mean anggel adra food service ra MOE mletang ek masay $25 am lera la 50 pounds al bras ilang la mo $50 sa 50 pound al bras aktiral marakwam ra last week Tedre kalo ay sila kalo siya ara labra sa mne $24 sa 50 pounds ilang mla mo $50 di kalo salwa sing maral morio so ngira dal set a poverty line and make sure that regal adal nga yung nila poverty line we do something to assist them hindi kal sa edal di opes certir and I know we have the tax refund ma baby assistance but maybe hindi kal enough and we cannot make that decision ala ka high sa malubeng other study set the poverty line yaw ay sargid rasen tela nga population argid nga ngil sige the poverty line mang sige daw ul magidi agimle o meser sel 2014 highs ndim la clear was nga poverty line ngora fluctuate between 13 and 15 and as the inflation goes on between 2014 and may lang igi ulme sertir ringil was set 15 maybe it's safe. Di lagi telome sa set ringil 20,000 eng 20% ra population na ang nga yung mila property line na suman 20,000. So we need to set ringi most of mental health for arbitral app. And that's what we're here for. You know, kami ang lorut tra government, hindi ka mga tanglong tera other belaw. We need to see yagay gidal umorulungi lurior, pol nga ringi artael, pol nga ringi impact ringi el murar other belaw. So that's what we're asking for a poverty line. Atang minister sulang. Okay, hindi mo nga Senator Basilius ikata mubal mura a Bureau of Treasury.
So lang chere malungin leitasil sa minister ka mga direktor nga ka aktirekal tiaksal mal financially inclined. Hindi so akal timo oger tial ger mal timo makateklaw to swegel ki korang rabat tial budget. Kada masaw tial $60 increase. Sell increase ng alkom kung laseng mledabo law ulm lo $60. Is that correct? Hindi mla? Oh. Okay, alaman next year. Oh, okay. So sell $60 and sa ito lomes ringil waseng lengan na budget tadik mo laseng increase. Hindi kal do minimum wage increase. So matya lomes ringing isira kola. Sa ito mutya kola. Aldi mo ra supplement. Subsidized by revenue.
I guess you can call it a COLA, but it's meant to be a permanent increase in the wage scale for the government per employee. So it's not necessarily a COLA in that strict definition, if you want to use that term. So, I mean, basically the purpose is to help people with their daily expenses as well as encourage people to stay in the government, as we are losing a lot of staff almost every week.
Okay, so basically tial inflation na ulm kamulangas at tial increase, right? So mundiak lultur tial tutulwaseng pay scale level. It's just kut team le decision laseng katulangas ringiling malklo inflation na after COVID. So is that correct? Okay. Hindi ang mamlamawin lang ito siya kakmlakli raw ito siya say. Thank you.
Masulang damumal mara Director ng Bureau of Treasury. Sulang.
Malungil swelbe Treasury ako na di kaya kada ba presentation ringi. Clear sel report ra mamal one page back to back ya ko ra say ba budget terigid. Maoma Mr. Sel Bureau of National Treasury by law Treasury collect rogul revenues e disperse rogul expenditures. Marogul ludo da girel metmura Treasury et to badrogi wala. Aigel gora core business process at Treasury provide accounting reports sa executive branch, maintain accounting records ma bank accounts, rogul revenues and disbursements, assets and liabilities sa ROP, procure goods and supplies, manage grants and reporting. Podome sa aigel position at Treasury we have 38 nga ma'am, 4 vacant. Sel accounts payable clerk amla mo 2 years open hindi kar adal me apply ada di met teligi be mrail sel dokora mo swadal mo mga su certain malartir et kairiri del mo of island segi da budget ngar engel sel budget summary segi del appropriated 1.066 semlo appropriation at 2024 mo mesra budget 23 mle 930,000 agi ngilas ra about 136,936. Semal di cover selul kornya minister segi del increment ma about 10 to 12% ra inflation. Ul mangilas budget ra treasury. Mo Mr. Sel chart tel nga right side ay gigi dia performance measures ra national treasury. may tik nila lo angal just for your information alwaseng ko rawang arang aging process how much al RQ ma receipts at process sa treasury. Elat tagi tagel kukura challenges ra treasury da el al time. Segi del current ra annual audits, state government audits, roll out ra municipal marukul ministries maygal agencies serigid. Segi the recruitment and retention el kulukoring ikmumal ko na moklol problem ra government. Great accomplishment serigid FY 2020 audit takol ma 12 emle unmodified opinion edim laka qualifications. So siya ko ra malungil al aisal merigid hindi problem makadamal ko behind. El ay del medium term goals serigid ma initiative el mention na minister akadimot taligi bel elaborate. So several outra munis agim la train ay garokul ministries except for HRCTV scheduled mo training ra el al August. Installation ra FMIS ra igal ministries ay del 3 amade el diragim installer tir. Agim la train and din diragim pom install magioryo ko ma ISS el mo installer direct kalil al month. MOJ, MOS, MAMAFE. Roll out ra REQ requisitions sa online budgeting. So mamal mo roll out rin na 2024. So mapapol familiar reporting tirigal ministries and then full start till enter RQs. Ilakad mo still single audit, state government audits. Segi det kulo ko rin ilwas nga rin ako problem rin behind the single audit because of our external auditors amal makasay. Kung alam namin sa Deloitte amla modyak, iway amla ngwa Deloitte. Before prior years, iway adya kalbida audit rebelaw. Hindi Deloitte magliari. Magliari malgagarel firm. Masablo oil ang maya igal state government, sa maluwing igal component units, amora magliari. Ya Deloitte tablo olong ora ROP, leng trigay kita wal wasab aril handle ROP. Hindi al digya Deloitte lang mora iway. Esel contractor kita FY 21 na ulbanggala Deloitte. Edim lakal moyu lal mora iway. So opinion na AG adilo kama mungira malmutro to the RFP. So el al time RFP ra FY 21 na marail. Kama mauryo lamang gala OPA trial lore del finish sa igal audit mang sabi del mo current. Leng amal na mo affect igal grant serigi del wasing mail the audit serigi they need the audit reports. So we are trying to do the best we can and catch up. Igal state audits serigi del while nga song sa tigal auditors. So FY 16 and 17 olbi lang ilaw do del mum sa finance, Ministry of Finance, el mo trial complete igal audits. Magi uluryo lamang gala Public Auditor's Office without igal state governments. Core state ma-IRA yadim letir el longoral audit certir mang self-fund awal dilura igal 14 states. Sel domester se FY 16 and 17 igal pending ang artmaw mapeliliw el magyari amrul ngaram lang uya Deloitte. Ya FY 18-19 ay kem la mo mare kaditri. Hatohobe sonsorol el magliari mirul mangarar del Deloitte. El ay garokuy el state telongora ala Deloitte 7 states. Away al blalbol void a contractor ngiling la mo da ka Deloitte. So el ang agiu koro lamanggala public auditor lo siguro center nga nga sabihin mo complete igal el state governments. Ang maral dia kar external auditor sa rigid. Ilagi mo sila internal audit unit. So sa igid ako am leswadal mo start teringi yung self-PFAM ra IMF amle rule assessment rigida last year. Iawan ra ko ramle report tira wase we need an internal audit unit. Igal grants sa UNDP directly request the internal audit. Wase nga ramanda ka internal audit ra kami. So Ministry of Finance samla mo sorry el starter tegi del internal audit magi oryo lamang gela pifta kama Marshall Islands adir gamle create the internal audit officer tier. So we're trying to work with them el waseng tamil garang al start and how can we follow suit. Sel debt management system sa gidawan rabe esel gora initiative gi morula ringi ma el al time agi dir gomes sa gi the Commonwealth Meridional System el motray el malaringi el mo o marura gi dir omes ta gi rogul debt ma investments ra blue belang and say gida ako report sa treasury ani questions
Sulang director ngile halo di kumul ko ra ask a question gila legal state government audit. Kung suma mo oversight ay state government ting di katal report tir mang makarado kira question tirakal na ome sa FY 2016 ma FY 2017 audited financial statements la receive a public auditor ang waya dil statement revenue ma expenditures hindi kalsyo any assets mang malsom loliter sim at least them la current assets lakal dil lagi mo tingel wasing ngarngia aududil kyas ngarngia angarang tertir because that would be misleading to us when we do the appropriation for the state government. Mang at least ayel FY 2018 na 2019 aldi ka kabol mereka auditor ngi agi kami talmutal mobid please make sure ang ngi current assets listed tel financial report tira kalmal bato ka findings ending mal makatatang mang we're concerned dahil basing ngaringiya bebila koramal serious findings ding there's nothing we can do later other than say kuk namrail so we're perpetuating a problem also kumanda kadarulay a report mang ako kel base is there an alternative lo mesang el giril submit a report tir what can we do instead of mangila audit that's ay kam lamot 7 years 8 years later lamot kal ako agiti ka local wasay more tringi taludo dal tongoy tringil audit tay kal 6-8 years ago ngani ng tutalel
kalebo gula sa malen sa railangi maral maring lada start track current de adarelia prior maul matukor adim lomrur sel revenue and expenditure adit tam literal lo re ringil me current mapodoru ra real financial audit ra currenting elis tengaring igel financial data ra a prior el sabadir lo spe emru ra current di bigo sa tegi del daka external auditor se lakaduk namo albang la ringil problem wasa kadmo sigar ngarangal me meru ra igal audit ra state ya OPA ya while blaring isegi del program ertilo legal state government sa lol nga ser tirel mrura SOP tir and then bring up financial system ertirel el mo sabe el report tay kay gidel financial assets mo include the financial assets le el ang state tawal di los pe a QuickBooks e mal di revenues and expenditures hindi ka balance sheet accounts ertir so OPA atral help ertirel waseng bol sabe el record tay kay gidel royal el financial data al gire de lomes
Aki askalo sel sumong mornya kung consider internal audit or please include the state government make sure they submit a financial report every year because kung nim kare budget 13 di lang telo mes man namo maklo mang namo concern to us lelbo senator with
Alak mo tememes nga wak timlam dali. Sula. Director Actorial Concerner Cell recent happening in our region in regards to accounting providers. Kita will matingel mas NST niya nga na by outra Deloitte and Touche region. So the question is, kung na put out RFP and hoping that Ernest & Young will bid. If they don't, what are you gonna do? Set pikir niya, kaya grant cultura audit. And we need a big firm like Ernest & Young or KPMG or whoever at that level. And kasi nangaray kan mkikaril audit national government. Manya ngarakura plan B al skumang kura mo ay say.
Madam Sulang I game la reach out to Ernst & Young, but they are going to submit their proposal. So agi ko rat taligi na swabler say, but then we're hoping alwasa adot of the RFP tangaring yan multiple other firms that show a interest. Mo sabi edel ko consider it. Yung dakal sabi edel mal di wilay ra a iway takangod yeah.
Albo Senator Sangabaw and then Senator Mario.
Ngora sa lechera ko algok tira kalul geray ay dalo sisul poset ya selguk salgora man namo ngara 7 years kangin ngania statute of limitation ma hidel isun di pay verek na mo ba na oger akora om da suringe minister ko setya grant tiang ko sa sa state block grant mga raman dia kam dispersing ilwaigal grant sel mom report mawa UNDP mga manage at taludaw dispersing il mara state as quarterly report siya disperse daw dil wapan fund sel tawa daw dil mara apan program kadukara matakten berurungi ngaway kakamoger kami kama esen mer olbil no akum da sengira dal mo omes ringi mo ay say letya dia kal unless it tirka mo part tel budget process el partra mo single audit at tamut makalabong kami our ministry report at taludo di sum ko dol tob dringil ngar segit ako lingit tamal bora pay pa ka tritingil grant mamrula ulay gal grant edo por segit let tirka dira kal guk ngariaw dudir lola el guk separate revenue tir e ge guk lola lududir mteditin masahod.
Yes, thank you, Senator, and I agree with you. These are grants, but you know, if you remember. Many years ago, the grants were restricted. Only so much for operations, so much had to go to CIP. We were able to manage based on those simple instructions. But since then, we've removed the rules, and it just says the states get this amount of money. The only thing I think we do when we're supervising is make sure that they have a budget that recognizes that money.
With that, the restrictions. Let tell you da pan fund the self the Miguel pan coordinator. So tadi mo lusil ko sa gimlo patrol telang magimlo mo karang lusil make. So it's simple as that. List ng ngaringa a report legal expenditures. O simula telam lo alu telam lo ngarang ko submit ring quarterly. For now, dong ilay lagi dalang dire kalmal minila dong okert. And I'll move on from this subject and neswa kaloger a director kasi would it cost more for you? Alsum kama selguk kamolar sel admin fee for money in the millions compared to thousands. What's administration cost? What are we charging? 10%, 15%?
Indirect cost the applying ang currently 7.3, 7.8%.
So malsukum kada masadra nga $200 million. There's $14 million. Where's that money going?
So elang gal indirect cost takmal di mo gal federal grants hindi kal para ika royal grants mesaygi el indirect cost gal federal grants saygi da do pangal
no I'm aware ko saygi wa grants wa chef 5 chef 6 mo kom dire kan malay hindi kal kangir kamil charge I think hindi akom da sengungil because I got take on at temi director kauma kamil terol directors. We should make it a government policy. Charge a 20% trigal grant. El temil o you as a minister magadiregal mo mangiredal nguteng emerald charge a true cost. And we should also make it a policy kwasi al sukum gukmal gegrelu do. Let's not go le sel temil mo review tiang me 18 mo review tial as a like you need a legal director mo sa kum da sige gal temi amal valuable mga kaun makasingire mo charge appropriately mo. Ako mumis te kulngit te minister po mumis singila I noticed coming from igal gukne over igal NGOs they do charge like 20% and they wouldn't even take a grant lower than $1 million because it'll just cost too much for organization our grant specialists our lawyers and mo review mo I think mo gire dal yalba why sige din kasi mo relo bangela PCS mo relo bangela ngarang klel igal magigarel ko ra ngarngil o lo office ngar belaw and to do the same thing that actually benefit our other velo. Makwadyo on ngontig ebo mo mesringil sparter sa igidal. Dim na gaygide sulang chair.
Sulang halbo Vice President Mario.
Diyan, dire kalukam netat sa kuram ne soka sa balik kuram no salwasing. Tiam katit temal moringi di maral morbap. Un makasagalel kurang haringi adagat makil mo sa pedal ko at least el kuram mo tilgibil meritra iga malakatil loral morbap ko di dia ka ngilom sotel. Ikaw amil sa atin nga trata may kasi ang ramong hindi rin kalsel nga niya findings sa audit. Ito rin daw until it address ay gigidal findings sa merko yung may lalta maktira kalo ako maselol ko niya sa kaba kumta sa seglel di rin nga but sa law requirement nga niya reporting al mergami raw iral dispur sa ududir. Musagidal ko atalgib mo niya some kind of controller tiya ludo lakal ko asetya free manil di lulabat sa trigger di malaringil neng ako na sige dal ngil ko ra mo ka ngil ng multo agulto ko mil dire mas pilgut makli sige dal swedal mo ko ra niya controller gid tiya ludo dalen se guma amda sira 2012 ngel 3 million 3.8 million na black rand el altaming 11 million at tial batet dal bang ngil sa igidal may labla ng sa kumarta ida ul maktira kal namin sa si tiya kalil ko sa pedal ko ra telgibel ko ra ang mabure kal ngulo lo ya bure ka telgibel ko ra mo controller ngi malakal salmal ko ra lela ka mo mes ay gero kul services sa governmental provide national government ngarang provide state government ako sa igigita gida del momes sa setial klungel audo del moray ka state maral ngarnya alga suir raigal belu alu bekalel kora kukti tirgel adal involved government benefit tel belu laka moringim qadit mo gay gide dire ko kay nga sew mal spedel mo kay mal sum kora ngarinya spedel ko al requirement ngi e podre lira la mo vol takal mol tirak nga igal state sulang
albo Senator Rudima.
Sulang Madam Chair malunita silse minister ora kumule director kasa kasmira amarandak ngasel kugra ge questions liga statistics man numbers is not to disrespect the methodology komiu agagi da blaldo nga agel agagi da basis agagi da kulgoira generally mulgor unreliability because of malata report I got required by law mo affect the future of lurbelau lulukor nga Vice President Mario malmuta ga liga state may gal bebi ra budget mo to kumaptol ge komin me sirabi ra komin budget ngaring sa kukuan na section da kalolo tegan numbers sometimes ko dumla admit sometimes people are beholden to the politics kat politics is expensive magi mo ring training ka minister ma director of budget and planning sa sego mo songo ba igang demand accountability le sera seguido mo logor ngi gel teligara gi mo to da udo del mar auditor it's because auditor dim na provide the reports require that olvira kululaw sera gi mo to da udo del mar auditor so basically wal unconstitutional mo ibang dakal man to kalen dakal ngal alun sirabi at states el gami wa amlo urtir basically so mil cover up pa already mse akunita sem nuton mesase de sig marangnya gidan ngal OPA gidan mula ngal alel yam de request mo OPA ko if it's inauditable dak so mil audit training engel siya di half a page of paper mal hindi one fourth ba wir was it tiada samal audit training terman labuk sering that in itself is a finding ya akum daswe aku kerto am sa akra budget planning la say ang sometimes ang agal outside agal external forces sa ukti sa domestic affect talaga numbers miservo mo mes rabing tel budget let's be honest ang akum daswe ada karo tira ka national policies man national priorities sa development infrastructure marogoy tiak doringi yamora a work fair with all due respect to marbeklad maram tar sa beklad ninda ka dira adra government to trogul ngarinya adal kung doon nga swel ngi mav ila dual income struggle al time maktoling ito sa ontiga sa kailangan talo mesay hindi ka audit na mo 3 years mal is unacceptable we're being backed into a corner it's para collapse because hindi ka accountability they saw race say gid say please mo to waya piwa ma PPUC tang vice president chairman da IPUT la senator olito sem sorot tel aralafi itedul asem pomosubol tirakralla Ako ni terkamil adra bache tuma adra minister se kaku comfort sa egal baby la receive recipient regal udo dasi kaku pomultira kralu accountability in the absence of auditors. And then ako pila politics man mo ubelmet kay maguk gimbrep taging mas and that's up to our politics sa sigim karang. Sida unti ka mga kumsulang.
Direktor ngi lamang mal ngarang rele malgire legal audit. Le lang damral gura behind legal audits. Ngarang ngarale malgire, do we ask you or agi ask ra public auditor? Ngarang gura mal responsibility ra ka.
So, kumama treasury, kumama wala pa role documents. So, adit mira kamame emrura ready. So, sige del kumama provide the documents al auditor sa OMS. Mga mamamla ready, di mingi lang gura auditors mang wayal out of our hands. Ela ka di mingi la or sel RFP mo get awarded at the start.
Okay, halak lutar expand the question nga maigel expenditure ma revenue ra state kung di nakalola ma record ngi sab ile ko audit ay record.
Nga di miluan national state government sa ditir lola ba record certir mang sellable adit certir at mura obi certir mura state government dahil pera kamam di all top their sell black grant mang tuwok ti submit ra budget tel May and then el waseng tau spare tel black grant e kamama otobedi aududir quarterly ele seguida kuktik klisi elala almira kamam
Man di kang process sa payroll or tir ma pay procurement request tir.
Detail payroll ra most tra states aging process that ni ask mga kamama process di color state ma sonsorol and IRI adya detail process ya rest tra state ang rakamam and the procurement process tira di tiro longaral why said so mang earmark di luluasing national ang raring and then ang kamama ang but other than that, tagal brakwanta di mga state.
Okay, matigita kanigal girel tel state block grant
Yes.
al fiscal 2024 am leklo increase ringi. Agil increase ringi le base regel payroll records al finance olab or in payroll recorder tire minister.
Oo, so ikakma maula ba gid payroll records gid ertir mang sige dal increment sige da wayal cover state dal direct may gigi dal record sa wa dulla be increase ra black grant 30.
Okay, agi request lo se sab emal provider sige dal record dal mer mam basing telang state employees at tela total payroll tir mig sab amal chika igel budget 30. Okay, mal masawla.
Igel gimola pa gibom send.
Alright, sulang. Sa paamal mayro ay ngarang?
Ay kidi mo ra obise o send ang ngaringil available.
Okay, agi so malo budget hearing labang kila state ra next week, so we'll really appreciate.
Yeah, we'll send them today.
Oh, okay. Sulang. Di ka nga question or can we move on and mora next? Okay, ila ka mora Bureau of Revenue and Taxation. Oh, I hope it kalsal mo mga director. Sulang.
Sit chairman di kuling tadi kim Rose Isle booklet. Hindi kal informational related mga budget nandi one initiative some of the kung di kal atom to rirat.
Okay, break ang cool 5 minutes.
Sulang.
Number 4, Bureau of Revenue and Taxation. Director Iketa. Kamo mo representation or ka.
Okay. Malungil litasil san mga chair atang kal president sa Senate ma vice ma Rebecca members ngartire lang mal masawrat ti al kaporo wasit tel adi mokdep nanti ka mal di kura di mleswa kal tial presentation na BRT hindi neswa kal kura di briefly the mesa treteler organization masel kuk effect tial budget increase kura hindi na kumda sense edel open na question al sumo mga ngi so kal di sel mission na BRT awasing maximize revenue collection and meet neither other below akplolo maklat karsel wasi sel tabora sel ngara buai idong adu sel ngara officer tau tau rior idong alek taigel girir adal haraul fair share en girir del qodblolo maklat kal wasi ngariyaw ul magda kalek taigang mong girir del giblol ding mam dir kal maklat kal wasi auriol to ringyang ngariya rally ma tiya ulong del delibera service government ul magdol nga sir tirgel el mal nga sol dirikal yo mesel wasay yo spare tial el mlorngia RPPL 1111 ma reform dirikal wasay makarad relia organization ergidra a revenue tax al dirikal modern al sebel al kuk mitaigel ngar alil al besel kuk system ra tax. So, amda sa minister na tulgibil tatsel wasay ne terung arvegan tel chief positions le ngarinya fraud division ngarinya terul chief sel blada recruiter tir a total ra disir adlaw rabi artir al sil sa 23 sel organization ngam le set up ngarinya taxpayer service processing audit and compliance ma audit and returns dirikal ngarinya tirgegi del exempt el taxpayer specialist ma audit and return specialist dirikal bleda create el position el guk wada implement agel BSL division o si sultam dirikal lo guk instrumental rangal lo tutela reform agel di kora mal high level el summary process el dorura BRT of course the register taxpayer kada mala assessment kada assess mala filing kada dirikal guk comments agel la lengalak ratemel girel hadir kal hara girel guk domesel wasim rat collect liability ma det en dirikal administer refunds igi tial RPPL 1111 na dirikal kuratel gibil gillongi av rather say wasim mornya extra refund el bodorungi el domesel ngarnya 24 revenue types basically el administer VRT el diratil tax ma fees bebila kura ulda kal bebila kuk kakayak la hindi oray gigidel 24 ya 7 ringia ulya ulbangel RPPL 1111 pas mang nganya wal BSL 7 dadung taxes mawan el segidel business license fee sel extra 100 tala and then domestic service population trigel blood engaged BRT total employers of domestic right under 2000 total taxpayers conducta business ang 1,366 and the total business trigil ka idisel business license issue ang 2,500 sel domestic sel population or taxpayers en sel dudun taxpayers melgorangal adal loro shiobay malubang corporation malubang partnership sel dilung 1,366 el total el alsil silultur ti alves la ma será de implement at 282 tiral chisra PTSD and this at 282 echer and then trigegi del 282 taxpayers AO business akme del nga 900 el business so and then esel ngarinya gross revenue tax se trigel malmol nga CRT bulak mo trigel malmol nga 15 mo 300,000 a 472 trigel el bay direct el morsel di harar 100 tala kado ko mo ngilan mo del by clor tiral taxpayer sam nor say gidio so the low ay selo asing ngar direct el melmol melmel mal mleungil me harar 4% o sendiak kado bay Mr. Conse emel mora so kal direct el other sel mission ravi artil was all the only sel mission was not a penny less not a penny more ling diakal girem harar sel diakal girem harar sel ngasong sel girem harar ngi madiakal girem harar aklor sel girem harar ngi botrigel ngani trigel blad be stober tire wasay kabayo Mr. Revenue rom expectation ing by se bedel tigolo mesal tsukum ka expect el diam pasara 50,000 ing semel mortial additional business license fee trigel dudung presumptive tax rate igor o Mr. Gaul performance sum ka grow ka dotungara nexel threshold and hindi ka sa dalawa isel wasay alsir trigel nga PTSD 122 lem plus trigel ko tungarbaw el foreign investors 2013 100 locally incorporated locally owned business masukara more than 300,000. So misra threshold only in 122 taxpayers. Hindi kita madilo asisel partra tirigel mlay required at tirigel holder a foreign investment certificate. Nganya 130 di kal ritra threshold based ra historical revenue tir. Hindi tirigel because ito la certificate etam la soispo. Nganya of course agel 3 state-owned enterprise mga alsel. And then ngordiri kalo ay selo asi 27 taxpayers diri kal mlay o mese volunteer tmra PGST. Tuk mil sa benefit ringi eso hispo. Akti sel seguid el budget increase awagel diri kal lamdong el waseng mogaber ngegi del salary increase egida omesa egid el cook initiative el sabed el lo three partners diri kal wasay tial reform especially tial reform adol tawterngi amle diri kal ngarian support ra partners sergid ra IDB ma tax office ra Australia ma diri kal Taiwan ma diri kal do malmol loban tri o siga te ala diri kal ay gel qora tel give long term solution ata bod da kal lawyer wasing magrasab edel achieve ay gay makti seguid el budget increase ang mogaber salary. And then kung sa lak we diri nga niya gigid fixed cost adjustment nga niya el mogaber. And then diri kal visual share lo say at 2024 kada tilgibel akol mulgol lo say kada tilgibel magi gogid lo askrura tax system. Kita presidenta Senate sila last year kad man ne wasay kada mo support ra adel transition. Kada mo ol nga sera anti ka tore lo mal sa madre dore ng albus e mesa adlo asing ngarang ospering ngra ulman di kalsep elo tuti med do riolo bangel el transition ringil morabes el system endi kardiri ka lo mes lo asay ay gidu ko na mo yat sesel boy el blada dol tautor tel besel tax e kada ko na mo den tri lo asay ngarinya mo compliant ngarinya dir ko spang eso ngarinya asibil compliant la dia los peanges hindi na compliant makdo lang at mang abebira kura high risk ra kuk revenue elwasi na mo gina ko tulmuto tau kuk bebira verification checks el digal kada approach ringil supportive and dingel kada digal normal melwasi PRT adel intentionally hindi kal comply of course ngarinya enforcement action ng morning. Ba kita diri kal man no to ka activities kita outreach at 23 because tel reform alak alwid ka diri lak me del 75 el 1-to-1 consultation ma mo over 50 workshop ma kakarosel press release announcement kung kada malmal marsay seguida kung do misringing by got to close dong urgid compliance a volunteer compliance agiri ra adal understand del wasay ngara giri kal rolil moratak sengrang ra elek makadamo malmal maigay adiri kal minister amlo highlight ra kuspele del build the capacity ra audit kita moltaw tra business profits tax direct ma PTSD triple require ako set ra skills sa mga capacity abo do mes audit makadawro ra gigi lo siga tele la training ma akom dasing adi gigi di nga kabay sa edel open more question.
Okay, Director ka malmasulang ra ngil presentation ra kaw. Kura maldi kalsal klo increase ra budget ra kaw. So I hoping we have enough workforce and fully implement o tutiti lagi dal kuram le vision ra kaw. Magiging sa mga vlogger base mang gorawang ra collection compared to GRT.
So umdas sila PGST sel kita madilo sa PGST able the relil monthly collection mang mamre ka man de nganya authorities kal file harar sel nomre kal builo sir ko komisar impactor sir cash flow and sel expect the wasi cash flow de quarterly monthly Masagida ko nga niya sagida mareedal comparison sa edul mesang ima GRT. Sisilta metrigigidel kada domesel wasay ilang mlamo medel 1,600 tel filing sa blood receive gida tel mil sa sel third quarter report revenue mle 11 million na PGST and digital 11 million 7 million ringi chera mga imports ya 3 million ringi ablel file pera PRT segida mareedal comparison ra GRT PGST mar GRT 7 million na import at collector nga import what marangi sel 7 million na alharang credit input ko may file gida release calculation at harar sel net masel 7 million al collector nga customs ra brother el import 3 million agel pel monthly file haraw sige da collector nga BRT well oy wala in 3 sel 7 million
Set pengil cash rapport.
why sel bot haratak sa report
Sel 3 million ang direkal PGST hindi kal GRT.
why sel PGST sel nga import makaharaw ra customs and then may sumukotra nga sel charge ringi and the sel net sige gidin may harar ngi blal collector ngi sige del hindi nga ako kal import nga ako service mang
Kalal mo nga, Vice President Mario.
Undi ka kuradyo ka din ako kam notas sa igel refund. Ya MPI amnar ter eli mal to kaigel project fund government tiril contractor sa kuram mal to kaigel refund ra igel construction ma. Kuadyo gelo sa igeng mlo ang tele refund ra igel Ludo dul mora igel el contractor sa tiramro legal government project.
So ngakaroon sa la ada sa el ngwa refund part ng regular PGST collection ma payment blola tsuma especially construction construction na salwa astawang al mara inventory me open astora vet kalsilse ngar adlom ara inventory vet kalsilse construction al babil el alman det yorio next month det bile mangangisel delay igida ngara la awasi a credit sel busum ka me file problem harangi problem collector ngi smade lsm level offset and the after 2 months diga kam offset ga sabemel refunder say so ngarinya tel ngarinya contractor amlo ha klo import ngi palubeng ngarinya klo input expense ngi diga kal charge imlamgi imlamo sabel refunder ngi mle apply refund the review mesa asel refund and then asel usually sel for next month them all charge ko collect en atso mong all wai seng wa sel PGST la collect ngil me mangwai gel blel input amol charge adri kaltara ngani gel egal of course egal regular exemption or diplomats ma assistance Agi la awasay the exempt ra import and this el alwa diplomat sel nganya domestic purchases tir engiril me file kada ya PRT refunder tir. Sigida how that's how we treat the exemption al chelavlu man dia kada dul tuira shoba el madrid el wasent agirel hara PGST adia.
Okay, Director Hamsulang. Agi omisaptial FY 2024 funds availability analysis ing kora wayal dulwa say provisional ra at 2023 mo reach ra 13 million in the cell projection ra FY 2024 wayal bol 13.4 million a PGST ma BPT ma 1.6 million GRT that means in korat talgib mo abo to kampay na kay gid el PS el tax en wel talgib el ngarba para asel business grocery tax el ngamle before gida mle mera tel PS el tax gid el revenue neutral mang agi ko okay mula sa sel po the pay ay tax refunding mo revenue neutral or ang como mestral mutal ngarba bangora bangaranga sa el projection ra tax ay kisa director mang sawal marura budget mang sa el gora di mas kama ma picture sa igiteng
dia di ural lagi kan mo lingitra director mang sawal di kal uk ngasel laklol project akmal di historical based collection diak assume mangidil economic condition sama projected economic performance hindi tidak al milsang alwase sira before domulo ikada even melang sa alwase nganya uncertainty lega mararnya wise gross collection yang arigel bod refund salary tax makadmal ngania bod refund ringi maigal pitch estim ngania regular refunds ma tidak dolil wase profits tax magcloring ilang uncertain alwase intilarnya bod refunding dia ka historical information na margins ra adal dolab mandia kasi idol estimate Cordelia kalau mes ra performance ra PGST ra kotol egel kotol edel buila ikduk ne project el base ra egel base ra egel month ikuk mlanya projection sergid ado mes ringin dire kalmla la kuk mla shift langarnya leng BSL ngot ngatengir ra mangarnya everything is not normal yet magda kuram le base sergid baktiril Director mayo.
Sula director. Chair ngoy say right agi the community sa report ra ayon ra June mang the numbers ra FAA ma projection of course mal in fact kung kadabay sa calculation at timing again numbers ra 24 yan nga FAA seems rather conservative and it is. And here's the reason why. Director, there's still a lot of uncertainty surrounding our telegang. For example, we're projecting mo 6 million revenues for the refund between the salaries and wages, tele tuition or pay, domestic purchases, diplomatic young, tele BPT. We're estimating it can be that much. We don't know. That's I say we don't know. We simply don't know. Say gidaldung next year, this is your timing. Yeah, the weather. El diklo ule lang. One kita nga El Nino conditions. Unsuan mo drought next year. At drought next year, we would have to additional although the mobilize and make sure though we're preparing lang. It's causing flooding, landslides, typhoon, something could happen and derail this slow momentum that we have going in recovery again. Russia, Ukraine, inflation. These are all things that we have to be mindful. These are risks, and I got numbers. This is the time and while we're optimistic the U.S. Congress will pass the CRA 2023, we simply do not know. So the numbers, you can say they are conservative, and we are. We're being conservative because we want to make sure that we continue to position ourselves to address anything that may come up next year. Yes, numbers we're optimistic revenues up to Moklo, but be aware as well there are risks that could change numbers at any time next month, 2 months from now.
Malvo Senate President.
Dang malungil di selbo do director community director en waya lakal clear di ko mtingin lo siyang problem the other lo suffer for the consequence of what we are doing today. Siya concern ma'am. ksegdo mrula urol waise debate tra amount tra udo the people are the one paying what we're doing. Mang siya concern mang kam direct lo Mr. Ngil was in return ekom rulil morar adrablul who are suffering to provide you this money that you were talking about now.
So long, President. So we really need the statistics, etc. poverty line. We need to know was ang wangarang avalu mang I know lo sa kung mas ka number sa inflation ding hindi domes ra wages and kal move wages ra government is moving like it tell to ra budget tal mo increase aron will salaries and wages ra government the private sector a minimum wage is not moving where deals to fixed income families additional additional income artir economy is really kind of restrictive ra other activities so mamal masasil poverty line director mga sawal sumangura sa paymal
chair hadid luton
kala luton mga president
awul mang kadama mo do lo saying elang komedang government away al force ra private mo increase sa salary kami amadang government have money ya po la kaudo de komedang audo del subsidy ra government what yagi dele increase sa salary ra government away of force ra private mo increase when they are suffering the inflation ang malhay. Manggiri ulo Mr. Ngiling, al sum kom increase a salary ra government na mo 2 times, demand ra mamlo asim increase ra private, tirgay del private tirgay per tel inflation. Lobon tirgay low income people. Tirgay harar tel inflation mo kom direk mo ngilo Mr. Ngiling. Kasi mga ra kom kara help pa private small business.
Hindi kam sulara tingime President ra Senate taktiri kalmle swadal ovengel se kadiri kal shell wasay odol mesa they are either employee they are set 2022 ul mesel wasay medel 3000 other below amamlar angel refund gel tax refund del dulce sibirang RPPL 11-11 se 3000 60 more than 60% are adel bela lower dori one third dra total workforce seguida kadome se lo hace kadome refund ngira maybe or seguida di said adel kada tarakuk sa edro lira revenue tax magi mok la formal lang alwase gale lungil ti the pada fila formal medil saying the process refund tir la kada bidi trim lo bora kamangal process
Senator Tabalwal.
Hello, Tabalwal sige del tregi del for refund del up to 15,000 out of the lot.
Why say 15,000?
Refund del sel rogil tax al tiram le peringi.
Why say?
Kita ngilur tire. Okay. Seng ngani ako ra estimation rumilo asing natelak ng sige del tax al bodo peringi.
I think conservatively vamos ra 2.5 2.5 million.
Kapangit Tabalwal.
Saule che. Director akti tegida. Okay. Tiga diktilir senadora el lo batial pichi estil no mais. Ikadam langar mlungwe naringingel Rim Larsel Rim Larsel Selma tinggal Larsel Abo mora Larsel tiap pichi estimo ngil mo niya udo de mora am senel belau Ekada mukara o mora Larsel sel bo niya udo Eko mal mora igel moklou tu trel bongel belau Yang kang artelo mora Larsel tiap pichi esti tiagit Bayung la bok meregrel an mei etia langan ngi etia ya mo ol betrel belau Rabel sel belau Diesel lomes lang si makaraigal segid effective and efficient commercial mission above to maximize our revenue collection to meet the needs of the people of Palau. Trogul af Vela sel domes rabatchet el guk tiolanga sa aududira adra government. Yar retirees ala ka ngal mortir, ngal private. E seguida ko se ngimita kingel el morin kegil. Rdilo se kadam kara o mura se legong. E urbat el mura igel girel. A pension plan ng morger ma SS ang morger. Marangane se lude de 2000 mora ad malder se sendiungil. Dir ada si ilma sa ot surir tial tokol mora. Asiulir. Seguida mal di kulingin tingiling. Seguida el bingel. Ma omli sila government el kamang tal time seguida ad owal radronglit. Seguida mal kulingin tingiling. Seguida bachet el mlamay. Meringi del mo atura ad nga private sector wase ma gukti gimil nga government. El akad yim kadam la mo mereka igaro kul ministry may. Ang asaklelaw dudira ang aringi e haru real regal ministry a maklolu real el toy igidang maudul mom ko kerdiam ko dudira ad e dia kamal makat moklet girel kat magil legal lobi sirtir malubem dongurtir bagay di gudar sel egor ko mi kame adro ur dik malolito se sel tigingel ngegidil Ivan ra angram longi lakdo bes ngil hitabol to kaudo Edol gayang al mora aigal blue trigal se audo dol mora state ade mingi sois el diagdo den mong morger ya do wongen dia ka amlam kat mokol toy ya adam tim kadal bugum kida kadal audo dol morger se tedi mo al bulet aram mi sel do se kida trata mong trigal den ngal kadel maral me mo obulet mo uger aigal bilset Kerdi mo purak, mal dorong itu seguido se elal dengan aku terak. Ela kadilu lele te tu akla. Lekat merah diwat koramo tiagi del bablingem. Lekak murah taxpayers say honesty. Ma honesty direk ngargi del mortir. Kuk tiagi del honest del meharau. Lagi del honest lom rose. Akmal dorong itu seguido.
Halbo Senator Vips.
Akoro olgi wala Senator Tabalwaler til altogor omraus. A PGST amolaril every month. A tax refund ala annual. Magarigil morga minister e director. Ngaringera al selti ala maskmete al rulil quarterly or monthly. Aktimal koy. Albulang ngaringi. Arado ospe angiso. Do they have to wait a whole year to get that refund, or is there a way we can do it quarterly? Quadi question kora omdasuni.
Dia kana se del mutel mamesang akti di sel redet moral da suga wasi sel amount of the setting annual tel threshold. Magal ada mo mesel wasin se del work around their sel mo mesado legal.
Vice President Mario.
O jak seguida luego do ger ngile te aselmle hotel al do asen da mo orol tara get mo refunder ka. Magel me question asi. Maadang mga bulol tara kanun mo sel endrai rep cycle ay gel mi laringi. Ako na samle statement mlegel rekor ka minister adilu kasi. Al sugo menda mo spare nga government la mo lutringi. E mor gadi la la bere te trim la kal tax. Hindi siya umgot el sabit sel budget el may ten bill. Emle up to 10,000. Tirgigi dam lagi di fund out there. Hindi olbi lari lil mo 15,000. Melang up to 15,000. Masaygi dia question wasi. Ngaraman dia kamu sparing mo malutringi malaringi in the first place. Ako masal su man dia ka saygi de. Nabay la ka tax sa tirgigi dala. O ngerung at tial tokora magit. Amagit ala dirikal dimlakal nga original bill. Kadam lo loyal dirikal no wasi. Tigelo magit up to 15 mo 15,000 na dudir rak ay gigi dia direkal po to pastrira angeso may gigi dia gel bebir kada collecting ada mo bun mol at the end rai kada mamsa algo ngeso mangga mil ngabul tarakal mo matapsay ke inguk mail marangot al dekal bol ngaswir sel al bulel ay gigi dia umna sendiri kalungil domes leng kora kuada kora rirelate tial kada mirur tial bil al 5 man no Oy misal mlo tuklay kilo singet lo sa ikang moran nga mangarang emlo mamle ker el mora se uror se dal tama se tirgal submit ringil meng nam la ni omsul wa se ul mudungul mo 10,000 alangan ngi alo meserngi sel dongo se klin mo 15,000 agale wuk plal ngad itial formula lo nason nga rather financial submit tial bil maqadit mu gege ya kumna sendiri kalungil dokora omesa gege de minister ka material director sa ka kung sa
minister ndi aksal madangel wasik understand at tol mujing ndia ditya mal diwado mujing ak muskaw dudek makauspe ringil mo endrair ya endrair kul muska it's diwado mujing tiadim lang muskaw lududek leng leungil busuk matar busuk yang ako uspe lo siya endrair ak mongu makmul muskaw mo ya kan mujing asap every month every 2 months kamo mesringil wa sig dalo logor ngilos kalau sipi ngua endraman dem ngul mistrir mal pail ngari income ra adal every month etya awan ni ramal kamangal time o mo dudegal el los peringil waniria endraire mul kong endraire ng lob esrudo no it's my money ya kung we speringia endraire kamaskama kung magkakapalament to speringil tarak ya uri ratarag gungul maskak kamu mesringil ya dia ka interest ringi
Ilang mal di pe tax return na tax at least di mo return na tax namongile director sa pedal o halal bo senator talam sa mga senator mga saum le sawaman oh okay tigil del senator sa ngarsi del saida
Sulat chere mama tigil kukulom tokor tel PGST mang ngaygel luluko president tra Senate kita ada kadam toka ungil tokoy kadam tingel waset tel PGST malungil tokoy mal klolu do da sab edel realize ringi el merakabalment o sisultan en sab el direct liga ludo dol soy sa babosop at klaa dal way sero logornya atabalwal le after all national government alakal kalekta tax and dakal si elmong sutriar bottom line we have to give credit where credit is due. Same statement terakal masadra not a penny more but not a penny less. Siya kumda siya kal asilubira none other than Mr. Haruo Wilter. Makbal di siya kal sa honorable mention. Mga adu nga karong kakpayoren sa Mr. Wilter mga adu. Being in all seriousness direktoreng tiagi kita malamol lo marang arsel wase akabalment adakal girel el mara ipengela dastal ad malubeng burden ringi malubeng wal lutel kora rurak lang ringil mo meringla at times el bay gire dalo ngasew you know siya amne point tergidra all along wase we're in a period of recovery. So let's find ways to help el wase raraat. El atel blada kat makliya wase halegim lutel el kora obulaw el tarrak ogoregim momesel wase gagida may gagida ludo del omngila losis para sila kabelment tung mo akara omingel el merakaw. Mang kora albro el toko oleleng kada msada gobeng director kadam sadra ubab adal government kadam sadra government tilgirel masab akrar and then the turn around there was a price ra klalo ma price ra kal ma price ra alu apal di maral morba last year net 10% el andor 10% so adal mo ngara 15% yet nakatunga 10% el PGST el bled the claim el wase kadam malaringira all malel el altamen dakal segi dia practice ul makadan mol malo marangal wase tial PGST ada continue trial implementing el altam wise implementing and I think we're it's this service el marada balu bal dia ngaral ng suwid tir el altam akmalo ay sir kami ada di complain of PGST ul makadan di mangarot ringi ada complain tirkel dia complain tirgal da kalau makarel ang sila afford ra PGST. Saya point mang Hindi so kalaw ay sirgiling. Hindi ang mari nga nga ka-celebrate ra al milyon sil Mossad na so is for obstacle la government. El audu de others tell other belal. El blam ngay. Sige de. Chair, sulang.
Sulang Senator Mangsaw. Kita din kalau matinggal sa PGS team no replace ra GRT, ma-import tax, matya revenue neutral. Hindi kalba esal tax mang sel amdulwa sa PGSD ulmang maring araklal ba adi kalsal mal tal toil hindi kal mal nga inflation araklal ra outside and met move. So mang malgida dal factor sa igid dal fact el mal fact mula sing la mumring la ara laro ko nga rikal met move. Ma kabong Senator Talams.
Sulla cere Valunit talial merga minister tigal director sera kotel me senator itial PCS tim la molla. Mengaga dia buku gera omrusel tial PCS tirela. Soal mom dengek nasel magara sois besel PCST tax revenue me sois para treasury. El agul wais klasengania 7 million el import tax. Elan sa kalogeret nga sel PCST tax lola ngira aigal stoan. Sendire gal peringil mera finance revenue.
Sel imported haral mara customs.
Elagu mes sel schedule revenue by fund type. Sel le budget era 2023 kadangura aloga revenue en le budget era 57 million 194,000 is el actual year to date is of Jindori amle 49 million 975,962 es el over tax en área neva setida for 40 million 452,000 es el year to date 37 million 159,176 Wangrak lungel sel el tax el mesoismo logiwa PCS still 10% el hararnya egal aradal customers ya sioba angul perni legora a tax
Til agora sel ome osupesakti dire so clarify lo aseng minister na maklat kana lo sekti mo important this se PGST upon entry el termling na modiado import tax gel PGST harar ngi import segi del do se da mangur sel lolel and then engel la harar ngi customs mo lo mang dirka ka lotrur selo siklalo mera din ka require del file every month lo kom dirka lotrur selo siklalo bel import bel lotungi na belaw el bel file ravi RT en report ringil credit mandi ka lutal harar ravi RT lang harar customs
como sel galek tenir egal stoanga diagal necessary tomorrow operil mera les revenue mera a tax letem la peringira
why say
apport
why say
elang directore
elang kay gido lo sisil ada mle import amle import let's say mle $10 mang hararawan dollar customs sel lo sisil $10 kloklela lo trul $11 mang lo sel boras tuang el charge ringing 10% tra $11 dia charge ringira okyar 10% tra $11 ti sel bel filing filer sel lo ulta girol bel haraw masel bel charge ringi egidang wanet sel na difference sel bel haraw bi arting wadil harar sel difference
Ngal customer di pera 10% ra $1.
Final price 10% ra $11.
Ale.
Leng
So ngayon del spam.
why say?
$10 ma importer ngi com nuwa 10% el mera credit. Ilangal customer abol pering ari impertial 10% ertial 10 plus a 10% sell value added.
Sell final price ng 10%.
No, I understand. Sell markaba value added.
I see.
Ngel sell ko club mo gerang gela.
Why say?
Di tial 10% ng kal customer adi kal pering.
Why say?
El bora retail. Mo pering.
Why say? Ang kal adam gire lo tabadi sell input ringi mandi kal lutal nga price.
That's say you get the clarifying. Because that's
why say? Di ako subesa no di clear. Di every time el input el lutal traw ngire ngubuti sell lel hararangi. $10 ang harar $1 say. Mangwab $11 total ang ulgardi. Ti sell bolo true ang utumuti sell $1 ako kloya mark abrangi mapichi estir say.
That's not being done. Awul matiragal bulgula kasi manna mo klo profit tiragal show by. Sige awul mo kasi gal show by at some point mo adjust mo kampitel.
Sularage. Claudio Goba ulaw nandir toka. Question na. Dia ngungil temla clarify gel issue Ela director ndi sakal mom de klase sel tua import rang malal. Somi seul lo olta itemized el tax pe o agal. Nsebed ngania record adirak na sentelal taxa silisb ragal. Etelam le ilum telam le lu. Sebeden mare gordra au revienu in taxation na magigid.
Why say? Dik tila sel so is be director tarong customs ang kaya direk collector same. Kanya.
Oy hal masel da para customs and border mas
So loger indir sa ngaria follow up question e director na daw dek mutia mergaund din aguger ngi klase Direct sogal mum dengan kelas in sebed el ma de dar egal siobar belau el tiram le petax ra andera GRT ra 2022 guk mai gel de dar tira tax el beled persira January 1st el mergin dori magdamum de kelas egal siobai tum lo pera lest ra gel beled peringira andera GRT mal ubentel PCST Mensebeden mom dengan klase, aborden ratak sengeran ngara customers malu ngara agasyopai. Letilagi datera isyul, beloi doge ringik klase. Tial PCST ang ilu tial borden, ngul mustial adrablu. Aldo mensadan mom dengan comparison ra agel mnesyobai ne petax randera CRT belal PCST.
Sula senator akti welak mo check adi ka check al maska itzel taxpayer information ang nasa ito lang Mr. Aggregate dalawasing kasingil maybe by industry or total triple di mo yung triple sensitive di kal sokal wasay sel gulorngil wasay kudo Mr. import ma domestic tikal import gel entry mangkal net payment ra BRT Kudo mesel wasay usually sell every month. Engel il bleda collector ngira customs. Klol maybe 2 to 1 engel bleda collector ngira al sila blue. Itilang awasay katingilo aklora import sel sis brang malal. Edim la kadlug tel mengi soy sel malar o sisil amount al sila blue. Matiagi del amoltra revenue wasay klor ngia mga sel belsis baklalo e kikarer ngia mga sel pel file le seguir del net.
Sungino, Senator Sungino, Senator Basilius, Senator Sangbaw.
Sulat chere. Katukurang at tayo subject tamang sokal duli awan malungil statement milung. Sel historical net profits. Al-time dorul tiang al-amos of edel capturing. I think that's a really good deiral bodol so edel sparing in the future leng for the first time kada mom tanya profit ay rogul business nga al-sel belaw. I would see it mo it's a really good deiral bodo the chaser ni leng mo otas siya sing ra shobay how they transact al-sel abalu. Akmal ko way sige deleng ngarinya aygal kuramal basic lawang at 2022 $2.50 ang ariya CR tirbebul January 1st and 275 tana edra 10% say mid half ndira kabol 6 months ang mo $3.03 nakabay riak mo siya kami will make sure kasi are they doing business right by adding those values ra al within less than 6 months ang kalsyo ba 2 times the edra profit rin kasi may sure masing are they doing it right or they got the chitra system or they're free enterprise they can do whatever they want to profit tira question can you measure that
il point senator dia kung say ano maralwa singal especially ngal business profits tax selbodo mul malaygel annual returns el mal makataklar okul tol wa say gagida expense tegidam lo net income tegida profit tegidam la mo start el mal aswal wa say ngamilong lo ku ka profit makarang era di aktiri kal logi tilang aklamutol emphasize el wa say ngel business profits tax el amo mesengil ngara scheduler revenue el blad collect ngirogi di prepayment wal installation el dollar ngi es el endrair et file que de reconcile el suko mendim la profit tiri ko lo tirogir sumtam la los wise
ya mungil that's a good point el help pra shobal direct uk mesa sige el side dilmutul one are on the same page sing ay gele 15,000 el return ra income so send returner sell seng telang 10% or selbem collect so on the whole amount no ulo ko maada nga sige maka-return the whole amount ring ding ngarnya blel donate ma NGO do you return those donations or no
elang dia kala kadum la loti terogil tax sewal waseng 10% ra tax selbem haras edel sevengu hindi gidam la sumakadum la loti rogil hindi gyal sebedel di kadi kya pringil selbem harangi siya dolti
bulgulak masumang nga raskura aygal private school sen mo dekal sepekal mutung service
tirgel dekal kuk dekal refund amal mol se dir amal mol mal sebedel refund ngi ma tirgel kuk dekal bol ngari refund al mol mal harat tuition el donate el mora gagid el ultra non profits in dir ka sebedel la delivery fund gum da shegdum le el alir ka 1 million el dringel blood refund
Senator Basilius na maungil albo Senator Sangabaw o kamong okay
mamlahen sira kora ungil important talgero sa igitali kara refund ma tax ni sa loger ngindi additional wasetya malbe asal tax system arbek la ada dir ka exercise practice ni official timing so adal mom tengelwa se mangaria armara kabel mental direk al motwa betul mawai al survey direk al waya al pulis raigal al tutu adi temalubet info tax agiril motmu raigal siobay o mesak mula setat implement ringil in the right way instead ra leng even ma kumtera repotol adal direk al kula setyang mal lengkira dul mom pengel wa setial toera tax at tilaw tra in the middle inflation rablu ram rigel ma covid ma everything matiang basically confused hindi ka tutula sa nga inflation mong lo confusing rarat hindi confusing implementation ni lengkira dul malo sa kaya adul mom tu al file al tax ni official time ma mark up profit al mura asyo pa yung medi mengira del mal mo aktral mala mulkor nga wa sa mangarnya almost 1 year tiang al plal taute mangarnya armor couple mental sa el mo to budul mo omes survey ay gal siya pa make sure nga implementation nga correct mandi akal kuksal mal over marked up pa ikal clockly rasto.
Sulara question Senator. Hindi ako dilo asing nga al obis sa release hindi ko mamamrur say. Mang lagal namo tung trill game top del ko mo visita igal especially tiragi del implementa focus amle tiragi del implementa PCST. Elwa tiral galek tringil waset na galek tringil ngarsel maral telel. Usually nga so far sel ko gima mesa igal especially igal retail and usually there ngara maral kampla tengara adi mo issue igal mal technical alwa sa invoicing ng mga tetelel ma record keeping ng mga tetelel hindi gidire kalwa mesa igal ko and osisilta men diak tu sa gimla momre kag malamal mawriat in fact tial giplan al mutul ko start igal mo so isbel mutul mol mo mesa price alwasing Michael, especially Michael credit sila claim. Michael credit sa claim ang lachit, maral nga nga invoice il show, wala sa ikagitam le pitch still gim haraw, and then esel haraw, le charge lang. Ang katamal di katangar sel kotel sa edroli, nga regel nga ngirigid, remember sa gidlorior.
Hindi ang ngungil ke el ako nga baby restaurant la ramul mo inclusive tam lavak. Mung nga na price mungungil baby restaurant ka mung malubeng villa blungur malubeng mangikal hotels mung direkal malubeng apartments so we need to continue mung sa tologer was ngarinya ko ra idea malubeng ko ra ultas mula sa ngarinya continuous program at least maruni for 2 to 3 years.
Why say mal sulang nga senator nga tilagi daw ngil point a reform adi kalbol meral alir gidel at least 2 to 3 years el dolmal mlo sisakla magi malmol mersey malmol mlo sa it's el shobal waseng ko kwang ratet telel al implement ngi ngol tirak ratet telel lobangel sel wasi indil sukum makukumlamo intentional kadamla subuta mlasis akla dir ka ngarnya wungal alla al sedul ko kospe mang sige lagi malmol mersey akpay dire kal ko so kal highlight rawan ral as dire kalom da sungi alwase ko makarada sab aklia nga kaumral wase da sab aklia shobal mo practice ako maral ungil business practice eng sob akla consumer el diway atak silsil lingal kida dikat sa edlo sa chartive level niya shobal before pass on mang kita ba yomes lagi agidire kal omengel lagi agidulurial mo so tuob del mo mesa igal shoba senator agidire kam lam tigil wase ngarnya ko kasingil ngarnya maybe 20% of the estimate rasyo ba los pe anges ratretel accounting ma record keeping mateteli la ruta shoba akum da sa klol challenge sa dire kal mura agidil ko capacity ra shoba lo wase kadamla a simple tax system el dual spare are simple el bookkeepers dimla kamal ending ko lolo mo engoret sa shobal wase accounting adi kaldil accounting ra tax ang accounting ra shobal ngusukal el maungil lor ta shobay segida diri kalgi mo ku egal visit rigid iglames el wase ngwan ra a challenge rigid ra ku private sector el asabed el ku kosiga alto ulel ol ngasera private sector
sulang senator Batselius
Director tagida maybe la simple trial mo understand ringil okay kada kung ablail 150,000 na materials 50,000 na leching labor mga 150,000 kalau contractor akmuna kasi kalamog talpera 10% mo 165,000 yung gagi daw sil contractor egol nga 10% tra sel 100,000 na materials sila kumlango mangga nga extra $10,000 ngi in reality ang kamle girel di pera 5,000 sel 50,000 mo by charging il service rather than actual overall cost at klalo understand ako lori
wasi
ang kasaral mlamet yang merong kasi 100,000 legalun maral material sira some imported mo lang utial refund ngil kom kasi on dia kagi acknowledge tila hindi sila charge sa 10% tingil utial talbla rogul 150,000 times ngir natin mo 165 abol 165 Bergula sengga instead of 50,000 amle ngilul labor ngi plus sel 10,000 refund kami.
Pai sel ngungilang month to month sel al harar sel 10,000 at January ang mle credit ringi na February. Di se January actually January lemla ka offset ringi ang mlo refund ra March. Mangawal report ra credit ra January February lang mle harar ringi na January. And di sel charge ra il mol mauri il mlang refund il mol mo April nga charge terogi. Sel mena bi artin diyan sel mo to claim ra credit.
Regardless ra kasi ka charge ngi letyagal. I understand the cost maybe quarterly ang malaro do drabang. At the end of the day alone nga 150,000. Sel breakdown nga kasing 10,000 ang material, sa 50,000 na labor. Hindi tira kasi okay, but I'm gonna charge 10%. Among mo 165 total. Selfie, ngamaran nga ang kagilal di pero kami atak sel 5,000 sel 50,000. Lityal 100,000 na materials already kumlang atak sel nga niya importation maaringi. Whether ang WCTC, ang surang, other. Mga sel ako nung siya refund sa higit 10,000, 100,000. Yung kwasit yabla kalblal haraw ringi. Engam na kyal me 50,000 na lududel labor ringi plus at true tela. Siya gilal ngum sa customer. Rather than going to the actual, by gilal discount to customer, I'll give you back your money. Because when I said I'm gonna build your house, ang $50,000 sa labor nga, dik mo pera tax sa 50,000 al 10%, mo 55. Manggal, aygal actually, sel sukum mang tumamala refunder, aygal siya ba rin arogoy, sel nga refund, ok mo manggiril marungi, honestly, if they're supposed to do, amaral, marusot tal udo, dal more tirga rogul adal blel, charge, overcharge it. Because tiya value added, you're supposed to tax or sell mark abergaw, not the full price at tal klalo.
Ako mda so sel value added asa nito ang artial, why si tiyan net al remit ringil mara government. Sel nga lo si silad, kita kadam na umda sa kadrogul ako rilwa si. Kadam dor tial federal tretele la ada pasra burden al mara consumer. Why say mga gidal kan traktor mlo import ne harar say and then sel mbing recover sel lel harar ngi remitter sel netel mara government. And then ako still al sel tretele la wasing di charge sel base ang arablel input al PGST gida la the assessra at PGST ra final value ra goods or service. Sel invoice ng contractor, of course ng niya breakdown hindi sel total adikal total rangram total artial bla bla mga charge sa more sel value
bla. Sel 150,000 lang telal tax ng wal peringel contractor. 15,000, are you telling me that he's paying? Of course he's going to get the credit for the sel 100,000 regal material sa lulay.
Why say? Hindi nga lang dili nga niya odaktak of course yung loya mark up ng business. And then sel ngura final value, sel bol mere sel PGS still charge the final value, of course yung niya difference ng manggal. Sige na net bla collector ni.
Understand dili mo pera business profit tax at later, hindi yung wilen. Adi gulo ko niya kasing al suko Mumbai peringil tax sa mura government ang malungil nga kabay umara kasing yagor kami kita ngurusin mura adros pe ay di sel suko mat end up charge sa customer marong already tabla mga tax le tira me mala credit tegi peringil part of profit tir then I have a problem with that.
Kabang director.
Kung sila chere maybe di koradi squadi ena say a few things again. I think Director Cloto will understand that maybe recognize masya definitely a competition mal limited at silbelaw. O yerung Auckland ding maybe not all businesses managers are savvy amadu ulo ruta like at I would not be surprised to find that masya tial like aralak clear. Maybe because they just they want to make sure they don't lose money. But it's not so much akora durun rin akora maror tamakara. Ding, they don't want to lose money, but maybe overcharge a little. Maybe they simply don't know. Tour. And some say that do, tell the Luror and Almaral Sisakla. Ding, Mesam now of we everybody the Mesaba Lurtel PG estimate tax. I think it's a good thing over the long run. Unfortunately, Otutela, it comes at a very challenging time. Ding, maybe whether that's of course something as policymakers you have to decide on that. But I would think masisel immediately tore al time ko direct nga blue. Agi direct nga blue magi feeler ngi direct liang mang abay I would ask masibay holder kamam accountable. What are we doing? Is there a sense of urgency kamam lo government or tautay? I know kamam finance we've been looking at ways to how to, without circumventing the law. For example, tel refund. Tuwing nganyak di siya director el al time makatut makli by regulation instead of mo osig amendment. Again, he's being very diplomatic. I give no omesring in trigib at it wall. We're really gonna go out on a limb if we're gonna do so. Oh, my young. But what about child raising subsidy? Kaya ko nagkikadera last year me lang. Maram ka dir kam sa ni. Takal balsat. What about Shobile mata arbesri le tamilang awdo survivor tial COVID elang marko igang anding mio the economic recovery tira blalsim na mogil started pevelsi. Well, why don't we entertain an interest-free loan? Kumitam lang a clear subsidy na lifeline subsidy. Increasing in mo 25,000. Edering in more bab. But it's temporary. The key is temporary. The idea is mitigation. Meda besat te alat teligam el bolorior. The subiling direct kamam direct bato kay kilso mam make adjustment lagi na mesang. Di ka naman dirugul mo ula. Ega di din madangek paset yang ados pia anganya belgul. Me ba idam nas how what else can we do to put money into people's pockets? And it can and the temporary. Estimate kamam makmase we should be a recovery gitash. Logul toko lungil besul. By 2025, recovery is well established. We say the time me dom das kung al move to roll back arwa level of subsidy mga nakil. Coming, just my 2 cents.
Sulangi, level Senate President.
Sige the sel dologoringi. Komlang utialudo. Ela como aching ngar aledalo siga udo. Ngar alam ar other olbil. Mukom ladar amam magyong si tax lengar alam lo siga revenue. Sel dologoringi o say in return ikom lang utialudo mukuk mo mislo singra sab irulil pay it back to the people. Malungi la al blamdong amang katakay nga sel wa si mangra el al blamut utialudo lududir trigel man ngario earning tilat. Baigel shobile mal matar sul struggle kami dia kang artial dia kangel wasya inflationary ang mal ngarba ina mo dia kalsipedel ma aralak lalal merio even at the change ra tax system ma aralak lalal dia merio masayidel dolgoring wasim el alblabolo ay senguk nga sa pela governmental help pringil mora ara adrablu kumitialo ng surtial 15,000 in gamal merio ma 20,000 ligera adengi mangarakuk sabi yung musu trigel bebil kuk tiakal sabi il fit el moray kay gidel incentive blam rule morar adrablu mang minister ang gidel kay ngosel wasi mangarak sabi el kuk krudli karel ngari kuk tial amended compact ngari udodra al sel sabi dungul help ay kal shobay kabo mo mister ngal tang ngari hindi akado ngin diagi mo tengelen dim lagi mo saw derngi mendiak mal ngaral gi mo tengel al sel Ekamil masaw dari al tangarinya kukaral akan sunur kamam tiral adrablu tiramal betar besrir rel al time al dangara inflation sia digan sunur kamam agur ngiter ka minister makamil oror ngarasap edruli arala lu amlang mas arala adengkim lang mas arala ral mam lang mas kuradi dia kata kau dengi tong si tiali kira suweren warer le 350 service charge andi cure $15 kami amatayin dia $15 mora tirgel 4,000 old age retirees. It's a big money. Baldala laudo minister man kada mo move on and let's put that in our mind lo sen kada magara ko ngaria as ela governmental rosil morar other ro good way gelo ko senator tawlwal lakok tilborar se ya etial talandalok aloita sulat chairman edamo.
So edan mura custom sira ask a question sira Senator Talams. Oh, okay, bon.
Sulla chere te agora related mura rolele do siga ngesen mura radra blu e onda se te amora minister. Agume se te lere ra presidente il samitra a budget en mervolvile en uai se stop cap para 20 million el bolo spenil gire la salary raise. E se dome sai gel compact review funding agreement and the I require accountability ni ding restrict a dollar spe el girel additional income el merbela. Se vemel explain it plus se seguir el 20 million en molarira investment. Nguangra steps el mo spe erni emrgo withdraw ni. Le alag de authorize similar sel 15 million logiu a go for trust fund a board of trustee en sebril seguir a maximum el sebril mo. Makora ogeret na se. Nerat steps sa almost spe erni withdraw seguir el 20 million al seguma US Congress ada la approver ti agir el compact el pending la US Congress.
Minister si aldi edan morsay. Alwas ngara mandi 20 million. Ngara mandi kal 2 million. Le compact agreement takma say 20 million amora operations at 10 million amora debt service. Ngara mandi kamua 2 million because we need help now. Sige ta akari.
Okay, I think the proposal that we have submitted, the President has submitted for the budget, and the sources of funds that has been identified are funds that we feel are enough to support the budget while we deal with the uncertainty of congressional passage of the compact agreement. So we are preparing a letter to request to borrow 20 million from the trust fund, and then we'll be discussing that with them, with the U.S. government. And when we went to Washington to testify at the congressional hearings with the Senate and with the House, all of us said the same thing. If we cannot get the money right away, we would look into dipping into our trust fund. So that is something that's been very publicly stated. So we're using that as a way as a stopgap, as to make sure that we can plug the hole in the budget for approval. And we just need to make sure that we get approval from the Department of Interior to borrow from the trust fund. That's a guaranteed source. We don't expect that we're going to need this money. We do expect the U.S. Congress to pass legislation that will support both our agreements and the funding for our agreements, at least for the first year, which is when we get a big chunk of money out of the new agreement. So, as you know, the challenge in the U.S. Government is with the House of Representatives. And we have a delegation coming next week. I will be flying to Guam to testify at the hearing in Guam, and then the next day, the 25th, they will be here and they will be meeting with us. So this is the challenge that we're faced with, is addressing their concerns, the Republican concerns in the House. But there are other measures that we are taking to obtain money from the compact. So if we think the worst case scenario is receiving the money in the first quarter calendar year 2024. So that is how we've strategized this budget. But we cannot offer you something that we don't think will happen on time. So we're using borrowing the trust fund 20 million as a stopgap. Once we do firm up how much money, when the money is coming in, we will come back to you for the full appropriation of what we're asking to authorize under this budget. So that is the strategy that we have taken to be able to prepare a budget and provide it to you so we can have budget hearings and this discussion. One other thing, while we're looking, I keep mentioning what we're going to get from the United States. We expect that there will be additional sources of money. They're not firmed up yet, but we do expect that there will be additional money outside. If we do need to draw from the Compact Trust Fund, it may be a smaller amount, but we don't want to predict something that we're not going to be definite about. So we may provide that to you next month or in September. And many things are developing in U.S. Congress right now. We have strongly stated that we want approval in September. It looks like the things may get out of hand in the United States Congress, and they may have some challenges, but nobody has argued against the compacts. So we feel very strongly that we will get the money. If not, we may look at other options, such as the loan from the Asian Development Bank, which I'm working on.
Sulla ministera, de agora policy question resel do mesa sele compact agreement, sel do withdraw agel investment tergida trust fund, ingirel nga niya plan, kada uri lo bangela bluram dike. Agora question nga kaklase. Ngaram ngudude de kom loan ay galudude de ngara trust fund. Ay gengo spe authorization na awol bira lulaw. Tial Palau Congress raw era obom loan ay gal investment tergid. Hindi ako de class ngral term o spe hindi ka ay gaudude de nga investment. Tiram skid ay gal base tial compact review agreement. To restrict igual el funding el mergid, mendiak swe de lola lo siga additional income el mera blur bela. El ange president tam la mega public statement, mas kuma US Congress a model biskit au model approval tiang, yang ari 90 million at swe de withdraw a campa. Ngari ko ra planel se ve de lo messo ni con withdraw galudo le la tia di classe mora a salary increase tial $60 tial 20 million mo kabira get $60 el salary increase ngo kola increase increment mal ubeng ngari ango do spela got 20 million. Still a compact tergida mo endera 2024. Sel 2010 agreement mo endera 2024. September 2024.
Come illegal lo ministero de Agriculture time hopefully well answer there. So a compact, the only time it mentions 15 million, as at section 211 say the more withdrawal provided after the guidance either withdraw $15 million annually in Monmutra 2044. The say we're limited to 15 million maximum withdrawing in a compact trust fund 15 million. Kadamle agree under a compact review agreement 2010 and limit ourselves to 15 million withdrawal. Maximum kadamle limit ourselves. Sell agreement al 2023 24 namos either withdraw a full 15 million. Up to 15 million. Actually, so either withdraw, we're not limited to 15 million at 2024. under existing 2010 CRA, we're not limited to withdrawing maximum 15 million from the Compact Trust Fund. Ya Compact, miskida Trust Fund, dik mulwase, girel produce at least 15 million, and annually mulmuta 2044, after 2009. So one of the reasons why I got 30 million, the 20 million are still direct operations under a 23 CRA. Mumbyo trigita justifying. This is your time. Again, this is from the budget perspective, kita swadal to be conservative. Al kul mga na dub nga naklen malakal mga compact. We want to be able to have the option and move to access the Compact Trust Fund next year. So, may run a number, maldi simple based on current annual rate of return, and go with a minus 20 million, 24. And maldir ko produce more than adequate and more. A compact of a trust fund that they call chuburer. At the low till withdraw another 20 million, at 25, directly they call chuburer. Madlu till withdraw at 26, and they call chuburer. Ding mo dekal tatlo to withdraw at 27, and dekal ka mo kamiya at 2044.
Sira. Kome ngandil dumak mention at yang director, sila domesta tial compact negotiation al gotel morngi, ingirel helper given mo self-sufficient. Sila mo mesa sel CAO report, yung mal clear na sa igal funding at sabihin mo given mo sel. And by kumle mention sel chaiga report, sel chaiga report amal neungil plan lo otia, ungil directional, il builder ay kan na mirgit, e reduce our workforce ra government. Sel aldomakora omisatial funding ra trust fund kung kadamakara sabi eden ngul builder a private sector belaw, and sabi help tial e kan na mirgit. Lela igaludo den nga ringil bla mo available based tial 2022 agreement. I got you restricted nga nial borngi. Di tal tiay del compact trust fund. Asabi edel og speengil build our own economy. El diagal based tial direction blal sitenia bluram rigel. Miskida igal 20 million ela sel mo mes sel original funding biskit. Rat 1994 mo 2010 only 560 million. At 2010, the miskida 225. Elang 890 million. Ya mo missing direct sub elmo or replace ot mong mo diagal federal funding ma programs. Yung mo diagal 20 million na miskit. Esel compact trust fund investment. Diagal sub elmo replace agel bodlust. Aldom la mo gira de lo mesetel investment gira mo kada magara sabi de mo builder a private sector ki kida kam not mura COVID-19 gilong mo dia ka kaler bela mangaringa ungil policy direction glal related administration sabi de lo spegal udo del builder a private sector ki ra agriculture ma fishing maigal livestock ay gida baby ra gel recommendation do mesengara I got studied in Namrul. Kuradim ne bring up a sale, Gome Saigal budget, and Goradio Sissu, I come now throughout the years. The Naga Malonit Mabul Subi, the minister, mga baby Raudo, the Sisu will be Raglulau, Mulsumam hire consultant, both actor. Lego messing Maldega information, el Mertia.
Sulang Senator Talams, Sulang. I'll ask a question nga Senator Ruth.
Sulang Senator Talams. Minister, ma director ya umlam sadra compacte, sele CRA2. Yeah, if I recall, sele gat makli sel CRA2, hamlang niya ginel the reach at 300 million and more trust fund. With a minimum return of 5%, maka-withdraw 15 million every year. Hindi mo lang niya katuning budget authority ang budget sa 2018, and then we try to do the perpetual. Minister Director Compact Chief Representative Sel CRA Sel Eblem Sanin ikaw ma Mr. Yun a specific click mo wa sa igaludaw da Compact gidan mo 3 categories security education, ma health, ma climate change. Okay, I think that question to protect the integrity of the Republic of Palau policy, international political partners together outside. Sel cover there a president to nitra budget was a stopgap on mamra compact in the event and the mga compact CRA. Sek mula seng mo amulura salary increase the fund increase labor, which includes the state governments. Sendakal breach or self-promise la sendi mora national, edya mora state governments. With that submittal and dakal breach or say, self-promise. Sengar agreement among kalelwon nga akwat will contradict the policy yakom la sisiwa state. I mean, with all due respect to my state governments and then a government la republic they make a promise and ma Mr. Yun ma United States and that the combine again, that get mix again. Gilel void up in issue.
Yes, thank you, and sorry for that sidebar. But we don't believe that it violates the 2010 CRA.
Hindi minister, hindi kasi CRA 2010. Kung nasing take the CRL pending a pipeline. Kung nasa sila agreement, mulway sila.
The agreement has not been passed into law, so we are still following the 2010. And even under the current agreement, our compact doesn't expire until 2025. So we are still within the current framework, so that we don't believe that we're in violation of anything.
Anda kaman masawla kung nasa interpretation to each their own maluwen to each the institution The additional compact the CRA2 mas CRA3 specifically note the categories and specifically exempt out tiger revenue. So putting that in writing, mula sa possibly kumo factor malala compact mamulu aigal. Dakal nga get 4 categories, and I believe in more appearance or impropriety maktiswakal put that at chair bra address and say if we're going to prioritize and do it right, let's do it transparently. Mang most will comply with our United States partner at the compact. So lang.
Minister, dito Senator Rudim, kora bring up per se dalawa si ngayong restrictions sa compact funding. Di sila medra MOE ma MOJ ma IMOH ma igil mora other education and exceed sa igil amount. So and then we have to add any environmental budget, right? So akong da sa kadir ngarawitin say abay mal concern nga kawasing ngaraman di 20 million. So explain sel wasing compact agreement lang maski that 20 million ng operations, maski that 10 million ng debt service. Kita mga tagal palsetra COVID. Nga alsel tel budget. So ngiral sa etal justifier se edire kalung sel 10 million. Natira ka nga 5 million na mga maintenance, mga 5 million na mga infrastructure. Mang kita MOE mle olingita $550,000. Almo arala chairs sa school. Chairs sa kinder, ma first grade, ma second grade, ma third grade, hindi kaging literal ngal ka. So I think ang gida dal putay kal priority gid also mang sabet may galuto da compact may fund and I ask lo say please increase the request mora a CRA also mga niya stop cap kal approve compact please increase the amount the request mora Department of Interior malbol sa edal cover dal bato kal request a school especially so lang yung minister.
Thank you. I understand what you're saying. We are continuously looking for other money, so it's not the only funding source that we are looking at. So we are looking at several sources to fund some of the needs.
Okay, ako lite damo mura next agenda mura Bureau of Customs and Border Protection Director Tarkong Sulang.
Well, Tasil's Chair and President of Senate, as you may know, right now I'm a little bit stressed after hearing all the discussions here, but I'm sure I'll get through it. Okay, well, if you look, I guess we can just skip that part. That's just the content there. But the pictures that we have up there, the reason for me having those pictures there is to just to let you know that early in the year, we had our gathering of our officers, and it was done during Customs International Day. One thing that we wanted to do was to reaffirm our oath, to ensure that in line with our mission to protect the borders, collect revenue, facilitate legitimate trade and travel, we needed to ensure that our officers were committed to the work that they do, and that's always been our vision, to be efficient, effective, and excellent, innovative, with respect to the services that Customs, Immigration, and Biosecurity provide. So this leads into the next thing where, when we talk about our values, we need to own it. We need to demonstrate that we can act with integrity, respect, and be professional in everything that we do. So we do try our best. We take pride in the work that we do, especially when protecting and safeguarding the borders, facilitating legitimate movement of passengers and goods. So those are the things that we want to continue to commit. Much like the tax office, we have the same goals and visions, and especially with respect to the borders. I'm proud of what we have accomplished over throughout the year. A lot of hard work and effort from our staff. People are the key. Our main focus has been to detect and stop criminal networks operating at the borders, and that has been the priority for our Bureau, to disrupt the smuggling of drugs and other illegal goods that may arrive in Palau. So those are some of the things that we've been trying to do. So in order to deliver those and meet those expectations, when we talk about our people has always been the focus. We have about 75 employees, and we have 37 customs officers, 27 immigration officers, 11 biosecurity officers. We do have 5 vacancies in customs, 6 vacancies with immigration, and 2 vacancies. A number of our officers either resigned, they relocated to the States. So those are some of the things that have happened. Our goals are to enhance border protection and security, improve revenue collection and compliance, promote trade and travel, facilitation, and of course implement organizational reforms and modernizations. So those are the expectations. Our budget, we're asking for an increase of about 2 million compared to the last budget that we had in 2023. That's about 14% increase. What are you going to do in terms of cost? What are we going to? Well, 90% of our budget has always been focused on salaries and benefits. Another cost would be the fixed cost, electricity, the phone and internet. That's since we took on the QR code operations at the airport, we had to improve the connectivity, the high-speed internet. That's about $2,000 a month or $24,000 a year. On top of the other charges that we have for internet and so forth, fuel. We have 89,000 there for fuel. Vehicles, we need replacement every 5 years. The plan was to at least replace those old vehicles that we have. On the way to the Capitol, my vehicle almost, I had to pull over. So I'm sure we all run into the same problems. Hazardous pay has always been an issue back in since 2000. So those are things that we want to implement. Hazardous pay, the moment you put on your uniform, it's the things you can't see that'll harm you. I mean, you can be a target. Just because you're a law enforcement officer, you must, perform at a higher expectation. So those are things that we will continue to work with personnel. We are allowed 15% hazardous pay as well as 25%, and we did address that issue with personnel. The only problem is budget. We don't have a budget for that, so we have not been able to allow that, except for on a few occasions. We'd like to also have our staff be included on the cell phone plan, which is about 29,000. Right now, when we call people on the field or we have operations, they're using their own personal phones, and sometimes they don't want to answer. So that affects our operations. So those are just some of the things. We developed a strategic plan with the help of Pacific Immigration last year, 2022 to 225 strategic plan for customs, immigration, and biosecurity. Our strategy is to strengthen collaboration between border law enforcement, relevant agencies, and stakeholders. And one of the good things that happened last year was the establishment of the Coordinated Border Management Working Group, which of course brings together all the border agencies as well as other relevant agencies to address issues at the border. So that is one of the best things that has happened for Palau, because we're commended. Many of the Pacific Islands don't have by law a mandate that allows them to collaborate and meet regularly. We meet every month, if not once, then twice. But we've been able to address issues on aircrafts and people and operations at the border. Another, in terms of revenue, we want to have make sure we have effective internal controls in place to protect the duty and taxes. We want to modernize and harmonize the procedures and processes with respect to trade and travel, and of course ensure accountability, transparency, and good governance. There are a number of things that happened throughout the year. Of course, in January, the implementation of the PGST. Our men and women have been working hard to secure our borders and prevent illicit drugs, contraband, biosecurity, agricultural pests, and unwanted persons from entering our borders. We've been fortunate enough to take advantage of funding under a number of projects with UNDP on this integrated border management project, the IOM, UNCTAD, in support of the Asakura program. Like many of us, we're all leaning into technology, reducing processing time to handle increased volume of travelers and trade. In June, we implemented the QR arrival code. The biometrics system was installed at the immigration system at the immigration airport, but we also need to develop and replace the current immigration system that we're using today. For customs and trade, Asakura, that's another project where we hope to go live this year. We've talked about Interpol, and for us, more importantly, it's we plan on becoming members of the World Customs Organization, and those are the things that we're working on. Regulatory arrangements with respect to the customs immigration legislations. I know our customs act has been it's in the I think with the JGA, so please I hope the chairman can pass that so we can also align what we're doing with the Asakura customs and trade and other related activities with that legislation. The customs bonded warehouse, I believe it's we reviewed that and had made recommendations to amendments on the bill. So that's with the House. policies, processes, visas. Those are other things that we've been working on with the help from the IOM and PIDC. Of course, you guys know who I am. Within the Oceanic Customs Organization, I've been the I'm on the steering committee with the board and also on the information working group. Okay, next. So we have chiefs. With respect to the Border Division of Border Management Enforcement, which is under Customs, we have Clint Mersai, he's the chief. We have Chief Miss, who is in charge of Division of Immigration, and that handsome guy in the middle is Chief Andres, Division of Biosecurity. We have 2 other vacancies that have not been filled only because the requirement has not been met. You need to have a bachelor's degree aside from this experience, so it's been pretty tough. So that's something that needs to be filled. But one of the focuses that we've had over the past 2 years was to ensure that our customs officers take part in the competency training programs conducted by the Australia Excise and Customs Studies to work towards degrees. So they finished the certificate level 3 and 4, which covers a wide variety of customs courses there. And so those are the things we're working to with respect to our structure. Our key focus area with respect to border protection and security, if I can just name a few, is of course to strengthen collaboration between our border agencies, law enforcement, stakeholders, to manage and prevent risk from reaching our borders. And if we can do that, of course, then we can stop the drugs from coming in. Maintain a high presence across all the ports, detect, interdict, and disrupt the illegal border activities. Intelligence and information sharing is a key factor to what we do, especially with respect to compliance. So that's just a few. With respect to revenue collection and compliance, we want to ensure that duties, taxes, and fees owed to the government is collected on time and collected. We want to introduce modern, simplified, and harmonized procedures and processes for the collections and compliance. Internal controls are important to protect the duties and taxes. We have we work strongly together with the tax office, customs, labor, and other agencies. So those are just a few things that we need to do. Trade and travel, we need to have a simplified and harmonized process in place, especially with respect to trade and travelers coming in. We need to modernize and harmonize our procedures and processes. We talked about single windows, and that is one of the phases that we plan on doing with Asakura towards the end of the year. The move towards digital customs, and so forth. Organizational reform and modernization, we want to ensure that we have integrity measures instilled among all our officers. Professionalism of the workforce is important. We want to develop a people-centered service delivery framework to ensure that we have effective and efficient customer service. We want to strengthen our post-audit clearance, our risk management framework, and of course technology is important. So those are just a few things. Our strategic indicators for border protection and security, we had a number of drug seizures. 39 grams of meth seized at cargo, 79 grams of meth inside 7 grams of meth inside your Big Mac coming from Guam, 4.5 grams of meth inside a peanut butter, 11.6 grams of meth inside a coffee bag, and of course, one of the passengers actually brought meth inside the 2 grams inside the pocket, claimed it was personal use. So with respect to drugs, those are the things we want to keep out. I'm sure we had other things that we did with respect to immigration and biosecurity, but those were the highlights. In revenue, all three agencies, I would say, collected about 99% of duty collected was on time. PGST alone accounted for $7 million during from this fiscal year up until the third quarter. Customs collected about 17 million up to the third quarter, a 9.49 increase compared to the previous year. Immigration collected 195,000 for FY 2023 up until the third quarter. 99,570 is the penalties that were imposed on people who overstayed or who were who submitted late applications. Biosecurity collected a total of 6,000, and of course those funds go to Bureau of Agriculture for the permits. In terms of trade, Customs processed about 8,000 some entries, import entries, 189 export entries, in order for us to ensure that we can process goods and commit to travelers and vessels coming in. We need to ensure that the Customs Act is passed. We've done a lot of training throughout the year since last year with respect to Asakura on customs and trade, the system that will replace the current system now. We're going digital. Everything is going to be automated. The Customs Bonded Warehouse legislation that was passed is currently being amended. It's with the House. Biosecurity regulations that were drafted in year 2022 is still pending. Of course, immigration, we've been working on we have a consultant here as well as PIDC that's been assisting us with the immigration legislation, regulations, looking at visas. So we had a number of consultations here. With respect to travel, we have the QR arrival code that was implemented in June. And then, so that's going well, but we still need to ensure that now with the advanced reporting, how do we deal with the information? How do we ensure that now that it's been moved from the Ministry of Health to us to especially with respect to the data, how do we digest that and analyze, so that's something that's a challenge for us now. But it's good. We see everything. We can see all the passengers and everything that's coming in. The Coordinated Border Management Working Group, we've addressed a lot of issues with respect to the border management and our processes and requirements. 99% of passengers coming in are compliant. Biometrics was set up at the airport. Now we have the U.S. that is going to develop the immigration system so that the biometric system can integrate into the immigration system. We continue to work on intelligence, information sharing, joint risk operations. The big benefit is public safety, the Attorney General's office, labor, other agencies. We all work together to ensure that we meet our priorities. In terms of projects that our Bureau is engaged in, of course, there's the Asakura project, which began last year. We've been doing a lot of training with our staff and stakeholders with respect to the entries that will be processed online, the manifest that the shippers will provide to us online. And at this stage right now, we're fortunate that UNDP will be able to assist us with funding to purchase the license, so that we can, we were hoping to go live in August, but unless until we receive the funds, and purchase the license, then we will have to wait. The FSM and the marshals is also moving towards the Asakuda system. So those are things that are happening. Once we complete that project, then at the beginning of 2024, then we can start focusing on the single windows. One of the reasons why it took so long to get the funding is because our Ministry of Finance was being audited by UNDP auditors, and that took about 2 months in terms of whether we met their financial and requirements.
Director?
Yes.
Could I just interrupt
Yes.
you for a second? You're using a lot of acronyms that we probably don't know.
Oh, okay.
What is Asakura, and what do you mean by single window? Can you-
Yeah. So the Asakura is it's a customs system that's being used to clear your imports. Majority of the countries in the world use Asakura. It's an automated system. That's what it is. It handles all trade-related. If we're going to do the customs bonded warehouse, it'll handle that. The system has those things set up already. So everything related to the imports, exports, the PGST, that's already been factored in there. And it'll do the assessment instead of us doing it manually. So that's what that is. Yes. Yes.
Can I add to the question? Senator Talams asked about data, and will you be able to provide us statistics on how much food, what kind of food?
Yes, we'll
came
provide
in?
everything that you want. I'm not joking. Statistics is one of the main reasons for moving towards the Asakura. Palau is on track, even with the system that we're using now. We're using the harmonized tariff coding 2017 version. That's used to classify all goods with respect to trade. Everything coming in, going out. In order to get accurate and ready statistics, this is what we use. So now with Asakura, we're taking one big giant step. We're moving away from manual entries. Everything will be processed online, and you'll get it at the snap of your finger. So the problem now is not everybody, we need to, that's why it's so important that we pass the Customs Act, we pass that customs bonded warehouse, because everybody will have to, we need to set the requirements by law. Do you know that the harmonized tariff code, there is no legislation that tells us what to follow when people import. Palau is the only country that's using it, but we don't have a law. But we're doing it, but we're current, we're up to date with the statistics. So once we go live with the Asakura system, we're going to be using the HS 2022, which is used, all the recent amendments, whether it has to do with food or certain goods, those will be implemented. So now this week, we have a number of stakeholders that are still going through the final training on how to use the Asakura system. So this is something we started last year. We started off with entries. We worked on the manifest. So we're ahead of the FSM and marshals. We have the single windows expert who is here in Palau. What we plan on doing is, regardless of what system may be used by, let's say, health, immigration, we'll be able to use the Asakura system to bring all this information together. So when you process your entries, if you're going to make a payment, it's done one time. So that's the next project that we're going to be working on. And so the single windows really has to do with automation. That's the core. That's the main. That's the center of what we're all moving towards, and it brings all the information together. It's like what Conrad will probably talk about, e-commerce and all this, and so when you process your entries, sorry, But when you process your entries, it's done one time. So that's the hope. Um, um, they will.
Excuse
well,
me.
yeah.
So this new system will connect to the Director Ikeda
Yes,
for
yes.
the tax?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the idea. I mean, and as of this week, we're also going to be developing the website for Customs, Immigration, and Biosecurity with the help from Asakura. The next project that we have, of course, is the biometrics and the immigration system. So the biometrics system was installed at the airport. We were hoping that it would integrate with the current system, the border management system for immigration, but that was not possible. So now the U.S. is going to help us develop a new immigration system, one that will be integrated with the biometrics. That may take 6 months, but over the past month we were working on developing the business arrangements of what needs to be in the system, movements, visas. If we decide to go online with an e-visa, those are the kind of things that you want. You want to have a complete system, because right now the problem we have with immigration is much of the statistics that we're getting is done manually. It's not generated by the system, and if it is, so you know what problems we've been having with the system. So those are the kind of things that we want to resolve. If I may, the next grant that we had was for the X-ray machines and scanners, which was funded by Japan from JICS. So the grant was approved early in the year, last year. Yeah, and this includes X-ray machines for the airport, the port, the post airport, arrivals and cargo, the post office, an X-ray van or truck, and also scanners that we can, handheld device scanners that we can use to scan, let's say, portable devices. There'll be X-rays also for with the laser for meth, so we're just waiting for them to finalize. We gave them the specifications. They're going to finalize that, and hopefully towards the end of the year we'll be able to receive the X-ray machines. Again, the UNDP project, United Nations, the project that we have involves a number of players. PIDC, which is Pacific Immigration, the IOM. Their focus also was to help us with the develop legislation, review our current legislation, and we had consultations earlier this year. We also had a consultant here from the IOM as an immigration consultant to help us review our current visas and regulations, but he's only here until this month. So we've been doing a lot of consultations and drafting and with respect to immigration and the external funding that comes with these projects. Asakura, I mean, that's a 2.8 million. Just the license alone is 141,000. They also agreed. UNDP also agreed to when you come into the airport, there are 2 booths where we don't have equipment, scanners, so they'll be able to provide us with equipment for immigration, even to have computers and equipment inside our office so that we can actually have immigration stationed there with the expectation that there will be more flights. So that comes out to about 36,000. The Asakura system, when we began that project, the cost was about 2.8 million. But it's good now that with our donors involved, um, UMTAC, which oversees the Asukuru program, um, uh, with the funding from UNDP, we'll be able to purchase the license from them, so we don't have to get that from our funding. Biometrics, the cost when it was installed was about $350,000, and now to develop the immigration system, I understand it's going to cost about $460,000. X-ray machines, $1.8 million. Immigration legislation, regulation, these consultations, and the consultant being here, that's all funded by PIDC and the IOM. WCO membership is about $30,000, but the benefits outweigh the cost. So if the Ministry of State or our ministry, once we meet this month, if we're able to sign it, we'll send our application to the WCO, World Customs Organization in Geneva. Then towards later, when they meet, they approve it, then we can, that's when we'll have to pay. But this allows us to really focus on training for our customs officers, towards working towards degrees, master's programs, whenever there's, and even access to dogs and other benefits. The non-intrusive inspection facility that's being planned at the airport, we have a dedicated area where we will put X-ray machines, so that all cargo coming in, including the mail, will be screened by customs, by security, post office, public safety. We'll be working together to have dogs, and so everything that comes in will be screened. Then it'll go to United. So we review the blueprints, and those are the things we got to do. What you don't see here is the main office renovations. I think that's about over $1 million, $2 million maybe. Okay, well, K9 dogs. We do want to purchase K9 dogs, and the cost is about $38,000 for 3 dogs and freight from the States. We have 2 dogs in operation now. One which is from the public safety, and of course there's the one-stop shop. Okay, way forward. Well, I thought I'd end by just showing you this, that in 2023 we had about 596 aircrafts that came in just for this fiscal year up until June, which is about 57.6 increase. Passengers, we had about 32,000 some, which is a 53% increase compared to the previous year. Aside from that, we get about 2,000 containers that are inspected annually, and I think that's all I have to say for now, except that one of our priorities is to continue to work jointly, to work smart, not harder, implement good governance, to support our performance, and to continue to ensure that we work towards a safe and smarter border. I think that's it.
Thank you. Senator Whips have a question.
Director Sulang itel reporter ka maral ka mangalundi. I just have three quick questions. Dogs. I mean, we know the value of them, and they're great, and they're fantastic. But there's 6 other dogs across the street from the airport. You have 2 dogs. How do all these dogs work together? I'm trying to understand. You can't touch those dogs, or how does that all work?
Well, I can say that at this time, we did an MOU was drafted with the Director of Public Safety. So that's been pending, but we were able to sit down, and he needed handlers, we needed dogs. We received 2 dogs from them, but one of our handler moved to the States with his wife, so now so that became a problem. So maybe that's one of the so we have 1 dog that we had before from public safety. The name is Joker. Nice dog. Um, I have Mayor here who can explain more about what he does, but when we use their facility, we follow their rules, requirements. But other than that, we continue to use the dogs based on what our needs are at the airport. So we have one good dog. I can't talk about the other dogs, but
I only asked that question because, dogs, and they're all doing the same thing. And I'm just trying to see if there's a way we can be efficient. That's it. And going off efficiency, I know in the past there were issues between biosecurity, customs, and public safety when it came to situations at the airport. And I'm assuming this coordinated border protection working group, has that resolved all those issues, custody of evidence and so forth?
well, as you know, the working group includes the Attorney General and the Director of Public Safety, and much of our and the National Security Advisor coordinator. So a lot of the issues we discuss has to do with border-related activities, sharing of information, learning how to, so I can't speak on behalf of what's happening at public safety, but all I can say is, we've been, with the help from UNDP, we were able to develop a strategic plan, and much of that has to do with how we plan on working together and managing the borders. So those are the things. After this meeting, if I guess it's too late already, we're supposed to meet with the health on the QR code, because one of the things we're finding now is people are for foreigners the criminal records. And it might just be errors because it's next to the COVID. So we're reviewing the form. It's all those things. We're working collaboration with health, labor, and we're addressing all those issues. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Director. I just wanted to make sure that, when we have an incident, we don't lose the evidence, we don't argue over whose jurisdiction it is. At the end of the day, you're all on the same team to protect the border. So
Right.
I know there have been issues in the past, and I'm glad to hear that there's a working group, and hopefully you're working toward the same goal. That was
Right.
just my comment. And last, and it's a small one, it was nice to go on trips, not government trips, and when you leave, you get a $100 bill. And I'm assuming that's under your jurisdiction because it's the officers in blue that used to hand me that $100 bill. And now when I come back, I don't get it when I leave, not on government trips, I just will make it clear. Now when I come back, I don't necessarily get the $100 bill because I didn't bring my ticket. But everything's done online. Why are we still requiring a printed out piece of paper? Obviously, I'm a passenger on the aircraft. I paid my airplane ticket. PPEF was paid. Why don't I just get my $100 bill and go? And I'm sure I'm not the only person this has happened to. And it can probably speed up the lines at immigration at the airport. Just a comment.
I'm glad you asked that question because it happened to me too just recently when I came back. But immigration, you know what they did? They asked me the same question, do you have your receipt? And I said, well, wait a minute. But they went on to, they were able to look into United, and I got my $100, but yeah. No, but they were checked, yeah, so anyway, maybe the Minister of Finance can, yeah. I mean, you need a receipt. I mean, I understand that, but yeah, if it's on the ticket, I guess that's something we can look into because I didn't have the receipt, but they were able to go on to the United Airlines and see that who actually purchased the
I
ticket.
understand all that, Director,
Yeah.
but then their line, there's 50 citizens in line waiting.
Right.
And it's like, all the
Okay.
foreigners are coming in welcomed, and all of us Palauans who are entitled to get that refund are all standing in line.
Right.
Can't find your piece of paper. And I've given up, actually. So
Okay.
the government made $100 off me, but it's okay.
Right. Yeah.
Senator Corte.
Director Sulara, mal your presentation. I just have and thank you for the Office of your Biosecurity for giving me a copy of the law and also the regulation about a week ago. The policy question was it the movement of the Office of Biosecurity from somewhere to your bureau in the long term, is that a good move? I understand they have a role in border control, but when Mafe was here, I started thinking about food security, and maybe their role is also very important internally. So I'm asking you, is that something that we need to look to into the future? Or is that something that we should just overlook?
Well, that's a good question, because if you look at what happened in Saipan, Sinamai, they merged biosecurity and customs together. Same with Guam. They're called, customs and quarantine. So if you go to Guam, they're in the back, customs in the front. We've always been able to work together. Biosecurity still retains their core requirement. Same with immigration, despite being merged into the Bureau. What I see happening in the region is, if you look at Homeland Security, if you look at Australia Border Force, Customs has, or if it's immigration, they're the front line. You go to Samoa or Fiji, you'll see a customs officer handling immigration. So what they've done is they've actually took maybe 1, 2, or 3 agencies, they put them together and said, hey, you're being classified as a customs officer, but you can still be entitled, but you're entitled to enforce immigration, customs, and biosecurity. So it really depends on us on how we want to do with that. But
I do understand the role in border control, not only at customs, both at airport, but also at the seaport and all entries. But I'm also talking about their role in terms of food security in the long term. And I wonder if there's a role that I know they're under you, right? Fully, they're under your bureau, or are they still managed under agriculture in some way?
Yeah,
or the Ministry of Mafe.
Yeah, they're being managed by us, but with respect to the issuing of the permits, collections, everything, Bureau of Agriculture determines. They still issue the permits and those things. We stressed, and we did an MOU when we first had the merger. It was drafted, and but it hasn't been signed. But it identified our roles and responsibilities with respect to the merger. And I've always told the chief of biosecurity that, whatever you guys need to do with respect to agriculture, do it. I mean, just coordinate it. So maybe it's best to let him speak because he's here and he has a voice too. And Chief, would you like to respond?
Biosecurity deal por ahí gal maluang rangklel import. Degal maraigal yum the maigele ngel dial basically threaten our marine resources the makale the maigar. So a question nga adi tulo sa the change system, but project 10 years from now, is this where biosecurity should be located, or is this a place where we can kind of take a pause and say maybe there is a better place for you guys? You still have a role to be with them. I understand that, and you even if you move somewhere, you still have to be there. But
Militasil son marbek plade. Even though gimla biosecurity office am na mubon meram MOF under the Ministry of Bureau of Customs and Border Protection, hindi gidir gol dubara regulation la al biosecurity act nandas 58 temne pasra 2016 agi mol dubarin. So maba tel regulation at the moment the yol dubarin authority ni director agriculture. So if you ask me, I say What do I see 10 years from now? And of course, I get concerned about kasi nga enforcement arm tokora sers nga border. Magana nga to coordinate tayo gigil tabalol tial kangari where I'm at now. Almo sabi el effectively ako bang akterelo tutisel ula tokora biosecurity la nandas 58.
Hindi ka dil torasers some fisheries.
Torasers self mentioning il torase biofouling sewan hayel wa invasive species el lobangel dial ngal el sevel moreng wala dial le obangel me. So I see yasin sabel tiang angar tiang ngaringi in terms better coordination border resources shared between and wongil self-permitting process agricultural product remain in agriculture and close to talel di say gidel go ngal del secretary enforcement arm say gidia mo gora. So I really importance adi said the keep persel el focus mong remain el YC ang lada am tamala sulang.
Sulangal po, Senator Mangasaw and then Senator Sangabaw.
Sulache, Director Tarakong akora in the line of questioning Senator ngire bangal ertial kokora man lo emphasize ra point lo si we need to work smarter and more efficient. Ping up ay kay del concern travelers el may need other belaw el may so is belaw sel labora immigration tadimenta birth certificate tati even though tiangara passport ringil waseng ka other belaw ya labora masil engal lu sel waseng Palawan ngara mo komo dimender til waseng gira mel provide birth certificate ka mas amal mas kautial wan talal su mangkangaram sil waseng other belaw ya passport ringil regardless ng US or Palau awaseng covered in Palau sewan akti kampay na igang ikore mo skatte ele ongerung lebing upper ngire abangal sada receipts ako mda sel ligara receipt ta direct namo gira de lo mesringi leng malmo take up a time el direct that's happening right now are other ro clear and then are other dirko madri lo sigra receipt more sel 100 talal girel mo ngal other belo again efficiency ma working smart tara direct concern trigel other belo more of island ya host country malubong organization na haraw ticket 30 esel may engwal kumpulo asendia kang tiawal official travel mendiakal di kumtas yung since yung kuktim lakal government travel maybe as edlo mesring lo say where does that fall under a regulation or sel mo mong wal last director ka mal impressive presentation or kakbral amatra presentation or kaw ding mal blakatak kalwasya ka mal makatikat nga customs etiawal katengem mo route ratokor immigration ul maktirek mo point out ay ka kasi meng laasa bel kurang ari nga rolele to mesay kay gidel mgekarel kinks dara am mo da kalsal mal burden samra ako experience ra traveler el meso is belaw mainly ar other belaw but to trigal return el mel me visit ar other ablidi kamlo mention ay gel kora what proposed amendments legislation hindi ka katam gimwes ak malolingit ng bolsa el direct provide el mera Senate bolsa mamalomes el side by side nakalbulak kasi kumukple approach ra house makagiming irtir el mururingi ngal mem ngani at elam lomes sel me then already gim wait tel tokra budget ngani akora suka nga mamalo ase ere aku kunwara ra budget ra last fiscal year ma house aku mo initiate ringi hindi nakal stop ka mamal murulay kang mga tmok karigi murulaw relam siya kwadim na suakal point ay ke please sa Henji.
Thank you, Senator. With respect to Palauans providing documents, birth certificates, the law states that you need to provide documents. So that's when we developed the PGST. I mean the PPF. That was one of the concerns that was raised. How do we know whether you're, so one of the requirements we had was, if you don't have a passport, provide your birth certificate. Otherwise, the incentive would be for you to go and get a Palau passport while you're here in Palau. So that was the main concern. But in the, I believe the regulation, it says that you need to provide evidence or proof. So that's one of the things, because yes, we faced the situation where Palauans have come in, maybe the first time in Palau, and they say they're Palauans, but how do we know unless we, and they've only had U.S. passports. I know there's a feeling that whether you're U.S. or Palauan, you're Palauan by right, and you should be able to receive that $100. But so those are the things we'll look into. Yeah, I think these are issues that we need to address. Whether concerning whether immigration continues to issue the refunds at the border, or is there a better way to handle this? Can they claim it online? I mean, those are the things we're talking about, digital and things like that. Government travel, if you're traveling, I know if you're on a TA, you should not be, or if you're representing the government because you're on a, you should not be claiming your the $100. We're always trying to find better ways for customs and immigration to work together. I mean, we're at the borders and those are the things we've been doing since the merger, looking at if the law doesn't cover everything that we need to do, what administrative requirements can we do to deal with these situations. But yeah, I'm not sure if I answered most of your concerns, but I'm sure those are the things that we can address on our end.
No. Sila director dine so loge kasi kom dirga stampa passport terbe law selbe de sisu.
Yeah, so immigration, everybody coming in and out, you should
Kada stampa passport terge da be de sisu.
Yeah.
Is that a strategy so kung magigya passport tra mo Arab esel passport? I'm wondering what's the rationale behind it. You're saying you're working smart. What's the purpose of you stamping Palauan passport?
So it's a record to keep track. Your main travel document is your passport. It's a record of showing who comes into the country, when did you leave. So when we have issues, we always go back and relate to that.
Maybe can you guys find another way of not doing it? Really unnecessarily, you're coming back home. On top of that, you're going to other places, they're going to stamp on it too. So if there's another way you guys can figure out by not stamping on the passport. Yeah, you can process somebody without stamping the passport.
I was at the FinTech conference.
Okay.
And they were talking about doing everything digital.
Okay. Sulang.
Okay. Yeah.
Sulang, director. No, I'm serious about
I'm serious.
it.
I was surprised. I mean, immigration is now talking about digital passports. It's you pay for everything digitally. I mean, during COVID, all the Chinese were using what?
And I'm sure government employees that go on a lot of trips, wala ba passport government, and then you guys ended up the stamperteng
So this is
and
something
we pay for those passport too.
Yeah.
So I'm
yeah. So maybe this is something we can do right now that since we're developing designing the immigration system.
Okay, and I'm gonna move on from that. Next question what percentage of your work, customs and border control, is actually dedicated to actually the collection of revenue? So you're not using immigration officers, you're not using quarantine, collection of taxes.
Well, immigration does collect they do collect revenue, especially the entry of aircrafts, whether it's single or the multiple entries of aircrafts. Of course, they issue refunds.
The point that I'm trying to make kasi kung you wanted all the the agency nga over there, so you guys have a better control or say the revenue miso. If that was the rationale behind that, sira request ra olbira kalula will actually to do this. So at kung mandi kalorurti lang, saberil tigal return ng mora aygil nga ringi, and then so that's why I'm asking what percentage of your work is a custom and border protection, and shouldn't this be under a Ministry of Justice as a Department of Homeland Security under Department of Justice of Luam Rigel or that department as a whole, rather than being a tax thing?
So there's two things that we do at the border. It needs to be balanced: revenue collections and also border enforcement. We've always been told those need to be balanced. You can't be doing more than the other. So one of the first things we did with immigration was, well, we do collect, we issue transmittals, people pay for their visa applications, renewals, they go to finance. We looked at their administrative requirements, what were they doing, the processes. The main thing is to ensure that, one, we have an efficient system in place for them to continue performing that work. So one of the benefits I see is customs, of course, we have people who are dedicated in doing both revenue and enforcement. We have people who are assigned to the revenue, so they focus on revenue collections. We have people who are focused on inspections, but aside from the 8 to 5, everybody goes to the airport and they process and they clear passengers. So, yeah, I mean, there needs to be a balance.
I'm sorry, I'm still, because by law, I was still questioning it, and to this day, and I'm trying to understand why I told agencies, because it was the reason kasi kada moving more tiang, we gotta make sure kasi hindi kang mo ludo the revenue. I have to say kasi al time $10% entry there's going to be a lot of briberies and stuff, even probably even more so. So the point make sure that so kung mamlet 2 short stop mo 3 short stop hindi kang mo korora in field is understandable. I'm still trying to understand the rationale. Maybe
yeah, if I may, Senator, I think the idea behind this was to integrate and make sure we were working more efficiently. I think that was the idea. I mean, you have 3 agencies clearing containers, doing inspections, tending to the flights. Can't you just, instead of sending 3 agencies out there to clear a container, for example, can't you just send 2 or officers, that has the same responsibilities? One of the things we're looking at now, and we have yet to do, is to look at we went to personnel, to human resources, and we asked them, how can we revise our structure so that customs, immigration, and biosecurity, our positions and roles are aligned. Aside from that, the priority for biosecurity is reclassification, because of course they make far less than what the other agencies are doing. So we need to realign that, and that's something that we had planned last year, but we could not, and we're doing it now, so that an Officer 1 position, can they do customs, immigration, and biosecurity work? And I'm a believer that if we can cross-train, the answer is yes.
Fine line require a specific expertise. So cross-training is good. Generalist, but then again, you need that. Point that will make Dr. Quartel, Senator Quartel. Girela specifically a quarantine sila my immigration, what they're looking for. So right. Akmasa point, and maybe over time and still and we're working on it. So hopefully so Director, I'm not.
And if I may add, one of the things you'll see is biosecurity officers working at the post office and in our main office. They're doing data entry as well, because why? Because UNCTAD, which is the UN customs and that handles that's developing the Asukuda system for us, when we were having discussions on CITES, they also, CITES uses the system from Masukura or UNTAC. So our officers now, so we are going to build the biosecurity system for biosecurity for imports and clearances and stuff, and that means working with BOA as well. But yeah, it's a challenge. I thought it would be easy to just, but it's not. You got to respect their main their core requirements. But if there's a solution to integrate all of them, so whether you're all called customs officers but you have 3 responsibilities, or whether I saw the need that biosecurity, you need to focus on your core requirements, invasive species, all those pests that we have here, and whatever that may be.
Sulangnya Direktoral po nga Senate Vice President.
Sulat siya, hindi kang guraman mga kamatal isu di makadiri kalwaya ul suela kuarte mal suela. Lekor nga kaulumis sa siya kakaro sa lobis, ilmlaring yang aler rakabalment tal aser sama edire kalmlaring yang alir ma airport. Makami mo mga airport, talme daso asi Krel el kami amal marin admin ma airport no tidreli sel group pertrigel guk mora airport el mora igal port el mot siga igal klalo ndi sel bol mira ide guk klobora igel lobi setir el rula igel ngalir ra igel guk ngalir ra kabelment akmal ko la segi de la ngwal ko ram lam ngai mena ser se la wal gora adibus segi del imora armergira guk togora cigarwa ko ya semangara igal ko singtigal ngara ser semangara ako na sa segi alam ni girel okmong marula MOU ra of ngole la igay gidel agency sa government el timya mot mage mora tegi del mo secure igal border sa blue bela kalel bail sibel segi dendi mol mga igel area sa kami endi sel ngarinya training ko mora training ra igel ko area sa kami mot makala sa igay gida sel do bora border igay gida igel ko to ngale del mesa igel ko ngale del tel igal border segi nga wait say away kwarte ma sa kabal tang na ako ram na talim na mabetal so hindi nga kamal din ko malmol mga sas dolomol mga segi de malak tung sura imora lesel duk customs sa sadra customs el ngare ungela minister of finance sa ta tora otro le la claro o si le la claro ay gi de gel gu mesra se kelel ko ram sadra MOU lo se ko ngare MOU blem draft ngin di dral san mana ako na sa gi de la bay se del morgi etcetera o idi tel government me la ko si adra hacerse adra adra vayo ko ma gora community gad gora hacerse akora o mesri lo se game de luto ko man mo ngilo meserngi mita di del líder gora man mga mo gora tel laur tel government rin sulang.
Yeah, Vice. One of the arrangements we had agreed upon when we had the merger was the Chief of Biosecurity will go ahead and schedule them when they need to be available to do those activities, to go to the stairs or whatever. So so we've been flexible. I mean, if they're required to deal with, whatever needs to be done inland, that's a coordination and agreement that we have. We've included biosecurity in a lot of the customs trainings that we've had, especially during COVID, webinars. I'm just hoping that we can see more biosecurity trainings being offered because they only have about, 10, 11 people. We have many. So it'll be nice to involve more people so that we can be more involved in at least finding things that are important to biosecurity and turning them over to the right people. I know we don't have a scientist or a lab here that can do what needs to be done, but those are the things we've discussed.
Director ulak malakoy the point kasi akadabagi kagduk kasi because in the spirit of coordination nakadam dia molda kay ka rokoy la kag tel milko kasi nganet telgi problem lo mangel ablar bulis rego kigal bilis mo kaduk mo kadungul mer under gaul direct al sukum hindi ka sebe de role government ay gumdaseng by people's issue ngire del mo se de lo and I found that nga maktire kan lo sira ko ngara administration and yes I gal department samran ngare gal Hindi siya igidal gidal mo titira ada me oreo. Regardless where you are, we're serving the same people. Makumdaso yung ulmagi talgibol ko ra sa tel tokol mo. Ila selbo mo sa ngim duk kasing giril nga nga will coordination or kami ma. A director abla bulis so kumendia kang gugong guguk arteng kwase Bible da rokuy. Guguk mo titira ada bulis ikal guk tiragal mo eungem. That's the scary part in all of trying to ay gamal ka karo sa mokte karingi lobbies. Nga intention ringi inding kadukuk I was told kasi halid kali ako administration na ako swell iralaw but I still haven't seen the say I'm waiting for that moment el warak mada light sulak
Senate President.
Malungil kapsne kang mal maringa sulil mlauta kang mertiang mga takay seul mutal talgibe. Aktiogir sel mal lungil lul da swem rat tele laurol gamru ringi. Ngarahul da swem ulgum til ay gidal biosecurity dilut ngul lo yara. Eungela agriculture mal ubet temong ma immigration albora under minister justice kuktimong ra custom. Ngara ko raul da swem gidal wasigidal lul da so. Mang lakam sal ko ramri kata. Then you know direct mal mari custom adi kalbet tulur it's hard. Mang kadiri trail marur ka mang madi kam sal mari ngara urele mara custom. Tiri lai gidal adra ba. By local mora agriculture malongra al matir loror immigration albora under minister of justice ya omoror airport work together but different management ngara ko the swim girela ay sige.
Yeah, I think that's something for our leadership to discuss with the president. To me, what it's like the
we
issue
want
with,
to do it, but we want to ask your opinion because maybe I know it's hard for you because minister is here and maybe he want to control all of this, but
yeah, he's my legal advisor.
Di tral malgora.
Yeah.
Tele laureur.
Yeah.
You know, but you can work together.
If I look at immigration, I look at labor and the issues that have been discussed. The main thing is to have a strong working relationship. That there's the processes are well defined. It's simple and easy, and that's why with immigration we brought in a consultant to sit with us and look at the legislation, the laws. We had consultations, but we wanted to know how can we improve, because I tell you what, when immigration came under me, I felt like something was broken, honestly. And I said, oh no, but we took on the challenge. We meet every week. We have weekly reports that go to the minister. We've been trying to fix things. So probably the first thing to do would, I've looked at our people, I looked at the structure, and all those things need to be fixed before we can whether it's under the Ministry of Justice or whether it's under Ministry of Finance. I think those are things you guys, but we were asked these questions way back in the day. Even should customs be under the Ministry of Justice? But there needs to be a balance. And one thing good about immigration now is we talk. We're involved. We know exactly what vessels are coming in, how many people are coming in. All these things. So I think we need to just continue. My personal opinion is we need to build on what we have, because right now, if I have the right, it's like if I have the right people in place, we can make things happen and provide the right reports. And right now the QR code it's challenging now. Now we're getting information before 72 hours prior. What do we do with the information? Now we need to go and tell our people, hey, you need to start acting like analysts. You need to start looking and see who's declaring, who's got criminal record. Because those are the things we're reacting. But whatever the plan may be, I know a lot of work right now will be developing an immigration legislation.
Okay.
Looking to improve our structure with the people that we have. So those are the challenges that we're still facing at this time.
I can see your honest opinion, but you don't want to tell me, so it's okay. Okay, anyway.
Hey, I'm done in 2 years. 2 years. If I
That's why-
survive, I'm done. But I think we got to look, that's why we developed the 5-year plan. We developed a strategic plan for customs, immigration, and biosecurity. Nobody in the region has customs, immigration, biosecurity together. Guam doesn't have that, Saipan, but it brought on new challenges. It brought us closer together. The only thing now is we're not, with respect to law enforcement, we're not really at the same meetings when Ministry of Justice, Public Safety, unless we have our CBM working group. But those are things we need to address.
Okay, kami da mura igal drugs. Igal drugs mlame kong may ngargere may.
So when
Where
the
they're
drugs,
coming from? Philippines, Guam, or China?
well, if it's the post office, it's coming in from the States.
From the States.
And then we do have people coming in from Guam, so it's not just Philippines anymore. A lot of Palaons who live abroad, from what I'm seeing, they're coming back with a new mindset, or they're, I hate to say it, but the drugs that we have seized, it's, you can try and put away as many people as you want, but as long as if there's still a demand, that's the problem. So, the dogs and the X-ray machines, those are tools that we can use, but we really need to deal with this issue as a whole. Yeah, because it's most of the drugs now, they're coming in from the States.
Okay, el ano missing mal drugs. Ya o tia wasing drugs. Arbulis uspe. Maulog do wasing klole al sumang song si arbulis ati kal spin matig uspe. Anyway, I gel bilis, are they well trained? The dogs, are they well trained?
Yes. So one of the problems we had, one of the challenges we have is doing obedience trainings
Okay,
with the dogs.
The dogs are well trained. What about the people who handle the dog? Are they well trained?
Yes. So they need to be certified. So, Mayor, is he still here? Yeah, he's still here. He can talk more about that, but he deals with that. But my concern is this: if you're gonna, because I was at public safety before when we had the dogs, and it failed twice. Because there's two things that I heard Reynolds Magol say at the promotion: consistency and commitment. Our officers are full-time handlers. You got to commit and you got to be consistent, and those are the two things that we need to make sure we follow. So having part-time handlers won't work because the dogs are very demanding, and the officers need to do a lot of obedience trainings. If correct the dogs, they need to spend more time with the dogs than their wives. So those are the things we run into before. So. Yeah.
Okay, kami tirgal undesirable el foreigner el meso iso rebelaw. What's the procedure kung declare waseng kang undesirable to violate talula immigration, to overstay, ngaria criminal record tire ko base. And como decidera waseng kang undesirable.
So what we've been doing now is, if you're on the list, and of course the list that is provided to us, we won't let you in the country unless the AG or the president says otherwise. So whatever is on the list, that's what we follow.
Who make a list? Attorney General?
I believe so.
And who
that's where
provide the name
it's compiled
to,
and then approved by the president.
Who provide the name, Mora?
I'm not involved in that, but I believe if you're, I think you would have to talk to her.
Okay, I will ask her.
Yeah.
Hindi ka mo gerngileng.
Yeah. I know some of the
Hindi
concerns.
ako wasya ko gernging waseng kau maulak.
Yeah, no. No, but I do know one of the concerns we have, and I see some of the other countries doing is, if you're a pedophiler, do you want them coming into your country?
Oh,
Those
yeah.
are the concerns we have to ask ourselves. I'm sure once we become members of Interpol, and if the law says that, you know, if you're on this list, you don't come in. I mean, everything goes back to the law. Whatever the law says, we follow.
Okay.
But
Okay.
yeah, that's
Thank
the
you,
thing.
John. Thank you for your okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. And it's good to hear that you're working hard.
Yeah.
But please have your work as a team.
Right.
Yeah, that's important. Thank you.
Oo.
Sulang Director Tarong, I have 2 questions. So, the way your organization is functioning now with the transfer of the immigration and biosecurity to your bureau, may dalawa, Homeland Security Ramrigel, is there a difference, or are they about the same way of functioning? If you know about the Homeland Security, can you tell us about that? Number 2 question I have is, in the hearings with the other ministries and the government agencies, they're not supposed to be subject to PGST, but when they have to clear cargo from not directly from the port, but from a cargo or freight that's handled by like a private agency or forwarder, they have to pay the tax, and then they have to cut the PO for it and pay it, and it's coming out of their budget, and they don't have enough budget, so they're not really happy about that. So we want to know, how does that work, and how does the law address that you have to collect from a government agency that's not a taxable entity?
Yeah. On your first question with respect to Homeland Security, I know there were some concerns during oversight hearings from what I've read, whether or not their merger was successful or not. It all depends, but it all depends on how you organize your offices. So that becomes a big concern. I know we had a lot of people in immigration, so we had to identify who's doing what. Do you work in the visa processing section? Do you go to enforcement? You know, so those are things that we need. I mean, how can we align those positions? Yeah, but I can't discuss how Homeland Security operates, because they're bigger, and what they do may not fit what we have here. On the PGST, yeah, we have freight forwarders, agents who clear on behalf of on the importers. When they clear, they assume the responsibility of making the payments on their behalf. So the law requires us to impose the PGST. So we don't do any deferrals. We don't waive any taxes, because the last oversight hearing that I had here a long time ago, I remember you guys told me you guys collected at the border. So that's paid upon the time of import. So that's what we've been doing since then. Unless there's an exemption because it's part of a government agreement or grant project or things like that. Those are or if it's zero rated, those are the only times it will clear. But freight forwarding agents know that, if they're clearing on behalf of somebody, they're representing them, and they'll have to also make sure that they pay for the PGST.
But the law says the government is not a PGST registered entity. So I know before when you get a BL at the port, if it's addressed to a government agency, you're not assessing the tax. So what's the difference between then and now?
Okay, let me put you with the right guy.
Waigel dilo director chereng igegid el assistant ma diplomat ma egid el ngarngi tialgo special el gol agreement el compact egegid magel zero rate el supplies ege exempt import. Other than that, then diya exemption or import, including ra government el regular import supplies, not pursuant to a assistance. Hindi ka cover say hindi waya hindi ka exemption ra adal import ra value ra commercial threshold.
Alelogera, Senator Mayer.
Kora di korir tiang letia taadal ngara ikel bela mladire kalau koroling tanga son merangal. Tirga kuk mnamo mereka turmertira kal soldae mnamo soril mobil mekir bela. To ase kama magi mobil egong yang mali misal beto aklok lam lagi egol momru rabesel terang aklam. Magira ase ikan lagi mobil legong en klok lam lagi mola belegong egom alo malara taksel. Dakat sibil kuk kurang usuk mam kuk kom kita kertel ase ngal kita di melukul ma merigel. Etinga kuk ngarse ba melukul me. Kel go ngarnya awe katong sutrir mo masipil maklok lilme. Kuk stata na clear ablo bela.
Segal so lang bay sakti la dirigal segal del muadadu el girel ndi alla al sil sa dia as personal import subject del morsel threshold amount. I say.
Honorable Senate President.
Oi. Mang minister kom konge ang sumut tagidele unified budget tagilo ya segidel provider language mail exempter tirigidel el move tirga move leng tirgel may adial bel mel trigal claro they're moving ya PGST moraigel import for business plus ral sumung komusram limel private museum limel mema kado ger mal sumun sibel atirga gidel move el may let them retire they want to move el merbelauma.
Thank you, President Paules. I think some of this is a policy question, so it makes it a little bit difficult for us to answer. And that policy question is, do we protect our local business? Importing your goods from abroad is a choice. I mean, not everybody wants to deal with that. It becomes really expensive. Why don't you just sell your things and then buy new things here?
To import your goods, maybe, but you're not importing, you're moving. Like you're bringing your couch, you're bringing your freezer or ice box, or you're coming because you have a car, and you're not bringing the car to come and sell. You know, it's your transportation for.
I mean, if it's your personal vehicle, you pay tax on that. So again, it's a policy question. The other policy is, do we want to deprive local business from selling those goods that these people would have bought if they didn't.
Okay, so why don't you make provide a piece of, so we can put in the law to exempt those moving. Make a language to exempt them.
What I suggest is we have some data already. Let's see how much are we talking about. If not everybody moves here from the States with a lot of stuff. So we can look at that and then recommend something to you if. I mean, what the impact will be if we make that kind of policy change.
We can still talk about it because we have maybe 1 month before we submit the unified budget to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lelbo, Senator Rudim and then Senator Talam.
The question for clarification, Director Alwema Minister. Kadwa sendegale state-owned enterprise ma government a PGST, right? There's no exemptions. A question naman ito alu. At suma SOLPPUC, the importer fuel, siya kung assess at 10% of PGST level. Ang mga sube sa yalochin drug, siya mo to clarify say.
Ulong ma PUC import to.
Tumalara alu ra let's say one legal sources. egel sources ng arbela transfer a fuel more tire charge at the siya ko bang 10% of PGST.
Why say the requirement ng ngarangel charge ngarangel supplier.
Mura SOE, PPUC or PNCC, BSCC, SOE, okay? Mala sa suma PPUC ang uy otrol mo okya. Ingirel collector sell 10% the rate offer cellular. Mo diwas yo bay. Okay, matya as well can. So give the price from that import at collector nga and then sa consumer. Why say diwaran mo. Hindi ako sulak. Tinasa clarifier selling 690 lang ang ganon at the retail pump. Sulak.
Senator Talams.
Sulla cere, logrado dul gire la taxa, la mablaga mil capture gal taxa. Dia, ako mese tele military movement el mesoiser belawe. Emergoe mnetia attorney general na se, tadirgado dul gire la, akmutte pe tax malu bendia. A presidente mendere gal interview ngi rablu amrigelem, while disagree te agidal. Status of force agreement. Ngari agora alda du ulgirel se. Tab togaladar vela umrak prasik dam namura buffer zone. Ilaka dam namura sacrifice zone tial Indo-China tension ngari iman. Ngara alda du ulgirela. Agigidal tax.
I'll take the question, but before that, I mean, I'm looking at the time. All of my chiefs here and even my directors are all paid on hourly basis, and I have not approved overtime for any of them. So if you don't mind, I can ask them if you're interested in staying. You're on your own time, so. Yeah. So regarding SOFA, this has been a message that the President has been giving the United States at every opportunity. It's something that we have discussed in our meetings, but we have not decided on the actual language, if any, that would be done. I mean, we've negotiated the financial package for the compact, but we have not negotiated the federal programs and services. This one is a little bit part of defense, but part of tax. So we may tackle it on two different sides. We have talked to U.S. congressmen, and they see the logic for the lower tier third country contractors and employees that they would not be exempt. So it's something that we are still discussing, but the President is pretty adamant about the U.S. helping us by allowing those people to be taxed.
Sula minister sabemos agora provide agora documentation el gire la status la negotiation el gire el agreement moment sabela tial lolbira lo otia a interested tir mara other bela el gire tial support te gide longo de dunia president en dosi krolel klaseng magramo sabel ngani unified el posición era ablur belau. Lo ngasura presidente negotiated tial status of force agreement. Man sabi del guk ma benefit ngi.
Yes, thank you. There is no such document at this time, unless the U.S. allows us to put this on the table. I don't think there will be a document. So we will continue to push. The main drive right now is trying to get the compact officially approved, meaning the law that was proposed gets passed, and they fund the budget so we can get money. That's our top priority right now. We still have a year to negotiate the other terms.
Senator Talams. But in a year from now, the Lutal Mora Status of Force Agreement. Can we move on, Minister? Sulang Director Targong. Annex sa PEWA. Ay ko lingit ringin meraklugo, but if there's a really short presentation, sa ML manggala PUC, yung lamot talgibal kadep sel hearing ra PUC, tidal ko ama 6 story. So
Ma'am Labre got record.
Oo, ikaw Labre ka.
So this is going to be very short and sweet. Okay. So good evening to all the senators. Thank you for having us. Nga ang klaka Eden Well, nga ka Director sel Palau Energy and Water Administration under the Ministry of Finance. Mo sube salsum de kami sa say akmal le insist with my minister as maldi one page slide nga. Nga niya mal gamangal sa live ma ay gagi dele a presentation man so mil nga kapini. Tiya maldi brief leng kuraman makita temed. So again a mission rapewa. Of course and de kalso duli sep mal gamangal sentence. I just ensure that there is affordable energy through our PPUC, as well as safe water access, as well as fresh water and wastewater infrastructures improvement, and make sure I have oversight over PPUC. That's the short and sweet version from the long sentence over there. Ma-minister nga kasi hali kulot ko landing. Most of us akmo nga mix with English nga yung terms ra within this organization also kung maktulit ko ra abela kutungi da oriom la. Makmo nga mix positions are pewa, there's only myself. Ako sigra water engineer, ako sigra energy engineer. Minister nga management tamle adu, and then we came up with this new organization chart. Mal faded over there, but mal di show lo ase nga director matul engineers. The reason for this is mlamo show lo ase oversight over PPUC mlamo spe professionals. I need to ensure that sabihan mo make sure to inspect and then to see what they're actually doing is for the benefit of the consumers, so that they give the best services to the Republic. Elasel domes are core business processes, performance measures. Again, the long presentation, you can look into those. You're more than welcome to call me back so I can come back and and then explain it all to you. But to make it very simple, the total budget appropriated for PEWA is for 2024 in the 142,208. This is just $7,208 above what I had last year. But again, hindi mo cover the expenses. But ang malol ngito kasi hindi ka reducing. Of course, ngayon sale authorization for hire. Of course, kasi mo address the sale need for the engineers le. Kami minimum that the engineers make is $60,000 a year. And of course, to try to invite them into the Republic, an island sector, they don't have the perks that goes with being in a bigger country. So the entice but mal ngayo dudele. So agim mal los pelo se selbornya se seludo de remote appropriate to sell other section of the funding. Our way forward and our what do you call it? Our opportunities to improve PEWA. So you see over there, at that very corner, it's not so big, but again, you can see it later. We are looking forward to producing energy and water roadmaps. Right now, in the latest, what they're saying, national energy policy, SIMNET 2010, it's outdated. We need to improve it. We need to update it. So, and then also, the current, water policy, but there's no current one. We need to develop that. We need to look into development of the regulations. IPP is coming online soon. Of course, kada na inaugurate but hindi ka actually start putting it into the grid itself, so that'll come later. We need to develop those regulations that will affect that. Other than that, we need to also determine the nationally determined contributions of Palau. A target daw say 45% year 2025 and get renewable energy in the electrification sector. Right now, and that's about the say Currently, with just the solar systems on top of the rooftops, we're saying 3 to 7%. Apela na mo dahil sabi lo say it's about. We need to be very precise so say So with that, we are doing the our homework. We're bringing in a special technical assistance from SPC. Within the next 2 months to determine that, because when we stated in 2015 was a 45% at 2025, na mo the report out, and we're at 2023. Maybe by next year to meet their say at 2025 and what do we need to do to get to that target as a nation. Also with energy and water security, I gave the address as a nation. And last but not least, I got opportunities that we really do want to achieve, the digitalization or the development of PPUC. What we've seen now while we're doing the IPP, and of course PPUC is coming tomorrow, you can also ask those questions. We need to move them forward. We need to improve their sensors. We want them to have systems, sensors that they use, but they can reduce their cell response time. That's what we all want. So we want to help PUC move forward. So with the help of ICT sector lead, the Director Conrad ang Artyang, relevant other sectors to try and help PUC improve on that sense. So of course, we're in the background, we're trying to get some grants and do all of this with PPUC. I want to reiterate, PIWA under MOF, PUC. We try to find ways to improve their infrastructures. Although I say regulatory sector, but in the end we serve the same purpose, to bring the best services, hopefully in lower cost to the consumers, which is the Republic of Palau citizens and residents. Madam di sayid, it's umanya question saying alsumdak al answer yung kaya the minister sa help nga. Sula.
Garo sa ere maklugo kay la ko sensomal mo. Bere bong. Bong ya Senator Mario.
Akarigal ma dite lalamo klugal sa mga na sa mo niya. October ka ma minister wasi. Kami ko mangalit alba bilang la frank kan nilita appropriate overall bill mga 750,000. Komuldur ringi alu bengi ilukor kami ko masebong.
No, I think Frank is looking for every way that he can to find a way to fund his operation. And one of the arguments he's making is there are things that if it was his choice, he would not do. So he's asking the government to pay for those what we call community obligations that the government is telling him he must do. For instance, just recently for the I think it was the marathon. Was it the marathon or Omal marathon? They were asked to put up new street lights to provide more security for the runners. So he did, and now he's asking us to pay for it. So I mean, well, you know, when for us in finance, when you want money, you need to find a budget, you need to find the money, and then you make a request through the procurement, and then we follow the process. This installation was just a direct request from one of the ministers to PPUC, and now they're billing us for that service. So of course the bill doesn't go back to the minister, it comes to us, and we have to figure out how we can help. So it's an example of why Frank is asking for money, just a way to help take him out of the red because they're losing money.
Okay, kung sulang minister ere maklugo kay mo gera PPUC tamira budget hiling naklugo. Can we move on almora ISSS? Tira ka sorry kay presidenta. Tamlak murtil wase mora le tira dikkay.
Oi minister excuse tir melora le di kau matir gagi la amo le mora budget.
they want to stay, so they're any more sandwich we can give to them?
Ala Senator Rudy malgo nga rin karir madilo ko kira.
Minister, the question mora ka minister Miss Eden Rapiwa. Since ako piwa na mo rin regulated at PPUC, nga board of directors. Umames sandali nga use sa board of directors ng PPUC since ako nga kung na mo approve this approval rates para ako. Lagi mo rin recommendation ay tangot ta board of mo mora rin.
PPUC is by law established as a company and it has a board of directors, so I mean, we're not going to recommend that you repeal the law. The purpose of PIWA is to handle the regulations, because you don't, I mean, we've experienced the company, if you let it do what it wants, will take advantage of setting the rates in their favor. The role of the regulator is to make sure the rates are as low as they can be without damaging the company. So I don't see as the regulator replacing the board. They have very different responsibilities.
Sulang yung minister pero kimo follow up pa rin yaklo mga next information systems support services Director Conrad Alel.
Ngilop singay nga Conrad Alel nga ka ongara ra ISSS. Tiang adi imora office will be directly under office ra minister. Ngayon nga 9 or classified positions ra officer nga 4 nga vacant. Igel core business process ra ISS kotol number 1 priority nga maintain tal MOF financial management system tal FMIS, which is also known as Tyler Munis. Number 2, we provide technical and IT consulting services to other ministries. The third one is we participate in technology project planning. For example, like the PDP, we were involved in setting the ICT strategy for PDP is the Palau Development Plan by the President. We also maintain the MOF document archives. My office has been involved in developing and managing, maintaining, and supporting various information systems in the government, which includes the IT infrastructure at the Capitol, labor information system. We also manage Palau Gov emails and website, the MOJ information system, and the Palau Post information system. And this on the side are just various systems at the Ministry of Finance that we manage. My budget request is $234,018. My prior year budget was $216,000. The difference of $18,018 is just to cover the increment in the salary. We have my office has several initiatives that it's working on. Number 1 is the ICT strategy and roadmap. This is a national roadmap for the government. It's going to define how we're handling technology without like a vision or a mission, a straight line on where we want to go. So we want to make sure we have a roadmap requesting where do we go from here. We're also doing the digital ID. We're starting this project on the 25th of this month. This digital ID is going to be used because we're going to start going into e-government, and digital ID is going to be used for verification. For example, like Singapore has a digital ID. It's one ID that connects to all the government services that you have. We're going to be doing a study first to see what can we link ID with and how we're going to do it, and then we're going to do it. We're doing the e-government strategy and pilot program. In the prior year, we did an e-government assessment with the help of ADB, and in that assessment, we identified our strategy, and then we identified through a survey, we identified
an office mo pilot program direct supporting ADB. For example, like we chose National Treasury because all the payments that come to the government must go to the National Treasury. So we're going to start off with the National Treasury and, for example, create a website where you can go and pay for car registration and stuff. We're also in charge of the FMIS rollout to all ministries. And earlier this year, we drafted the Cyber Crimes Act. This is a law, an act that makes a computer crime a crime. Because right now there's no law that says a computer crime is a crime. And for example, like cyberbullying, using technology to bully somebody. Right now, this act is being reviewed by the Office of the President, and hopefully, if he accepts it, it will come to you. That's it. Thank you. Good night.
Halakot na ito nga question ng Senator mga sao.
So lagi Mr. Leleng again ang minister alela koram ne reminder gidro gul wase ngaring selbe esel committee argidra Senate and Cyber Security and Technology. Al mukte argida wase makara dos pe ay gidel wa roadmap blam rule may gidel initiatives el mongot mokle makara sa edel maodak ta ay gidel ro ko erulya a legislation sabi el address ay gidi legi da di maral mo soy sa brabulul adal de katotokli esel bulul adang artiar el alta bandakal sa edlom dasola se halma au riu le boda address ringi mang president tra senate tamal forward thinker mang lo sabi el meskit tay gidel opportunity chair kami tira cyber security and technology malo nga sulem ra presentation olingit lo se el almong e bol nga ringa regular consultation rigidam bel sabi edel mawngil subitiang the katmaklia aurol girira other way sulang
ala di comment sulang Senator Masaw malungil for you to become our champion. We're starting the ICT roadmap and I will involve you in the process when we start doing it.
Albo Senator Whips.
Malmasaon miskaka teale director lo kira. Director ako mesra presentation argang gora mal dotoka bulet mal dotoka moru e for a vacancy raw. How you gonna do it? Ang ram dir ngani a vacancy ka malos pagis.
Majority regal gimoru TA technical assistance. It requires me working with a consultant and working with people in the government. So we get help that way.
Yeah. I understand that. My point is you have 4 vacancies. You need help, right?
Yes.
That's why you have vacancies.
What
are you doing? Hire them.
I wish it was that easy. Our minister's forward thinker too, so whenever we go on trips, he makes us recruit. Last month, we were in Taiwan. We met with the Palan students who are in Taiwan. We haven't had anybody apply, but we're being proactive and trying to recruit.
Director langaring angkel Lauriera MOJ el Mr. Sabal lungara lay kay gitale CCTV.
Ay.
Mang king wayal ko ra ngeng obanggem Lauriera tang obanggel MOJ Lauriera makara to ko ra make sure ngariya budget ringi.
Awan lay kay gitale a core business process provide technical and IT consulting services to other ministries. This, when they did an executive order to create ISS, finance has always been a lead in the technology rebelao, and this is 1996, around 1996 in May. So since we've advanced in the technology, we're trying to help other ministries
no, I will not let Sabal go. He needs to stay with me and move on to different projects. But we want him to, we want MOJ to find somebody, kama ma-trainer ngi, mo self-sufficient ta MOJ ra IT ni.
Okay, I guess we don't know what to do now, but
I mean, they need the budget. They asked for a budget. I watched their session. They asked for a budget. Please provide them the budget so they can hire somebody that I can train. We can train, because they need somebody.
Okay, I guess that's a consideration given what Senator Whips just said about the 4 vacancies. Ay mo omes ngi kamsulang ra input ra. Senator Sungino.
Sulang itchere man na mole tending maldi quick kora kamente sula Mr. Leleng ina gidiga kamata balwa la kulung gata balwa el mortirgal ngalga del tilobdra ya scholarship programs akum dasang tial tokora outreach ma trial la baigal vacancies el mora system ra school mo understand ra ngalga mu tirkat na masubul gilel geral tob de ngargera ora roadmap per tir coming out ra gal akum dasang nawa gilel move til trigibel mo sisia outreach gidel mo al sala school el qaider tir el mora gal positions. We need to work on that lang akti agidi gam larsay akmal mo proud rawan rangal gal mora agriculture el gukli der ngil mora to ka shobara al sala agriculture. So I think we need to work harder in terms of trying to guide our children and more equal positions. In the Ministry of Finance, we go farther than that. We're starting an outreach at Moragal Elementary School, try to guide kids at IT, major at young, and then come work for finance or come work for Republic of Palau. We're trying to go earlier than that instead of just trying to, because we do hit the scholarship boards and the students out there. But with our new program that the minister set up, me and Ethan are going to go to the first one where we're going to meet what school? We're going to meet with PHS. Yeah, and we just want to tell them what projects we have. I mean, what projects we have, what we're working on, and try to motivate them to come into our field. Akmal understand you know I got adu mga kita di maklu kita talma okay may nga raigal push nga kulor niya kumasi we need to move raigal the sweth el morar magi other the very youth el tira mubra el mortir ndia galgid among makutral en gorge tira na mo erdarang lo mesam ma maklungeth no I see this kumasi it's a big problem because kada di ngi takrar youth my youth structure, but we're not empowering them to move the idea. Ngidel merutra uriora among loko kadam sa til ma youth and then tamesigidel maklolath. They won't be tabay mo discourage tamesigidel maklolath ng sel masada gal tokoy. There's no connection between us and them. Ako loko niya mas we gotta find the structure kung gal student body organization sa school. Makarang ada trainer tira mo bertelul dasu. Segita missing and linger tiang lang akundasang we're doing a lot of right things and di kita matitural structure. There's nothing else structure ngal empowerment tra yudel to own aigal domdaso. Mentira mo bra idea tira kan burse mo bertelul daso. Dia kal gidel mo ngi kuk tatral en words tiling. Tanam cycle domis kita rabek kalta. Kita maklungal ap. That's what I'm trying to get to. We need to work with other ministries to see mo what's holding the idea back or Russell action plan or whatever. Domestic niya. Kung ako ramal modit pringi, but that's what I see. No, it's. Ako ra omestor ko ma-either or over outreach sa school. You know, kita 50 kita tirka 18 ra ta solo omestor 50 ra. If we have the 30 years old or the 25 years old, then masada gal tokon mortir. Ngel of fresh out of Taiwan ngal IT. Masada tial mo ngal ra school. They'll get the message. Yes. That's what I'm saying. Thank you. I understand. Hopefully.
Matilas el question ni ako kinalkilala well we're moving on with the technology mo sabi will identify at rokoy ngari nga ko ra privacy motikal sa iulo Mr. Watang, you know, I don't want you to know everything about me.
Yeah.
And that's my right. Ngargira la malubeng kora ngarang clear setter sa igidal board there.
Part of Taigi the Lural Giba Maruringi will identify those and the needs that we need to do to do it. So yes, privacy is a concern for us. Cybersecurity is a concern for us. We have, I think, I was been talking with the director of digital residency. His name is Jay Anson. He's a really good. He was in cybersecurity in the military, and we've been talking about doing a privacy act, or at least finding what privacy acts are there around the region that we can use as a base, and what's the best way to do it. So we understand we need it. The first thing we need first is the Cyber Crimes Act. What makes a computer crime a crime? And then we're going to tackle privacy next.
Maybe you shouldn't start this project without a privacy act, because I want to make sure our rights are protected before you get in all the information about me.
When we got pitched the project, the digital ID, you get for example, you get an ID, the digital ID. What it does is the computer links it to my social security number. Example, I'm not sure yet, but it links to it. It links to the social security number, but it doesn't show. For example, I use it to access a e-government service. It doesn't show to the system of Kwasenganga social security number. What it does is it verifies gang mral konrad a verified secondary by the social security number. It doesn't mean, and for example, I'm going to say out of health, but that's an example of how it is. It doesn't mean we have access to all the information on social security for Conrad. It just means we use it as like a secondary link to verify that I am the right person. Instead of, if we do e-government services now, I would require somebody to come into tax and then sign a form and verify that he is who he says he is. But if we start off with the digital ID, links everything, but protects the privacy, it will make things easier and faster. Because if I do e-government services for finance, and then I do e-government services for health, I'm going to have an ID for finance, I'm going to have an ID for health, I'm going to have an ID for or something. But we want to link everything and connect them without breaching the privacy of the person.
Okay, just make sure. Because without the protection of the law, I cannot come after you. So I need to have the law to protect me as well. So since you're looking at that Cybercrime Act, maybe you can put something that will protect the privacy for individuals. I mean, you have CCTV, you have digital ID, and then you have your medical records and your social security and your bank account. You know, if you have access to all of that, I don't like it. So.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Sulang. Kalilbo, Senator Odin.
Wilgumske, Honorable Mar Minister Mal. The question, ta maintain ra palawgap that PW.
Obvious ra.
Central budget ringi, how much do you pay for your annual maintenance ringi?
We pay about, I think about 1,500. But the annual maintenance is, we update it. We update it, but the maintenance is, we pay for an off-site backup. The website is hosted outside, but we back it up to a cloud service.
Tedrek secure the website del palawgap that PW. Secloclela Republic, right?
Yes.
Website.
Yes.
Okay. Ela tida question. Sele movement rumilo batel mara digital ID maro ko isang recommendation or tange, or is that a grant sponsored project then?
It's a TA.
And it's from us looking at the region. What inspired us, for example, is like Singapore and Taiwan. And we want to get into e-government services. And this is one of the things that makes e-government easier. That having an ID that gives you access to all government services, and it's verified.
Saying initiated by the Ministry of Finance.
Yeah.
But that precedes this term, right?
I'm
So
sorry?
it's been e-governance, e-government, digital.
Right, right.
Saying nga ko history nilo, say when did it start? And is it during this 11th government, Adam prior, or has this been going on for a couple of years or a few years?
It's way before.
And that was initiated by an outside grant, Tadang Republic of Palau. So doon na genesis rin yun.
Huh? ISS, like I said, ISS has always been in the lead in the technology. So the reason why we also get involved in creating this these various information systems is to set a standard. So in the future, when we get to connect them and have like a data warehouse where we have this, we're on a set standard instead of every office having a different.
To the question, again, pretty speaker kada Google. At sumang president the 11th government, yung mention Mr. Che Anson was a cybersecurity expert, which is the 11th government. Direct relate to Madam Chair concerns of privacy, security government, tragid mal citizens mal that kalvalu. Ilasel mo mes ang kanya private entities, malibang individuals, promote sa sector ng government, lordo government terbelan mo e-government. Mungwal remotely controlled the segi the southern mom dali ko segi dali ko so share and mera leadership of belau. So everybody would be on the same page as whom go move the republic or more digital world. At least the other telbulu rogui.
It's not so much as somebody guiding us to it. I mean, with COVID happening, it made it evident that we needed to go provide government services online. So that's where we're headed.
Will mention ring again la misang a private promotion lobang tela belau. Masetol ng serve belau move tel government belau mora e-government mo digitize na control ring rogoy. Say private wal bol ila government give. Sel logro niya Madam Chair kung nasa mal important concern privacy, security, cyber security. Yaktirig rin sa last week ang experts sa US military and may update ra other cyber crime, cyber security. I gave that the nga kadiri rin off the street. Ako ni minister la say oy gagi the concerns sa livelihood or bekla other rogoy. Can you be more transparent try gagi the issue? So mga niya movement la say kung mawa government more digital world, who's going to control it at all control? Awam retire Conrad, who's going to take over? Ngara section plan at Kiarogi. So at least the population of Belam the game. Leng again nakadome sa baby rabulu ambriga lak mula set the challenge la sina. Letir lowa grading system of social citizens are tir. Mungwal ko raboda standard da se kita wadu belar more control. At the same time the follow a wrong so-called enemy. Hindi sa so di mo mo tragtis and map per bela mong mobile attack lang. Hindi so ka state to select mo bangela Madam Chair say make sure nga a privacy control, my right to other below is protected under the Constitution. Manda kali kaya digitally invade the privacy ra ano mo control ak lang arati. Sige ta diyon tingil pabangela committee. Sulang yan.
Sulang Mr. Alel, I think agimla ask a question sa karam ni so ask Minister agi the move will last the economic diversification initiative. And then summary, pero tagim luto a question kada mo close. Sulang.
Thank you. Let me have Conrad pull up the slides. Under this budget line item for economic diversification, it really supports primarily the Digital Residency Office. So this is the breakdown of expenses that we have under this office Following my first presentation, we are following the appropriation that was presented to you. The increase for this coming year represents basically the cost of the 75 cents increases for salaries. The positions here are how we are thinking of the structure of the office. There is a director, which is Director Anson. He is under contract, and we do not anticipate an increase in his compensation. We are currently using 2 staff under Director Anson that both he and I manage. The digital ID analyst is actually an immigration officer that we are borrowing, and that other position, fintech specialist, is someone who handles a lot of the services, the ancillary service development that we are using. This one, as you can see, is a little bit higher pay. One of the challenges we have for finding staff in this area is finding qualified people. Director Elel mentioned we went to Taiwan and we met with the Taiwan students there that were graduating. Not all students, just graduating students. Most of them were in international relations. So we did offer them to consider Ministry of Finance, but their interests are actually in more Ministry of State. So it is challenging for us to find the right people. So we are looking at working with the school system to generate more people interested in this field. You can see at the bottom of the chart, there is historical context. We did not receive budgetary support in the 2021. This program wasn't established yet. Sorry, in 2020, I think Conrad changed my slide. 2021 we received, go back, 50,000, and in 2022 we went up to 100,000 in 23. In our other hearing on digital residency, we mentioned that we believe we're getting close to maximum capacity at our current staffing levels. We do expect that by the end of this year we will be hitting or exceeding 10,000 digital residents. And because of that, we will need to add additional staff to help process the applications. If we don't, then we're going to end up building up a backlog of applications, and that's not good service for our digital residents. So we do expect increase in budget, and it's reflected in the authorization for additional staff, as well as to fund some expenses to attend more marketing events. The more marketing events we attend, the more digital residents we get. It's a direct relationship. Go to the next slide, Conrad. So as I said, we're very close to hitting our $10,000 mark this year. Of course, that reflects $1 million in revenue. I also asked Director Anson to give me a breakdown since our last hearing. The top 3 digital residents. The first one is PRC, or from PRC, 3,865 residents. From the United States, 2,177 residents. And the third category are actually from Canada, 365. You can see predominantly most of our residents are coming from the PRC and the USA. We are also working on regulation development that includes the cyber crime draft that Conrad mentioned. We worked on additional ancillary services, mainly the mailing service with the Palau Postal Service. We're finalizing that arrangement so we can offer that to our residents. We've also done a lot of marketing and awareness. So you mentioned the privacy. One of the things we are very careful with is to make sure that there's nobody out there that's claiming that they represent us. We cannot stop that from happening. We just need to be diligent on discouraging that and providing correct information. We are very active in recruiting new members. In fact, there is a conference that's happening right now, and the Palau booth is receiving a lot of interest. And then we have to protect Palau itself from any of these people interested in either hurting our reputation or claiming credit for some of our initiatives. And can you go to the last one? So the appropriation request breakdown is, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of payroll, we're total people being paid under this program is about $99,000 worth of payroll. At 75-cent increase, it's about 6,000, and we do have operating expenses locally. It's equivalent for supplies, fuel, and maintenance of about 2,000. So the office is still very new. It's operated out of the Capitol in one of the rooms that we have up there. There are costs to operating, even though we have a partner. We make sure that it's stated in the law that we do keep a record of all digital residents, and we have a security system that protects it. And we also have operational needs. If somebody wants to verify if somebody is really a digital resident, they can contact us, and we will provide immigration from another country or police from another country that information, verify the ID is accurate. Then if the other ancillary services that we are starting to provide, if residents need help, we also provide that directly to them. So these are the activities and the budget requests that make up most of that funding that we've requested in 2024 budget.
Thank you, Minister. Halil po Vice President Mario.
Sula Minister ako di ang grammar to kaigal babir maigal matato de el wase akong balil ngara California segi dia process aigal application ngara $240 process mergo la dio meskit sel $100 de sendring berbelaw makaset talo bisil ngar belaw ngara aurere segi dia kola di duli segi deleng sera obemol trar tel das olbira glulaw om dilu kaset tia dia kada spend au do tia Tirel membrurnya di membrurnya mergo dia meski dah $100. Makora di korir segi de dire kalau lo asengai gitu. Aku mesai gel bebir ID card del blal issue. Eka assign as a director. Mang aku kerseng ke director segi del kombalil issue egal ID card lu beng ngarakora Ngarakor sote del morsegi del amne ko tokol mera olbira kulla se tiang ahmal di kerdikut maklilla segi del kombali mombrur tiang ati brur ngia motrul nga $200 some dollars esel $100 adungul mendia kango del bodongo itaudo dri elakdam lamo appropriate $100,000 lego nge dire kal lamo harar la ruli tel mo imor office dire kal ma hospital do akra de kelo ase komisel omen olbira kulla Igom adi mil ko igel so mil ko adiol traiga lo trulin din dia kam kel base olbira ko law mo ngara ol dustuel kire la igal la longot mo krauri una ko oger segi del ko ramal mo mangitar mo sel sum ko mera dal olbira ko la waset tiagi da do bodongot mo kringe e abriu le ko mo ngot mo klaiga igel buk ngodma tial 90 days mo lingitra dire kam ram regulation rulil mo tun 90 days luad gora altra tial digal sel moktegar tial digital residency kada namol traringil esa ko invited til me turista kum nase mlamo ngot al tial moktek makra di duli segi dilen gora mal namo orar mam la setiang kada maral betul keringi le sel mle kota setiang adi dos peringi le trigeding Michael ay dirtir e masubil nga bulur wasina magere mergo trade ay gagi dele rua a bitcoin nga kle ay gagi delo Dia lang ito kada namo spertil merbelo. No, magdam sella amal blota ko sen dia kada amenda lula immigration mana ela kada na morulli of regulation mo 90 days magumda sulo seng atelgibel amna mo ngoto sel mokte ko kabem lutun man mo ngilo mesringin kura dia kalsuadan man mo okora ako monday gang anding ako na sa 9 meters sen mle ko tere at ko tel ada duringi alla adir ka blata klasi ndia ka central immigration ndia ka tia ka central detail regulation problem liam na mongot or tial ngarala alwasi ndia ka central immigration ne dire ka low bank account mai ke gid rogu ela ka extend that temin ngar bela makwa di chika gide sula.
Thank you, Vice President. And I think we covered a lot of this in the last hearing. So under Senator Vasilius, it's what you're saying is true, but you're also saying that we're going to let somebody manage this program for us, and that company will be doing this under a contract with us. So at some point, somebody needs to manage that contract, and that is something that the Digital Residency Office does, is make sure that they are complying with the requirements. So it does cost us money. I don't know if we can avoid that. Yes, generally, I mean, we are getting more revenue at less expense because out of the $250 or so that's paid for by the resident, we get most of the profit. So, I mean, maybe we can have another hearing with the Banking Committee and discuss it further. But yeah, I do hear what you're saying, but I don't see how we can avoid the cost.
Senate President.
Minister, hindi ako mdurstrigay already existed ngar mal pera salary ngal ade ngidi ngar management trakartiang til pera salary ngi malak bodol to hara salary ngi klet sib embel gortir bol hara salary ngal director tiagid lurior ega udim ngora ongra ngi tiang malak to de man lakuk pol to budget ngi.
Yes, we could charge them with an additional fee to pay for it, but if it's not being paid for us, this person, would be conflicted in supervising the contract and our vendor. There are a lot of different parts of the relationship that they have to manage, making sure they have the right bank account, making sure they're sending us all the right amounts of money. One of the developments that we didn't anticipate was that residents are prepaying. So we made sure that any money they collect for the future is given to Treasury and we will hold it. And if they decide not to be resident, we will return their money. So, I mean, it's difficult for us to ask them to pay for that because they don't work for us anymore. They work for whoever's giving them the money. So that's a challenge for us. I mean, if we really want this program to grow as much as we expect it can, I don't think it should be too challenging for us to invest what we're paying versus what we're collecting and the potential revenues that we're expecting from the program.
Senator Talams.
Sula Chirem, Sula Minister. Ako misagele, ako rin sara konrade ngomnora Taiwan trial hire students ngala school me help permiu. Ako misagel salary ngora dial attractive and more ngargel. Kalel sabiul bay lemut maigal salary morbam sabiul redel tigra le lagi kami ati maintain tial salary lo tirak tial civil service classification mo problem regito ruriul. Obaim start and mau dudil morba ben sibiul ngoi titriara de mre de lungil laurio. Aware abek senator agul mes tel digital residency act ser morurani. Agul mes sergi ngari sel required tigagi the digital residency. Il geren moria mailbox sortir. Rabela. Magulum da sat mutagle sebe do privatizing instead of developing governmental voltekerangi. Deguda coradul mesengil waisek mutagle sebe del ngani arada sebril gora ruling mosio provide a mailbox and material digital residency ding la giren molingel mera kagidel officer digital residency ya ador de minister en la civil bo provide sel agreement la donle la report ma government terbelau girel kagidel service el manager tial digital residency ma stable point.
Thank you for reminding me, Senator. First, today I delivered the Digital Residency Office annual report to the President and to the Speaker, so you will have that required report in front of you. I've also made a request to the attorneys and to Ripple to give access to that agreement with Ripple. There is some confidential parts to that agreement. I spoke with public auditor, and we are planning on meeting tomorrow and going through the request for the audit that was requested by the Senate. So it's something that we will discuss further and providing access to these sorts of agreements.
So lang minister, let's move on. Title ko ram na mo yung lakra sa panukla. Oh, halbo Senator Tawalwal. Sorry, Tawalwal.
Ako subese Mr. Tiadi babirem nara mer attention regid makti akti iwe di small daigel ngar alsele di krisa gel wal qoragan. Tel lerera ba babnil ngagidel ansen pete del 14th of August. Singar tiang waseng it is imperative to underscore that no formal nexus of affiliation exists between Palau Blockchain Summit, slated for August 27-29 in the Palau Digital Residency Office. While the Office of the President has acknowledged the forthcoming summit, it is essential to delineate that the presence of both the President and the Minister of Finance as invited guest speakers should not be misconstrued as endorsement of the event or its sponsors. Sa Mr. Segida komdulil waisay tisek tril mirmas kaul minister gida ngani sel wal edolel telo bisarao il sel abom do or ka other belaw kom te era sanglel belaw misel om do ring basyo ka belaw do ring kom te era other belaw maktula tol na kiwi kasi perception is reality. When they see you there, and we are all there, say kita soal kora, say kami om te ergi dengan ya odole lagi kal dru uliu. Misal om ngarger magereng belaw ngarse. Kita soal kora otor klisseling. Second, in this context, we would like to underscore that the government of Palau has arranged an official event scheduled for Monday, August 28, 10 a.m. to 12 at the National Capital, Ngarang Rulmud. This event marks the inauguration ceremony for Palau Digital Residents, which will be succeeded by a reception Langara Rotunda. Tial temel tial to the sake of the inauguration ceremony. Al adia kal kora alibiding im tial blockchain at lot mak tial this schedule time. It's planned. Emerweb tertia. In this cell track drill was a cell maigal to call me a ubra ablara government. Et tuli tiag de blala ngani. Tiang ngani odol el blala tiagit sel arun te ergida mo na alsel tial blai el usiau otemela e ka dungu sovereignty ergid el dimna qalbe otol مثل أذول لك كابيتور جيدر أو ما تقول مر السيل أجريو المقرقيك لتيال ترجال هذا أسبير تيال سربنتير جيد لو ما جيت أطرول لير يا أسربنتير جيد أديال أطرول أكمل دي أطرقك لجي جيد ألدو مقدمر تيان سيلبل كلورنيا بريسيدنت رملي ay gama creo el cabalmente ngani adolel makmal mo sa kaboto lakad dito ko mang idin ng klelo sis ngala gal ubra cabalmente diwa ya ubra blim ngani atokol mot mu madia ma ubra blir bekla akti otrok lagi gideling sel gumes etial babierem silway segide kung kur omok peot abebira atokol ti algedro mok peot si so adule gide tiagi tingil babien mlame ya dongu yuringi eti deluk ya gerdire kalau wada kora dia kalau ngir dikit le adel belaul dong oklome segitu se kami kom ngara kom ruringi ya pel wada wai aktif minister akmal dik kuigal toko le gorgal se kamom ta soigal se ke kita girel kora tungil podomes ya dos mo oklom lakal ngania tokora om sanglel belau el kora motel gib ngania nyim ro se tiagale ngania alibitral se sulang
Minister mang meta pora closing cendar kita ang kuram le so mal askal gire la FAA ding I guess agim la kura oger gire la waseng sapel mo talgim ngarbap sel 20 million mang plise bom chikaringi di mo ay sa kama maktir kamle chikara house etwal kora mangiler selwa seya kora babier alwaseng telang al kampak fanda mo available mang at least dim confirm al waseng malte lang asap emanu or kada mangiler mo ingrangi the mo o sure el basing la amangaya alla ramarigel el kongir sil CRA ma seguida ahora di mongol lultap mang hindi seguida ahora ulta bartel FAA mau ay kisagidi ospera kora confirmation or kalbasing L3 morbap 30 million we want that in writing Minister Asuman Sabel.
Yeah, I will update you once I have more information on the details of the request.
Mang with that thing we can close 7:30. May kadam lang artel almost 8. So lang Minister for being here that long and for all the directors and the supporting staff man lang artel mo kamangta inol waseng korang malbato ka questions sa girtel digital residency and wasi kada mnestat ngi pesel tokoy mang bato ka questions something very new makata we're working with it and we hoping mo ongil tara another source of revenue that a few years from now kada man mo sedar appreciate but kahalal po nga Senator Ramasa ko.
Ngari nga question na nakalak karir nda kasi kalmo miara kapsingi. Minister kuman saul bekla at tegi del maayo with the clock matte to po. Tia di concern na rebel adrablu tumdengel la se kita conduct tel hearing relang. Di sorry mo medengel was ngari nga ko raw daswel mo mastri raw dudir tirkal nga Palaw Community College tel sel 60 dalal angari. le omingiwira la wase any entity will receive a appropriation ra national government trigel employee sa girir el entitled del mortiagi del $60. Gora dirga ka $60 al mortir since ra aselmle walel mer el angam. Ngatal direct el malom mo witella al malblaktakalo say an employee shall be considered covered if they are employed by a government entity that receives regular appropriation from the Olbira Kalulaw for operations. Siya the question man sa ele.
Yes, this proposal includes Palau Community College in the increase.
Okay, makahaladik tsaka appropriation ng mga PCC minister wasa kamle etangi mang Ngora
Chair ang ulma kakadamlo, question na rin nga dakal specific alwasi nga niya udo todo mo rin. Di sel dong over sel la ang blakatak alwasi ang ulma. Neswa da clarification.
hindi ka tel proposal budget nga niya 594,954 increase in mga budget ra PCC. Yes. I think it will cover both, right? OEK da direktora budget al gongay.
Sula direktora budget dum sa edal assure adra PCC luaset mo ngusel full amount tal giril malaringi as an employee ra entity ra government tal receive appropriations ra Olbira Kalulaw. Sulang sa kita mleso kal clarifying. Thank you. Good night.
Kamu malmasum Senator Basilius?
Hindi ka pa ang pay terkait del terul ruba til ang amon masum ang pay deswa ke chairman wase so kalawren asule la a Minister of Finance lultaw di siya report tira ay gayudle stable ay gayudle digital residential merke den mer madan dito so kal assure wase tial amora communication ra ulalum official time minister de so kalo ay sa luasa ba pilinga katilo de lekong lawrang asule martal nombre kal hearing dire kal nga baby ra information so mam request al sa emal message di pong imhen siringi masel make el papilinga mahen sir karsay kung ito kukto meselo pangkala leadership kung nasin kadal mutel mo omrurat tara meeting al girela kay gidi adange kam so lang ande kal ngarang akorap esel chairman ko korati liang klek korati so kal clarifier same ala pora record ra TV kamal musulang.
So lang minister nga niya somal mura era bol close ra hearing Vice Chairman Mariur.
No, thank you, senators, for a very informative session. We try to focus our presentation so that we don't have to continue tomorrow. So I hope we've provided you with enough information to help you deliberate on the budget proposal that we have submitted to you, especially for the Ministry of Finance. And I hope you have a better understanding of the different work that we do, things that we've been able to achieve, and work that we'd like to pursue in the future. So again, anytime, let us know. Send us a letter, make a request. We can meet informally, formally, whichever your preference is, to be able to discuss these things in enough detail for you to understand how we can help Palauans enjoy their lives more and succeed in their aspirations. Thank you again for being very frank with us, and we're always available to discuss with you if you have any questions.
Sulang Minister and everyone.
Dam sulang Minister dam na mo sevendori enggiren mo klarang miuleng kita tel hearing ngoram lo mo motro klase ko daw hearing al oversight lo bangkela batse hearing ko agi kare kailan nga budget tingi umsin nga oversight Ya kung nasa sa direk dokora kasi sa krado ulit ang mas bel olbira kulal mo understand da. Ay galureri lo sa galureri ko ngarawreri mo kadam karata kay ngaseo ay gel kuk sebel mo improve ay galureri ul gira dar other belaw ma. Imal mo nga sulir tal tal kuk no spedal makan na mo ilol mesigang. O mang agi nga suliw again agi nga sulit taliring kita di mo tegi de masima. Sulang.